Dear members of the Commission, respected candidates, and everyone observing the Commission's work online, today is February 24, 2024, and we are commencing the 8th session of the Commission. Today, of course, is the second anniversary of Russia's expanded military invasion of the sovereign and independent nation of Ukraine. Therefore, we are going to have a moment of silence to honor those who have died defending Ukraine and defending the purposes of freedom, democracy, justice, and human rights for the entire world. Slava Ukraina. So present today we are commencing the 8th session of the Commission. Present today are all 6 members of the Commission attending live in Kyiv: Alla Ivanovska, Andrei Kozlov, Natalia Onyshenko, Laura Stefan, Tatiana Suvina, and myself, Matthew Murray. The Commission has a quorum, and it is authorized to make decisions on all agenda items. We are working in a shelter, so our work and broadcast will not be interrupted in the case of air raid alerts. Currently, we are in the final stage of this selection process. The main task of this session is to select the winner of the competition. And the agenda for the session starting today includes the following: approval of the regulations for conducting interviews with the finalists of the competition, conducting interviews to assess the candidate's compliance with the criteria of professional competence, determination of the competition winner. Dear Commissioners, please raise your hand and announce your vote verbally in alphabetical order in approval of this agenda.
Так.
Так.
Так. Так. Так.
Tak. Thank you very much. All 6 votes are in favor, and the agenda of this session is approved as proposed. Therefore, today the Commission begins conducting interviews with the finalists of the selection competition. The order of interviews was determined according to our regulations through drawing lots. It was conducted online via randomizer service in the presence of all competition finalists this past Wednesday, February 21. As a result of the draw, the following order for interviewing candidates was determined: Andrei Vishnevsky, Sergei Stepanyan, Viktor Pavlushik, Vitaly Nikulin, Dmitro Kalmykov, Sergei Kubiak, Alexander Starodubtsev. Interviews with these candidates will be conducted today, February 24. Tomorrow, on Sunday, February 25, interviews will take place with the following candidates: Katerina Kaplyuk, Alexander Skamarov, and Artyom Kavanov. We will have several technical breaks throughout the day, the planned duration of which will be communicated to our viewers. At the end of the day, there will be a break in the Commission session. Tomorrow, we will resume our work at 9 a.m. The Commission plans to complete the interviews tomorrow morning. The second half of the day will be dedicated to the discussion and determination of the competition winner. Regarding the format of the interviews, using a randomizer service, each finalist was assigned a Commission member as the leading interviewer. The leading interviewer will ask questions to the respective candidate for the first 20 minutes of the interview. Afterward, other Commission members will join with additional and/or clarifying questions. We have asked candidates not to prepare presentations, introductory or concluding remarks. All 24 candidates who reached the second stage of the competition have already had the opportunity to present their vision in their strategic vision essays, which were also published. The Commission will also structure its questions in a way that allow candidates to present themselves, their vision, their capabilities. Therefore, interviews will be conducted in a question and answer format. Regarding the interview regulations, I propose allocating up to 1 hour and 15 minutes for each interview. In case the commission needs more time to interview a candidate, a separate vote will be held to extend the interview. Candidates are given up to 5 minutes to answer each question. I suggest moving on to the vote if there are no objections or alternative proposals. Please vote for these proposed regulations. Up to 1 hour and 15 minutes for each interview and up to 5 minutes for the answer to each question. Dear commissioners, please raise your hand and announce your vote verbally in alphabetical order.
Так.
Так.
Так. Так. Так.
Tak. Thank you very much. All 6 votes are in favor. The proposed regulations of the interviews are approved. I believe we can move on now to the main agenda item for today, which is conducting the final interviews. And I ask the Secretariat to invite our first finalist, Andrei Vishnevsky, to the room. Yes, please.
Доброго дня, пане Андрію. Дуже раді вас вітати.
Hello, Andre. I'm happy to welcome you here. I can see that you've came prepared based on the materials that you brought with yourself. The interview is going to last for an hour and 15 minutes. I will start because I was assigned your leading interviewer. I think our conversation will last for about 20 minutes, then other commission members will join. Number of materials that you've brought with yourself and your autobiography is impressive. This is something that I wanted to clarify right away. You also have a position of a Deputy Minister of Justice. Also, you've been a head of NACP, Deputy Head of NACP. Also, you've been working in terms of free legal assistance, and one of your latest achievements was a master's program in Oxford. And this is a kind of resume that really deserves attention. Having that experience, I think you've faced a crisis situation in multiple times in your activities. And the first question that I would like to pose you, me as a representative of the police, could you please provide an example from your life, any situation that would illustrate you as a good crisis manager? Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, commission members, for letting me be a part of the finalists. Thank you for the introduction. Can I give you 2 examples? Absolutely. One is actually related to NACP, and the other one is from the early period. In the National Anti-Corruption Agency, I, together with my team, the Department of Anti-Corruption Policy, I was responsible for the development of the state anti-corruption program to implement the state anti-corruption strategy. That's a pretty big document. And when we submitted it to the Cabinet of Ministers, it had 500 different remarks, inconsistencies, with almost 100 state agencies, not just central agencies. It was also the Central Qualification Commission of Judges, Anti-Monopoly Committee, and other agencies. And that was a crisis situation because it was not clear how you can actually pull this document through the Cabinet of Ministers and have a voting on that without losing the sense of it all of that program. And this crisis situation was not just related to the NACP, but also Cabinet of Ministers, the Prime Minister, who had doubts, as a balanced politicians who had doubts about how you can actually vote at the Cabinet of Ministers with these sort of discrepancies. And my job was to have it voted for at the government committee session. And we've managed to go through all of these 500 notes. And also in between sessions, we did additional briefings when we just go through the notes note by note, and we need to have a consensus. So that was a challenging task to go through a compromise and discuss that. So the result was, on the 4th of March last year, the state anti-corruption program was approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. And I think, to my opinion, there were no losses. The only loss was the loss of the block that's related to the reforms of the General Prosecutor's Office and the State Prosecutor's Office agencies and units, and we had to compromise that in order to have it approved. And we'll be able to talk about that because it's actually related to our conversation. And yeah, that was a loss, that was mentioned in the recommendation document. The second example, I will make it short, the system of free legal assistance. 2012 and next year that had to be launched all over Ukraine synchronously to make sure that for every apprehended person there is a lawyer provided within 2 hours, and we had 2,000 lawyers. We had to select them through competition, and the problem was that the lawyers not only didn't want to apply, they didn't want to participate, they didn't trust the government, they didn't trust the Ministry of Justice. And that was a pretty serious crisis, because the question was, are we going to launch? Are we going to comply with the legislation? The way I approached the crisis, I just traveled all over Ukraine, more than 60 towns and cities. I met lawyers in every one of them. Some cities, there were just 30 lawyers. In some, there were just 3 lawyers, but I met all of them, and I explained to them why it's important for people, why it's important for lawyers, and the way we can cooperate. And the problem was resolved in just 2 selection sessions. We could select 2,000 lawyers, then we trained them, and was done during the approval of the criminal procedural code, so the crisis situation was resolved. I have lots of cases like that. I will stop right here. Thank you. During this selection assessment, you've come through a series of psychological tests, and we've learned a lot about you and the candidates. Right now, I would like to ask you this question. What are the 3 features of yours do you consider strong points to hold the position of a head of NACP, and what is the area of improvement to be more efficient?
Мікрофон вімкніть, будь ласка.
Please turn on the mic. I think one of the strong sides of my personality is that my ethical position, my ethical framework doesn't change. Doesn't matter what the position is, what my job is, and my work relations, and my personal relations. And you can find lots of examples in my biography. And this is a reason, one of the reasons of why, as I understand, why Natalia asked me a person, am I a conflict person at all? The other strong side, to my opinion, is that I'm consistent in implementing my choice that I made long ago. And my choice was serving public interests. I never worked in the public sector. and I'm sure I won't be able to work in the business. And yes, I was an interpreter at some point, but that was consulting services. Most of the clients were from public sector. So one way or the other, all my professional activity is dedicated to serving the government, the state, and the public interest. And I'm consistent here. I'm not considering any episode in my public career as something temporary and like next I will go for something else. I've dedicated most of my life to public service, and I think that especially in today's conditions, which are pretty hard for our society, I think working here is the most efficient thing for me. The third one is not related to my mental profile. It's probably related to that indirectly because it's related to my choices that I made when I chose my university, and that's true. And that's I'm just noting here that it's not related to any of the candidates or non-candidates, but there are people who are different in that criteria from me.
Yet when it comes to the fact that I could be the head of an ACP, my strength here is that I never went to any police educational institutions. With all of my respect to them, I never worked under this regime. I never had law enforcement experience, never worked as an investigator or a prosecutor or something like that. I think this is important for me. It's my strength as a candidate. Okay, my weaknesses that I will need to work on. Again, it's relative. In some situations, that could be a benefit or a strength. I think I can lack political flexibility. In some aspect, it could be important for an ACP because it's an independent body. On the other hand, we see that an ACP works with politicians. It goes about the function of financial control when high-level politicians should declare, and also from the point of view of forming body when MPs, politicians, are the people who make decisions on the budget, on the anti-corruption strategy, changes in the law, and so on. And the work of an ACP depends on that. I tried to show that in my answers to ethical leadership cases, and I think for that it's a challenge for any head of an ACP in having political flexibility, but holding on to basic principles of an ACP is a foundation which each head of an ACP, regardless of who that is, needs to remember every morning when he or she wakes up. This is art. Okay, let's talk about flexibility. Then I will have one question to you. From the current practice of an ACP, in justice, we have such a question that the conflict of interest is interpreted in such a way that it can be dealt with both by an ACP and the Court of Judges. Now, they see that two entities see the conflict of interest differently. And sometimes the Council of Judges will say that they do not see the conflict of interest when there are two judges in the court and they have to choose the head. That means that one of the judges has to vote for themselves. An ACP will see that differently, so we will have two different interpretations. Then we go to court practice. When an ACP does protocols in case of procedural conflict of interests when we're talking about reclusion and other procedural means of removing a conflict of interest. The courts consider these cases and believe that judges have to be sued. Sometimes they do not. And we have court practice, which is quite the opposite. My question, what do you see can be done to resolve this conflict? Because right now the Council of Judges and an ACP are not in a dialogue that would make it possible to resolve the conflict. Maybe you have some ideas. Yeah, both ideas and the experience of talking to the Council of Judges on this issue as well. Generally, we have a lot of trouble with violating the norms, the regulations of the conflict of interest, of how we can sue on that or bring cases to court. I think you can see it all in the report from the European Commission. Percentage of decisions on the conflict of interests that we get from courts is very small. 11% the most, but it's mostly 2% or something. This is, of course, ineffective. It can't continue like that. Unfortunately, this is promoted by the position of the Supreme Court, because one of the decisions of the Supreme Court, which is used by the courts of the first instance and of the appealing courts, it says that the conflict of interest exists only when we see the prevailing private interest over public. And then what can we say here about managing conflict of interest? So, first of all, this issue should be resolved at several levels. First of all, at the level of legislation. In my opinion, one of the key problems in legislation, which is pointed by colleagues from OECD when they did their fifth monitoring of how Ukraine is implementing Istanbul Plan anti-corruption policy. You will find it in the European Union report and recommendation. At the level of legislation, we don't have regulated what's called in English apparent conflict of interests. And that creates a huge hole, not just a loop, a huge hole that makes it possible to treat legislation the way our judiciary does. I understand that you're asking for something more specific, but for me, this is part of this broader issue. So when this project of state anti-corruption project was approved of, we agreed with the judges that they also agree that such problem exists and we need to resolve it because we can have this double interpretation. So state anti-corruption program has or foresees changes into the legislation where as implementers we have an ACP and the Council of Judges both, and I hope that we will have some substantial discussion to resolve this problem. At least we have a plan and it is documented in a government document. Can I ask for a clarification? What do you think? In case a judge does not reclude himself or herself when they had to do it, or a judge was asked to reclude, but the other judge does not satisfy that, what should be done? Disciplinary responsibility of the judges or administrative responsibility for violating the law on the conflict of interest? So what kind of responsibility should be used there? Because you can't do it twice. You can't assign two types of responsibilities for one violation, one offense. Yes, I think it should be disciplinary. For judges as entities who do justice, that will have a lot more in consequences than administrative. responsibility. Thank you. If tomorrow you are the head of an ACP, could you please give us one items on your agenda you will do on the first day, first week, or first year on this position? Well,
Це питання таке складне, воно певною мірою я його
good question. I say it as a bit of a trap, so some warnings to begin with. But I will speak about, these are the priorities as I see needed for an ACP, its external impact. I will not be talking about something operational, some operational issues that we have, like meeting the staff and so on. On my first day in office, I would solve the issue of distribution of resources related to the tasks that an ACP is facing. Now, first of all, that goes about financial control, due diligence. As far as I understand now, 11,000 due diligence are not done on time just because there is no human resources. Equal problem exists with the call center. I will not be even giving you numbers. And this is a problem that could be resolved. I don't want to damage an ACP's reputation, but just believe me that a large number of calls that come in on questions of declarations, financial controls are left unanswered. An ACP has resources to do that. At least 32 positions on the payroll. These are the people who are doing or performing functions that are not foreseen by the law, or they're doubling some, repeating some functions. I can go through the structural units later if needed. At the same time, a huge number of declarations due to the law of the 20th of September last year, when financial controls by an ACP were renewed. And that meant that declarations for 2021, 2022, 2023 should go through due diligence. And really, an ACP has done a lot to optimize this work, also by means of introducing changes into the law. They took away mandatory, the word mandatory due diligence was taken away as related to the people who are in the high risks of corruption or in high jobs. And then automatization and synchronization with state registers. And these things will help make this process more effective, but still, we need to understand that automatic checks or inspections are not a solution that fits all. We can't use artificial intelligence for 100% of the declarations. First of all, not all of the information is in the state registers. What is related to cash or movable property apart from cars, this is something which you cannot check in this way. We have questions to the quality of information in the registers themselves. It isn't always true. Interoperability of the registers, they are not all interoperable, which means that in some nearest future, complete inspections will have to be done manually. An ACP has risk-oriented approach, which means that it will be possible to prioritize declarations for full control. But in the structure of the apparatus of an ACP. The number of people who have to implement the function of financial control is smaller than it was before the function of financial control was suspended, which is paradoxical and it has to be dealt with. So this will be your plan for a Monday? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's important because otherwise an ACP will not be able to continue working. Now, first week, yes. An ACP has a planning system for an ACP, and the scope is 3 months. The methodology, OKR, objectives and key results, this is the methodology that is used in private sector. There, in some instances, it shows it is very effective. It is also used in an ACP, and in my opinion, it doesn't really fit the functions of a state body. First of all, because the whole of this public sector lives on budget planning and budget code. This is 1 year plus 3. When we integrate to the European Union, their budget planning is 7 years, which means they have such a horizon. That means for each state body, now planning for less than a year is ineffective. It doesn't mean that we cannot have some operational planning for a quarter, a month, or a week. I mean something different. That has to be corrected, of course, when we talk about the state body. On the other hand, it's not worth breaking the system as long as it works. So, this methodology will mean that it is necessary in the middle of March to review plans with all of the structural units and also review the results of their activities in the first quarter and plan for the second quarter. Of course, I would do that. By the end of the second quarter, we would continue working on the system that exists. And at the same time, I would do consultations within to look for a better system of planning, to make sure that the second half of the year and the periods to come be planned based on the new methodology. Second thing for the first week, no, we just wanted one only. Now, the first year. And other commissioners will have their questions. Well, this is very simple with the year. You just have to do everything that the European Commission has on its recommendations. I don't see any options in that. Yeah, I will say this is one priority, look, one thing. But I still believe that for Ukraine, this is a priority to do everything that's written in the report. And an ACP is no exception. And if needed, I will be prepared to provide more comments. Thank you, sir. I think we can move on.
Good morning, Mr. Wisniewski. Let me start by saying I have great admiration for your service to your country. I note that from your resume, you've been committed and involved in public service since at least 1999. So that's a quarter of a century, and you're to be honored for that. You're clearly very committed to the best interests of Ukraine and the world. I'm going to start my questions with the following point, which is sometimes, in my experience, strategy becomes a substitute for action. And so, as the head of the NACP, you have a strategy, you have a program, you have the list of European Union requests. So, to complement Commissioner Suvina's question, you'll have limited time and resources. You will be responsible for 400 people and how they work every day. How will you determine what is going to make them successful and you successful in the very beginning. And this is not a question so much about which anti-corruption program you will fix or make better. It's a question of how will you create a community that is all pointed in the same direction from the very beginning of your tenure as the head of the NACP.
Дякую, пані Меттью, за це таке глибоке запитання. Я спробую на нього відповісти і лаконічно, і змістовно.
Thank you for this question. I will try to be very short. First, I would like to point out that I believe in strategies. I believe in program documents and plan as a person that positions himself as a professional bureaucrat in a good sense of a word. Of course, I would agree with you. Unfortunately, oftentimes, and more often in the public sector than private sector, such strategies and plans replace real results and real work. My personal experience is about different thing. I used strategies and programs as a tool to draw attention from politicians to things that we've been working on to attract financial resources. And I will give you a few examples from my biography. One episode is connected with the public service reform, and the other is about the creation of the free legal assistance. And in both cases, what we did with our team is we suggested that the Cabinet of Ministers approves the state target program for both cases to create a public service, and in the other case, the creation of the free legal assistance. These were 5-year documents. Why they're important? They have specific deadlines, specific people responsible. They have resource assessment details that are necessary to implement these programs. And when you're asking for funds for the next year, if you have that kind of a document, it's a lot easier for you. And there are specific indicators that you can assess your results against. And as a top manager, you can use that document to organize the work for all people that are working with you. How do you motivate people, if I understand your question correctly? I will just rephrase it. So the question is, how do you prevent people from being lost and frustrated in a great pool of complex issues, in that case, NACP? From my personal point of view, as I pointed out today, there should be objective and just distribution of resources. The resources are limited, and everybody knows about that. But as a part of a single team, some areas are underfunded, and people basically, they just die trying. And in other areas, nobody knows where it came from and what are the grounds of its implementation. That's actually inefficient and unjust. And as a result, people are not motivated. And the second thing, to my opinion, that every employee, based on the inclusive approach to management, information exchange, and top-down and down-to-top approach to planning, you need to make sure that every person in the team understands their responsibility and their contribution to the general result. And this contribution should be quantifiable, and every single employee needs to know what they're contributing in this single result. The third thing, it's very important
психології, в сфері менеджменту
to
показують, що
confirm
фінансовий чинник ніколи не є на першому місці для людей.
people's achievements. You know, financial component is not the only one in terms of their motivation. So
Тобто потрібно бути об'єктивним.
this is what's important. We have to be objective when
Потрібно бути критичним, але при цьому справедливим.
uh,
Там, де потрібно визнати,
assessing people. Sometimes we have to
публічно мається на увазі
do it publicly
колективу. Ну,
within the
ще
team.
таке пов'язане
I mean.
з попередніми трьома. Я вважаю, що
And you have to acknowledge people's successes. And the other thing,
щоб знайти правильних людей.
being a supervisor is not about
Тому що кожна
finding the right people, because there's no such thing as right people, because every person has
орган,
weak and strong points, ups and downs, but this public institution is a set of functions and structural units that work for these functions. And the art of being a supervisor is finding the right place for every person and do it in such a way to understand that every person has their own motivations and dreams and aspirations. So you have to make sure that it's comfortable. So it's kind of double-sided task. First, you need to make sure that every person is efficient at every job. And number two is create opportunities for individual career building. They need to enjoy their work and they need to understand how it's good for their development.
Thank you very much. I may ask you to keep your answers a bit shorter going forward. I want to make sure that all my co-commissioners get a chance to speak with you. It's clear from your experience and from your resume that you've had moments in your career when you've run into conflict with key leaders, key officials, and that these were matters of principle to you, and that you made a decision to conduct yourself according to your own principles, which is indeed admirable. And it's what makes a great anti-corruption fighter. You may not have that luxury when you're the head of the National Agency for Corruption Prevention. So my question is, will you be tempted to go it alone? What will you do to make sure that you have a consensus next to you with your team, with your community of 400 people? What will you do differently as a leader of a community as opposed to Andrei Vishnevsky acting alone?
Ви знаєте, я переконаний, що ніхто не розумний.
You know, I'm sure that nobody is smart enough
Іншими словами,
alone.
я не вірю в те, що такі
In other words, I don't believe
завдання
that such complicated task could be tackled alone. And I think I'm a good manager and leader, but I'm definitely not the best expert in everything that NACP is dealing with. And I hope that I managed to learn about a lot of things in the agency for the 3 months of preparation and participation of the competitions and as a manager, but that's not enough to resolve all of the problems that we deal with efficiently. So yes, and actually there's a second thing before I move to the operational things. Number two, the anti-corruption domain is very special. It's very hard to be liked by everyone. And that's the main challenge, because that's actually a painful function to ensure purity of the public domain. And oftentimes you need to intervene into people's private life, and oftentimes you're basically legally responsible sometimes, and sometimes you face a situation, you may face a situation where you just go to prison. And because these materials can be a basis of a criminal proceedings and people are liable criminally. So there's additional complication you have to consider, the nature of the anti-corruption functions. And in all of these unfavorable conditions, you need to create so-called circles of support. The first one is your team, is your co-workers, and I don't believe that, and my experience show that you can assign someone to a certain job and they will be automatically successful. The success of a team, if you talk about public institution, depends on your authority in your team. The way you are trusted, the way people are ready to, I'm not saying to follow the leader, because the leader is not something, is not someone that's, walking apart. I mean, the way people are ready to follow that person, yes. And the second circle is external circle. Of course, it's the public sector, considering the anti-corruption function and the way it's not comfortable for the government. So NACP, based on its nature, has to be in opposition to specific representatives. So it's 3 branches. And in this opposition, it's very hard to achieve results without the support from public organizations and agencies. NACP has lots of partners. I'm not talking about specific NGOs, but these are professional anti-corruption agencies and professional associations that are interested in high integrity in having their businesses. And also I'm including politicians that are leaders of integrity, heads of enterprises and agencies, leaders of change, people who is going to be ambassadors of ideas and values that will be implemented by the national agencies. Now, of course, these are international partners and international organizations. For me, OECD is one of the most efficient international organizations and the best expert globally in terms of public management reforms. Back in 2005, with our team in the State Service Agency, we received the status. Thanks.
Yeah, could I ask you to, I got the picture. So one of the hardest parts that I can see about this job is that, and you've recognized this in your essays, is that the institution, the NACP, is a hybrid institution. It has both an investigative and monitoring and control function, but it also has a prevention function. It has a prevention mission, which is to say that hypothetically, for example, it's not just about making the NACP work more efficiently, distributing resources better. It's about knowing whether in a line ministry, for example, the Ministry of Defense, you have done everything you could to put in the internal controls to prevent corruption in a line ministry, that you've given them all the tools that they need to prevent corruption at a very mid-level management, at a lower level management, and of course at the highest levels. So the hardest part about that, in turn, is knowing whether they're working on a day-to-day basis. So in a minute or less, please, in a minute or less, where is the NACP today on putting controls in place across the whole of government And how does the NACP know whether those controls are working? And again, just very quickly.
На сьогоднішній день національне агентство...
As of today, the national agency,
Я би не сказав, що є...
I wouldn't say that is very efficient. Then there are objective reasons for that. So as of today, NACP is providing methodological support for anti-corruption units in other agencies, and they are approving their anti-corruption programs. And this is the problem. Well, first, anti-corruption program is something that has a beginning and the end, so it has specific deadlines. And in the OECD recommendations and in the European Commission recommendations, it says that Ukraine has to move from temporary measures to the system of risk management that work on a regular basis. That's one thing. Second thing, you have to reform the whole institute of commissioners. And the first step was done after, in June 2022, not only anti-corruption strategy was approved, but there was a whole article added to the national law that creates a coordination system for state policy. And this process of the anti-corruption program implementation, it includes the participation of commissioners as a structural unit that coordinates the implementation of this anti-corruption program implementation within their agencies. But that's not enough, because we also have a strategic analysis of anti-corruption risks in certain domains and anti-corruption expertise of legislation acts. So I think there should be two levels of the implementation of these functions. The first level should start in the linear ministries and the national agencies that helps them. So basically, this approval of these programs is just a formal function. It's just a post-Soviet heritage. Nothing is efficient if this big boss doesn't approve that. So the head of the agency should be responsible for the implementation. The anti-corruption commissioner, there should be enough functions delegated, and that should be a complex approach to make sure that the commissioner doesn't just control or monitor the fact if they submitted declarations, but this anti-corruption unit should perform all functions that are mentioned and I didn't mention, because that's not the full list.
Sir, thank you very much. Laura Stefan, I believe you have some questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for being here and for answering our questions. You occupied a very high-level position in an ACP for about a year, right? And in your essay, you discussed some of the shortcomings that the audit has also identified with regard to the work of an ACP. I would like to ask you, what have you done when you were inside an ACP to try to fix those issues? What kind of engagement you had with the top management? And let's take two concrete examples. One is the practice of issuing methodological guidance instead of binding administrative normative acts. So that's one. The second, I would like to ask you to refer to the practice of sanctioning policy. Do you think that that is within the mandate of an ACP? And how would you handle it further? So what you've done while you were in an ACP and what you do in the future if you become the new head of an ACP? So that's my first question.
Дякую. Стосовно...
Yeah, thank you for the question. Speaking about your first question.
Я так розумію, це, якщо я правильно розумію...
Well, if I understand your question correctly, you're talking about these priorities that I said in my essay. Is that what you mean?
I'm talking about areas that you identified in your essay. Some of them are also identified in the audit, but my question is, what have you done? Because these practices are going on for some time now. So what have you done while you were in the NACP, and what are you planning to do if you become the head of an ACP?
Ну, перша проблема, про яку я сказав в своєму есе,
The first problem that I told about in my essay is the structure program in the agency and also its implementation on the national level. We've talked about that partially. The main problem is disproportional distribution of resources as opposed to the amount, the jobs. And the second problem that I dealt with in the national agency is that some structural units had functions that related to the functioning of a state policy and the control and inspection functions. And that's not acceptable. This hybrid nature should be regulated on the organizational structure level.
Контрольно-інспекційні мають бути
It means
розведені.
that functions of control and functions of policymaking have to be separated. When I came in August, 3 months after that, after I came to an ACP, I suggested a new approach to the organizational structure. Before I presented it to the head, I consulted with my colleagues,
Керівника апарату, директором департаменту антикорупційної політики.
of anti-corruption policy. We had all of these discussions. We included their comments, and we had a joint proposal. Here it is. I took it with me. I presented it to the head of an ACP. First, I had good opinion of it. Part of that was implemented. We could implement the part which talked about the separation of the control and inspection functions. We talk here about financial control, inspections, conflict of interest, ethical behavior, due diligence, and the check of anti-corruption work in other institutions, and the register of potentially corrupt people. So that was all separated and became the mandate of one deputy. It still stays the same. The only problem is that they are understaffed, like I said. Another problem is that we could not implement other proposals, especially when it comes about joining strategic analysis of corruption risks, activities with the special rapporteurs. This is something that I would continue to work on because this is what I believe in, and I had it in my essay. Examples of substituting methodological recommendations by bylaws. Something has been done. I'm surprised, but unfortunately, 7 months after the report of external evaluation report was printed, the plan has never been approved, but a lot of recommendations, as far as I know, were implemented. Something which comes to the lifestyle monitoring, there is a procedure approved of by the head, registered with the Ministry of Justice and published. What would I do next? I would definitely sign a decree on the logic of arithmetic control, which was used before the declarations are checked. This is something that has been mentioned by the civil society organizations for years, and it also seen in the documents that I referred to today. The documents would describe Ukrainian accession to the EU path. All of the procedures, all of the processes have to be approved of by secondary legislation, not by methodological recommendations. Second question. Here we have to separate two things. Even when I read how civil society organizations talk about the profiles of candidates, I can see that they confuse two things. There is state sanction policy. which is grounded on a special law. This law prescribes jurisdiction for various institutions, the Secret Service, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Cabinet of Ministers, and so on, what they have to do there. And ACP is not part of that law, but there is a memorandum and there is an order of the Ministry of Justice based on which, when requested by the Ministry of Justice, an ACP can analyze assets and then provide this information further on that can then be used by the Ministry of Justice and interinstitution committee, and they will implement their sanction policy. In my opinion, if a body is not mentioned in the law, it cannot do it. So if a political decision is made by our political leadership saying that an ACP has the capability, institutional capability to perform this function, and the function is important for the state, and there is a political decision for an ACP to continue doing that, I would demand that it is regulated at the level of law. There is another component which is sometimes confused. They're also called sanctions, but this has nothing to do with sanctions. This is a list of international sponsors of the war. We talked with you about that a bit at the previous interview. In my opinion, this is just, well, what people believe they need to do themselves because they have no mandate for that. There is no procedure, no criteria of who is included in the list or excluded in the list. There is no performance assessment. From what I saw, the deputy who was responsible for international cooperation for an ACP said that it only brings about problems for Ukraine and its relationships with its partners in the West. This is beyond the scope of what Tatiana asked me about, but what would I do? I would do on day 2, I would stop this work. It can't be just thrown out into the wind because a lot was done, but we need to stop that on the websites. We need to do internal consultations, first of all, with the Prime Minister, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as to what we're going to do with it next. How the state needs this to be done, who can do it. It's not an ACP. Just by its nature, this activity is related to working with markets. Interference with markets, because when a company, an international company, is included on the list, it changes its value on the market. It affects its reputation. So we are here interfering with the environment, which is not for an ACP, and we forget the mission. This political independence, political neutrality, and equal distance from all of the subjects of the market, so sanctions. If an ACP has a part in that, it has to be regulated legislatively. This list, this has to be terminated, and that has to be done in case the state needs it.
I have one more question, and then I'll pass it to my colleagues. Looking at the diplomatic skills, let's say, that the next head of an ACP definitely needs to operate in this environment. I would like you to reflect a little bit on the development of the whistleblowers portal and explain why the whistleblower portal is still ongoing or pending in terms of implementation, and maybe, you know, add a perspective of how would you handle it differently. Could you go back in time?
Я одразу скажу, що я би нічого
I
не
will immediately say that I would do nothing differently if I could go back in time in this part, because from my point of view, together with the colleagues in ACP, we could do the impossible. This portal, we took it from out of nowhere and we released it. I was only responsible for this work for the first 6 months of my work in ACP. Then it was the third deputy who appeared in February, I think 2023. That's who was responsible. When I came to NACP, there was a lot of problem with this work. They had a trilateral agreement, as far as I can remember, of the customer. I mean, the work for this portal, that was NACP. The implementer was Kidsoft, a private company, and Project Sachi, who was funded by the USAID. When I came, that work had continued for 2.5 years, I think, and there was no light in the end of the tunnel because they were stuck completely. Colleagues with NACP were not prepared to receive this product, to accept it, because they thought it was not perfect, it didn't fit, and so on. They demanded this product to be refined, and Kidsoft refused to continue doing that because much more time and resources had already been spent on the work that had been done as compared to the primary contract. And they just refused to do it without additional funding. So they were stuck, nothing was happening. And my quote-unquote task, as that of a diplomat, as you said, was to do something about it, to untie this knot. What I did, I convinced my colleagues with an ACP to define the minimal set of changes that they needed, some exhaustive list without which we definitely cannot accept the portal. That was done. Then, after several meetings with the head and the owner of Kidsoft, well, I managed to convince the owner. I still don't know how I did it, but I managed to convince the person to do the work without additional funding that they were demanding, and do everything that an ACP was asking for under the primary contract. That was done. Then we, together with the colleagues from NACP in the State Service of Special Connection, we did the protection measures for the portal as was required by the law, and then we could commission it. It was not perfect, but that was not the problem of the developer. It was the problem of the technical assignment that was set. But we had what we had, so we started using it as part of a research. We had a procedure set for using the portal, and that document was signed by me, and it was one of the documents for the legal case that the candidates did. Then, finishing my responsibility, for that, I had a plan for industrial use of the portal, which was done in September when I was not in NACP. Now I'm monitoring the use. I see that it works. More than 100 of bodies, executive bodies, were part of it. It does work at a certain level, but it has to be improved. That's true. It's one of the priorities.
So I'm going to start with Commissioner Onyshenko.
Пане Андрій, скажіть, будь ласка, ми говоримо про
Sir, we are talking here about effective or ineffective type of activity. And these are structural categories that can be approached from a lot of points of view. We can talk about the subject contact or something else. If you were to become the head of an ACP and your activity were to be evaluated as ineffective by the representatives of the civil society, you yourself, when you feel that your activity is ineffective, I mean, it does not give the result that you personally were hoping for. So which would be more painful for you? And what would you do?
Дякую.
Я сподіваюся, що такого би не сталося, але звісно.
Well, I hope that would not happen, but of course we cannot exclude it because the efficiency of an ACP depends on a large number of external factors, political, financial, war, so we cannot exclude it, of course.
Знаєте, пані Наталі,
You know, ma'am, for me, criticism has always been a resource to improve myself, to improve my activity. So I can take criticism okay and with gratitude. And my example of free legal services can talk to that. First, all of the legal organizations were totally against anything that was related to legal services that's free of charge. Okay, so you're criticizing yourself. You understand your activity is not effective. So do you say it's okay and I'm grateful to myself? No, I meant that criticism from external partners, from civil society, from international organizations, it's a source for improvement. And it helps you find the best solutions for the problems that you're facing. So I'm grateful for that. I'm not just patient, I'm grateful to external criticism. And in case there are problems and my activity is seen as ineffective, what would I do first? I would have a dialogue. The simplest example of what you were talking, if my employees think I'm ineffective, I would talk to them. How they see me being ineffective, what could be done. The same goes for external partners. I would not say it would be painful. For me, it would be unpleasant, but I would look at it as a problem that needs to be worked on. Now, the third part of my question. So you had dialogues and so on. But you see yourself, you are ineffective. How much ineffective? Okay. This is your understanding of the index of inefficiency. I would not really rely on my opinion. Fortunately, an ACP has a unique instrument. Not all of them have it, but an ACP does. This is external evaluation of the activities by the institution, by the head. And if I am the head, I would request an audit in 6 months. There would be a report, like you see this one for 2021-2022. So I have this document. There are recommendations that need to be implemented. If I do that, I would be able to solve the problem of being inefficient. Yeah, so this is really a very good opportunity for a head.
Такий собі case study.
No, that's quite a case study. In my case, it's quite obvious. Inefficient use of resources of an ACP. People who come to competitions from time to time are facing a standard problem. Each time they file a declaration, then there is a due diligence, and an ACP comes to them with the same questions about the same type of property. Real estate that you did not declare you had the right to in 2013. What would you do to resolve the problem so that an ACP does not spend resources on that and people wouldn't copy-paste the same types of explanations and collect the same data? In my opinion, it can be regulated in terms of procedure. I don't think this is a single example. I know there is quite a series of them for things that are pretty weird for me when resources, huge resources, are spent by an ACP and the declarant. I would simplify that. An ACP started doing this already. For example, we have finally this legal division of, I'm not sure I'm writing my wording now, not accurate and not true data. So 36 or 38 square meters would be treated by an ACP as untrue data. Now it will be seen as inaccurate data. And when seen with logic and arithmetic controls, these rules, how they are functioning, but much will depend on what the system sees and what the system is focused on. So I think that that can be resolved with two documents: the procedure for the due diligence and for logic and arithmetic controls.
And also the acceptable error. Yes, you can basically, our priorities identifying cases of unjustified assets and illegal income. These are specific criteria, and it's not hard to find it, but we need to adjust the filter so that we don't waste our time for things that you mentioned. During your previous mandate as a deputy, did you come up with these suggestions? Yes, I actually have a draft concept of the financial control document that we did with other deputy Artem Sitnik, together with USCI, European Project, other colleagues, and it was partially implemented, and I talked about that today, but not completely. I mean, at least it's clear what to do, and there are external sources, resources that I would use that I mentioned. If we get back to the sanctions, and it's partially illegal form, it's evident that people that worked as part of that, they gained unique experience and skills. How would you redirect these people to make sure they benefit NACP? These are financial control people that I would just get them back to the job that they were most efficient with. What do you think is the main NACP product of NACP activity? The most important thing, like a one product. I think the main product of NACP is a change of behavior for public officials. And
які можна вважати такими, що вчинені в умовах конфлікту інтересів або відверто недоброчесними.
There are situations of conflict interests and unethical behavior, and
це не єдине, але це головний з методів.
That's not the only situation, and that's not the only product. If we take the declaration register, who should own this? Because as far as I can see, the situation is pretty unclear. So financial control is doing that because they are mostly focusing on control than prevention. Also IT guys, but they don't have any political mandate. Other people are also involved. So who should own this product? Who should be the main operator within NACP? This is the answer to your question. No, I'm just showing you that's the document that I referred to. That's just a draft of an ideal, almost ideal NACP structure. as seen from within NACP in 2022, December 2022, excluding the head of the NACP because he only partially agreed to that. But there should be a clear distribution of functions in the structure in terms of policy implementation and design. So the register owner, and that's financial control right now, they can't define the design of the register, how the field should look like. That's the anti-corruption policy issue. The same thing with conflict of interest and other functions. So politics should be separated from the control and inspection function. I'm absolutely sure about that, and I wrote about that in my essay. So it's very hard to tell you, exact name of the structural unit, but the owner of this specific register and other registers should be a unit or a set of units that form the anti-corruption policy, because the way the register looks like is the matter of anti-corruption policy, not the control and inspection. Who would you like to work with, among the candidates as your number one and number two? I'm not sure if it's correct to answer that question without that candidate being present and talking, but these candidates are actually people working in the NACP right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Kozlov. Allah.
Thank you, Matthew. Andre, that's just a short question. Let's get back to the start of our conversation. Answering Tatiana's question, you talked about the problems with the full declaration checking, like automated checks, and also NACP support, and also them carrying out irrelevant functions. The question is, how do you distribute resources that the NACP has among these full declaration checks and lifestyle monitoring to make sure that this agency is the most efficient? Please turn on the mic. Thank you, Allah. If I may, I would like to expand that question. When we speak about the resource distribution for financial control, we should not forget about special checks and inspections. And I just to let you know that I remember that. As far as the full declaration checks and lifestyle monitoring goes, the distribution of these two tools has changed after the Act 3384 was adopted. That law restores the audits and they regulated these tools. And there used to be a norm that says that based on the lifestyle monitoring results, a full check can be initiated. And that would impose certain limitations, as you may guess. These two tools are absolutely autonomous because the object is different. Like when we're talking about declarations, that would be declaration. If it's lifestyle monitoring, the object is a person, the declaring person. This is why they're different. And these are complementary financial control tools. How do you distribute resources? Well, I guess it can be 50-50, something like that, but it depends. It really depends on the answer to Andrei's question. What kind of consensus we reach within NACP, with international partners, with public activists, with politicians? What should be this adjustment of that filter and formulas. What would be the extent of the declarations? The more it is, the less resources we have for lifestyle monitoring. But these are different tools. And our financial control concept that I mentioned in the draft actually has different options, how to combine them. And lifestyle monitoring tool, it wasn't implemented long time ago, but nevertheless, we have some positive experience with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ivanovska. So we're at the conclusion of your interview, Mr. Wisniewski. I do have one more question. And yes or no? It's easy, yes or no. It's not easy, but it is a yes or no question. So Ukraine faces a situation where, for the foreseeable future, it may be relying upon external sources of funding from donors for any number of reasons. And of course, those financial donor flows are ongoing. And in the future, under many circumstances, they may be expanded significantly. And though these donors are generous and they represent taxpayers across the world, and they're to be commended for their activity, they may not be perfect. And they may encounter situations where their internal controls fail. And so the question is, do you believe the NACP should have a role in monitoring and preventing corruption by the donors themselves?
Так, якщо цього бажатимуть самі донори.
Yes, if the donors want that. At least I can say that NACP has capacity for that, but it's not up to the NACP to decide that.
So what if the donors do not agree?
Це залежатиме від того,
That depends on where these resources go and how they're used. If these resources become owned by Ukraine, for example, if that's microfinancial support coming straight to the budget, and then it is spent based on the internal procedures, public procurement and public finance control, other procedures. If it's military equipment or any other property that is provided to Ukraine and becomes state-owned, and from the moment it is state-owned, of course, NACP should play its role to ensure what you mentioned. And here's when you don't ask donors, I think they're interested in the most efficient using of that assistance.
Thank you very much again. I have to say on behalf of this commission, this has been an extremely educational, informative, and even enlightening discussion. You clearly have superior knowledge of the subject matter. You came extremely well prepared, and I'm quite sure that we all learned a great deal from you about the role of the NACP, your future vision of it, and as well as the collective anti-corruption community. So thank you again very much for your time, and we're completed with your interview.
Дякую, Меттю, і дякую кожному і кожній.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you to each one of you.
So I believe we're now ready for the next candidate. There's Mr. Sergey Stepanyan.
Доброго дня, пане Сергію.
Hello, Sergey.
Якщо необхідний переклад, ви можете користуватися.
If you need translation, you can use headsets. I will start the session. Happy to welcome you today, I will talk to you for the next 20 minutes, and other commission members will join. So let's start with your vision of NACP. Imagine that the day after tomorrow, you will be assigned as a NACP leader. What would be your top 3 tasks? What's your short list of actions that you will do in the first 100 days being a leader?
Дякую за питання. Перед тим, як я почну відповідати, я просто хочу
Thank you for the question. Before answering, I would like to say that 2 years ago precisely, I was supposed to choose a prevention action for a certain deputy,
військкомат, де можливо було б мобілізуватися.
but instead I had to look for the drafting office and be mobilized, and I didn't even think that I will survive until this day, but it happens that in 2 years I'm here and talking to commission on a final interview to be the head of the NACP, and I would like to express my appreciation
Я впевнений, що і комісія теж це висловлювала.
to the people
Хочу від себе також висловити, які зупинили
uh,
російську навалу і дали
that happened the Russian aggression
в тому числі.
and that allowed this competition possible. Now, as the answer to your question,
Перше, з чого
well,
я почав
100 days. The first thing that I would start with,
я би почав би
in terms of my visions and actions, I would study the situation inside of the structure of the organization itself, because externally, what you see is one thing, but what you observe from within, that can be a different thing. So my first action would be studying the structure of NACP, NACP personnel, processes, policies, and until I meet the top officials, top managers of the NACP, until I understand how the processes works, I'm not going to make any decisions. Not until then. So what I would focus on, you all know, we have independent audit report for NACP, where there are certain criteria about gaps and problems. That's basically a roadmap for critical change. And now we would read it through and find out what was already performed. And we have internal audit, we have other units, and we would analyze all of the reports and what was already implemented, because I'm sure NACP worked on that. You don't think that a new chief arrives and there's a wasteland. No. I know that there's been a lot of work. So we would focus on what wasn't already implemented. I would focus on functional capacity and organizational capacity. And I wrote about that in my strategic vision. And I think that a national agency should not have such numbers of issues in terms of organizational capacity, like internal control, lack of corruption prevention. And in 100 days, we would fix 100% of problems in terms of organizational structures, from what is our job. And also one of the first things that we would do, we would organize competitions to replace positions if necessary. And Well, it's a question whether we should run competitions for that during the war. In my department, yes, there is a war going on, and they cancel the competitions and they keep assigning people. But what we do ourselves, we test these people for their knowledge of legislation, their basic skills. We use polygraph and we use interviews. So we basically run competitions and nobody can ban that. So what we would do in the national agency, we would restore these competitions, even formal ones. They should be there. People that are selected, they should be selected based on the competition. And the reason why I say that, if they're running a competition for the chief of an agency, so you can apply the same principle for the normal personnel. So during the first days, I was focused on studying the process, the agency's organizational capacity, and fixing these gaps. And then that's the first days. And if you have more questions, I will tell you more details. Thank you very much for your answer. My next question will be related to your independence. You are now working as a temporary active head of the Corruption Prevention Agency in the Ministry of Defense. So the Ministry of Defense and Army, they have a very strict hierarchy. If you are selected as a head of NACP, it should be a position that is fully independent. So how would you argue to persuade us that when you are selected as a chief of NACP, you will be independent enough and you will be able to withstand the pressure that you will definitely experience? Answering to your question, number one, I'd like to note some people confuse independence with a great love for themselves. Well, I'd say there is no structure in Ukraine that works on its own. In any case, all people are dependent in our country, and the chief of NACP should cooperate with all these state institutions and agencies. And I will just break this down into two parts. If the question is, if I will ask other people for advice, or maybe, or I'll put it this way, if people influencing me in a positive way, if they're providing support to Ukraine, if they are giving advice, I will definitely accept that. If this is kind of a negative influence and pressure on the agency itself, we're going to withstand that. If you take a look at my life, while I still here, I survived, I was pressured, and when the commission asked me if there were any internal investigation going against me, I gave an example when, for certain procedural actions, I was pressured by some high authorities in the country, but I survived.
So I was just standing my ground and defending what I thought was right. Next, another situation was the influence that I was not expecting. That was the Russian aggression, which happened on the 24th of February 2022. That impacted both me and the country. And I responded to this aggression by my own aggression. I joined the military forces of Ukraine and started to defend the country. I think that every Ukrainian, I'm Armenian, but I believe I'm a Ukrainian citizen. So we all as citizens, we are all very independent and we really take care of our own freedom. And when somebody attacks it, we will resist. So I think that there will not be the kind of impact that I will not be able to resist. Okay, maybe my wife is taken hostage, I don't know. Well, then I will just leave my job as the head of an ACP and that's it. But anything else, I'm ready to resist. Thank you, Serhiy. I want to go to your motivation letter, where you say that overcoming corruption doesn't start with a larger number of bodies that do investigations to identify violations, but a system of prevention, which starts with integrity. In your opinion, how can we have more integrity in the society, and what could an ACP do for that? Okay, answering your question, thank you for that. In my motivation letter, I also wrote that our society, our state would need first to define what integrity is. This is what we saw in this competition. We need to define, we have the word integrity, everybody uses that, but the law does not have criteria of what integrity is. This is very weird. It's just only the law on the civil service that has this issue of integrity defined, but this is basically narrowed down to the conflict of interests. So private interest should not prevail upon public interest, but there's nothing else in that. And we do not have criteria of integrity on the level of legislation. And the first thing that the national agency will need to do, maybe the criteria insist, I will need to make myself familiar with the situation once I come there. But I think this is important that we develop the criteria of integrity and that is adopted then. And it is part of our anti-corruption law or some other law. We have to have it because when we demand something from the civil servants, which we constantly do, they have to do that, they have to do this, but we need to give them criteria. When this is what you do, and then you're right. And then they would come to some competition. They would say, look, I'm a person of integrity because I did this 1, 2, 3, 4, these items. So I would start with that, developing the criteria of integrity. Then why did I write that in my motivation letter? I've been working all my life in law enforcement, and I see that people can be held accountable, corruptioners can be held accountable like every day. But if we just hold them accountable, what happens then? Instead of one corrupt person, we get another. You sue against the other person, there is the third one. It's just like we could hold accountable any kind of perpetrators, like drug addicts, anybody else. I understood it when I worked with the prosecution office. Then, when I made it to the Ministry of Defense, I became even more convinced. And I realized that that can be changed when we start preventing at the very beginning, which is integrity. I will explain what I meant. First of all, we need to fight not the situations, the results, the outcomes, but we need to fight the system. We need to prevent corruption. take away the reasons for corruption. Why did I write about integrity? Even if we remove some systemic things, like we removed something systemic, for example, organization has 90% of people who lack integrity, who do not support the rules and procedures and visions, like they lack integrity. Nothing is going to change. People will continue with these practices. We will have a declaration. We will evaluate all of the corruption risks, do any kind of training, but still we will find corrupt practices in use. So, besides fighting corruption in a systemic way and changing the rules of the game, we need from the very beginning, from childhood basically, from the moment when we hire civil servants, we need to do everything we can to make sure that they are people of integrity. We need to bring them up on that. A lot of people criticize that an ACP is involved in integrity. They're saying in ACP you have your functions, which is declaring political parties, conflict of interests, whatever else. That's enough, do that. I don't support such a limited scope, because if we don't do anything with integrity, well, it's not going to work. The rules can be beautiful, well-defined. The laws can be fine. We will have the same. It's going to be equally bad. Another example on integrity. Next to us, there is a large country, a very large country, but a very bad country, which is the Russian Federation. 1937, they had wonderful laws. I don't think anywhere it was written that they needed to kill people, but they still were doing that. They were killing, torturing, and I think their laws do not say now that they should kill people or destroy another country, but they're still doing that because they lack integrity, they're not normal. So we need to start from the very beginning. That's why I wrote that in my motivation letter. Thank you, sir. I also noted that in your motivation letter, you wrote that being a military person, you insist that the most significant problem in the country is the war, and whatever an ACP does should be done with understanding of the needs of defense. Could you please elaborate? What does an ACP have to do to implement that idea of yours? How you're going to do that? Thank you for your question. This is multifaceted. First of all, I would like to apologize in front of the other members of the Commission. Whatever I say now should not be taken personally by that, but what I say will be in connection with their letters of motivation. Nothing personal, this is just my evaluation of the situation. Some of the participants or candidates wrote that now an ACP, they're not alone saying that, some institutions also say that an ACP has functions that are not for them. The portal, war, sanction policy, an ACP has to stay neutral, stay away from the sanctions because sanctions are political in their nature. I'm not criticizing in legislation. These are not functions of an ACP. In law, so an ACP has to be stripped of that. What I think, national agency. I want you all to understand how I see it. The war and sanctions, the portal sanction policy, it's how an ACP reacted to the crisis, to the war. When the war started, they were thinking how they can react to that, what they can do. This was their reaction to the Russian aggression. So they started a fight
кучу організацій.
They invited a lot of organizations to this sanction policy, a lot of people. Now this sanction policy
Якісь організації
is
звертають увагу на те,
seen by everyone. The states, not on just some enterprises, the states follow the sanctions, what an ACP does for the portal war in sanctions.
політики певні
And from that point of view, an ACP is forming state policy. So saying that we should leave that,
який під Бахмутом
it's the same as a unit which is near Bakhmut would say, yeah, you know, that order that we got has been signed in the wrong way. We're leaving somewhere to the forest. I don't know. What I mean here,
вони виконують
if there is a function that an ACP does related to the war, it should continue until the state itself says it doesn't need it anymore. After the consultations with the Office of the President, with our Security Council, with the Ministry of Justice, and all of other institutions, when they say it's not needed anymore, and there is an institution which is going to do it, yes, we don't have it now. Nobody wants a function that is out of their scope. A lot of people, you know, now are at war and are doing something that is something which is not their function. They're killing people. All of those accountants or whoever they are, they never wanted that. But since our country is attacked, they have to do it. So an ACP has to do it. Sanction policy.
друга історія. Чому я вважаю,
Thing number one. Thing number two, why I believe that the national agency needs to do more of this policy.
перше,
Two things here.
визначена координація
First,
розбудови
it is set as a coordinator for integrity development in the sector of defense by the degree of the president. There is a NATO program building integrity, and an ICP has a leading function on the president's orders there. They are the main leading force moving the process. So, of course, they need to do more to build integrity in defense. But why would I criticize an ACP? What I see that they are not doing what they need to. I don't want them to take offense with that, non-offense meant. In October 2023, a law was approved, and according to that law, public declaration was renewed. You all know about it. You know that this law restored public declaration. And in this law, when we were bringing that back, what we wanted declaration for the military as well. The Ministry of Defense thought that military personnel cannot declare. They have no time. They have no opportunity. They should not do it because what they have to do is the war. This is the only thing.
нашу думку Верховна Рада сприйняла частково, і закон прийнятий оцей, в ньому залишилось
So that law has a category of civil servants who will have to declare. And there is a category called people who are doing procurement.
особи, що займаються закупівлями. Так от, особи,
So the people who do procurement, if you read the law, these are all of the people. Well, it depends on how you read it, but these are the civil servants that take part in procurement. That can be a brigade commander or some civil services that sign. A lot of various people who are directly related to war.
беруть участь у публічних закупівлях, ну або у закупівлях різного рівня. І
So
це
they take part in the procurement at various levels, and that threatens this activity in future. They do not declare now. A brigade commander does not have a time to declare. he can die somewhere in Avdiivka. For that, he has time. But for declaring, no. But they will be engaged in in procurement. Still, in future, what it means that he can be sued. So people of integrity from the military, once the war is over, or maybe now, if somebody doesn't like them, will be prosecuted because they did not declare as people who do procurement. I think that this is where the national agency didn't work enough, didn't suggest changes, didn't have proposals. We wrote to the committee of Verkhovna Rada saying that this could be regulated. Maybe some clarifications, no answer. There are several questions, like broadly understood or more specifically understood, where I saw that an ACP could work better.
What is your biggest achievement at your current positions? What is one thing that you think you did well, or something that you're proud of?
Відповідаю на це питання так.
Okay, here's my answer. First,
Жодна людина, оце моє
no person,
переконання,
and this is my personal
самостійна в організаційному плані
conviction,
робити не може. Це
one person can do nothing on his own. It's a teamwork. Whatever you do it with the others. If we do it in the ministry, we do it together. If we're fighting as part of a team. It's not just superheroes saving the day who can change the situation, save the day alone. We're doing it together. So here's my answer. What we can be proud of, we started changing the rules. And I think you will ask me questions like that. So it's quite an achievement, and I think it's a great thing that we started changing the rules. We started introducing the control measures for procurement. And we return these anti-corruption control processes. Until March 2023, it wasn't in place. So we returned these control procedures, and I think this is one of the best things that we did in the ministry, but I didn't do it. I did it with my team. Lots of people participated, ministers and my subordinates, and I managed the process. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Subina, and thank you, Mr. Stepanyan. And indeed, thank you for your military service for Ukraine. So picking up on the theme that my co-commissioner has discussed, do you want to put your headphones on? Okay. You mentioned that you were in your current role in a position to work with a team to establish internal controls at the Ministry of Defense to prevent corruption. Your office, as I understand it, has another function, which is to detect corruption, to identify it when it occurs, right? And so my question goes to, over the past year, there have been several investigations of Ministry of Defense procurement activities in the areas of food, uniforms, ammunition, and other items.
Yes.
Which have been identified, and then these investigations have led to firings of individual ministers or deputy ministers and officials from the Ministry of Defense. Minister Reznikov was basically had to resign at a certain point. in part, let's assume, because of these problems. So can you tell me whether your office and you individually had any role in those investigations?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question.
Дивіться, яка ситуація була з цими
So here's the situation
потрібно.
with these investigations. Well, I need to tell you the whole story because there is no simple answer in that question. All of the investigation that you've mentioned, they all related to the period since 2020. All of these high-profile investigations, I mean 2022, I'm talking about 2022. What happened in 2022, the Ministry of Defense, before the war, the full-scale invasion started, it worked based on certain criteria, procedures, processes, and that went pretty well. There were no critical problems with the procurement. When the war started, the Ministry of Defense wasn't ready for the war in terms of their procedures, procurement procedures in place. They wasn't prepared. And actually, the same applies to the state. I think no country of the war isn't ready for any war in terms of their procurement processes. And actually, we have actually very good case study here in Ukraine. And when the war started, the Ministry of Defense wasn't ready for proper procurement. And all rules, all procedures that were in place when the war started were cancelled. There were the ProZorro online system was cancelled, the anti-corruption monitoring was cancelled, all the counter-agent check and vetting processes were cancelled. And basically these people has got superpower, so-called superpower. They could procure anything from anyone with no rules. They even canceled the quality control for themselves for buying that property. You just didn't have to check that. And this is why I mentioned that when I came to the Ministry of Defense in 2023, when these scandals were in the media, and we started building the control measures, and we started putting these control measures back in place with activists, with NGOs and other agencies. And we just took all of the procedures and we tried to take them back. So if you take a look at the recent months, we had less problems with that, less scandals. And as far as the answer to your specific question goes, like, did we do checks against these? Did we investigate them? Like, we're not a police agency. We're just a unit in the ministry. What we did a check, and we found out the discrepancies. We initiated disciplinary measures against the person who was responsible for these procurement processes, like uniform and food, and it was done 3 times. So 3 disciplinary measures. We did our job. We informed police about that. We provided them with all necessary documents. But again, all that situation, it all started right after the war started, when all of the rules, all of the procedures were broken in the Ministry of Defense. Now the Minister of Defense is trying to build the new rules and procedures, and he's trying to avoid that situation.
That it's one thing for someone to be fired, to be asked to resign as a result of a corruption investigation and a finding of corruption. it's quite another to publicize for the benefit of citizens what the actual investigation uncovered. So do you feel as though the Ministry of Defense or other government agencies at this time have actually shown the world what happened in each of these cases, in each of the cases of the food, the uniforms, the ammunition, so that the world understands exactly where the internal controls broke down and where they need to be corrected?
Дивіться, це моя особиста думка.
You see, here's my personal opinion.
Я впевнений, що і я хочу сказати, що можливо її
And I'm sure.
її можуть і не підтримати.
Well, it may not be supported in the ministry, but that's just my personal opinion. And I think
В лютому 23-го
in February 2023 and March 2023,
вчинила дуже велику
the ministry did a very big mistake
ці закупівлі.
commenting
Таку саму
on
помилку воно
these
зробило,
procurement
коли
processes.
орієнтувалося
And also they made a mistake when they commented commented on the uniform procurement instead of explaining what really happened. And the thing with the food, it wasn't the story that they actually described. So what you had to do is to explain it step by step in details. And instead of that, instead of taking the blame because the ministry was the culprit, they cancelled all these procedures. Instead of taking the blame, instead of the explanations, we started defending ourselves. That was a mistake, and that was the result. But that's my personal opinion.
Thank you. It seems to me that for you personally, going from your current position to managing 400 people and on a day-to-day basis, making sure they're properly instructed as to what they should do, that they're productive and efficient, that their morale is high, and that they have the ability to move in one direction under your leadership. It seems to me that from your current position to that position is a very large leap because of the number of people, the nature of the management challenges. So my question is, how do you feel about that? You can be quite honest with this. Do you feel it's intimidating? Do you believe you can do it? How do you feel about that?
Відповідаю на ваше питання.
Okay, here's the answer. First,
Я знов звернусь до
again,
досвіду свого.
I will refer to my military experience.
Як порівняю його
I will
з певним радянським досвідом.
compare it with the Soviet heritage, Soviet experience. And I'm sure you know, you're all smart people. There's this Soviet system of military management where you just give orders and people have to follow it. And you have to follow it the way it was set for you. If you have to engage in a fight, you have to do it the way it's described in the order, in the location that was described in the order, in a manner described. But based on the NATO military management system, that's a whole different story. For example, they give you an order to stop the enemy. And when the top official, the top commander, gives you this order, they set the ultimate goal. The way you do it, well, you have to make a decision. That's what the NATO system is about, and it was designed by smart people. And answering your question, here's this: you don't micromanage. You don't try to manage all 400 people in NACP. If I do this. For example, right now I have 40 and I'm going to have 400. If I try to micromanage these people, that's going to be a failure. Not going to do anything. I need to work with the rules, with the criteria, and trust my subordinates locally, that they will do their job without me. They're smart people and they're independent.
Thank you, sir. Laura, do you have a question or two?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for being here with us. I would just have a follow-up question to Matthew's question, and then I'll continue with another one. There were articles published by investigative media on these procurements. What I want to understand is whether the measures that you have been talking about, internal measures in the Ministry of Defense, happened before those publications or after the publication of the scandal? In other words, were you reactive or were you proactive in dealing with these challenges that, you know, I accept the worries is putting before all countries?
Дивіться, дуже проста
Well,
відповідь.
You see, the answer is very simple. I came to the ministry when the scandal was there, when the scandal was out. They tried to find a person that could build these anti-corruption rules, because the scandal about the food was already there, so I reacted. I couldn't prevent it. There was no way. And the way it happens, the ministry signs contracts to procure food. This is not controlled by anyone. Only this particular procuring unit controls it. And when I arrived and I took a look at it, and I found out that it's not the way it should work. There should be control measures. And that's a very good question. Like, you have to prevent it from happening, not react to it. But we couldn't, because this is when we arrived. This is when we came to the ministry. And the other thing, ammunition, right. When I came to the ministry, the uniforms and the ammunition was procured in 2022, and I came to the ministry in 2023. We analyzed the situation. We contacted the police, and we figured out that there is a criminal proceeding registered last year. So, yes, we provided them with materials, but in reality, that reaction, Matthew was right to ask that question. Like, is it related? Is it all related to the public communication? So the police responded. We responded to that. But public communication, instead of acknowledging the problem, we just did a different thing. I think that was a problem.
How many people do you manage now in your unit?
Дивіться, в мене є зараз...
Well, right now, I have 40 people officially, 40 subordinates.
We read in your resume that you have worked in various prosecution offices, including in the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. Can you tell us how much time have you spent in the Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office, in what capacities, and whether you had any managerial experience in SAPO?
Я не до кінця зрозумів це питання, які в мене в САПі були
So, do you mean
повноваження.
like what kind of capacity did I have in SAPO and other prosecuting offices? Like, is that what you're asking?
How much time have you spent in SAPO? Between what and what? And then what were your capacities in SAP? Were you an investigative prosecutor? Were you presenting cases in court? Were you in an administrative position? Were you a manager? How many people did you manage?
Відповідаю на ваше питання. Дякую.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. In the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, I came there in 2020, and I've worked as a specialized prosecutor until February 2022. Well, I'm kind of a specialized prosecutor in SAPO, but because of my mobilization, I'm not performing these duties. So I've worked there for a year and a half. I wasn't a manager at the time because I won the competition of a prosecutor of a unit. In my capacity, my job was to organize pre-trial investigation. We call it procedural management, based on our Ukrainian terminology. So I didn't manage prosecutors. I managed activities of officials, like I did procedural management for NABU detectives. I didn't manage the prosecutors.
But before, with prosecution, I used to lead an anti-corruption unit. We were fighting corruption.
In the regular prosecution office.
Yes, yes.
And how many people? What was the period in which?
10 people, 10 people.
Okay, for how long?
Anti-corruption підрозділ 1 year.
Thank you. You also have written in your essay that NACP is giving conflicting and sometimes vague and unclear guidance to people that are submitting declarations of assets and interests. Can you be more specific and give us an example and then tell us what would you do to fix this issue?
Я наведу приклад, і
I will give an example that is related to me being in service. This is the registration of the place where a person lives. The commission was getting ready for the competition, and I'm sure you were asking this question, and you all know that many people have a place where they are registered. This is according to Ukrainian legislation. It doesn't have to belong to them. It can be a dormitory. Some people can be registered with the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine or something else. But this place where they registered existed does not belong to them. An ACP, talking about this registration or place of living, was giving very different clarifications. For some time, they were saying that this place has to be indicated in section 2 and then in section 3, which talks about property. So you have some property and you need it to note it there, that this is my property, this is my place of registration. This is the clarification of 2020. Some people had to go through due diligence, and they were notified that they hadn't declared their place of registration in section 3. Now we have a clarification which says that the place of registration, if you don't live there and you have nothing to do with it, should not be noted in section 3 on property. Why am I giving this example? I will try to remember. It was 2 months ago, before the declaration campaign was finished, when people came to me from the ministry, civil servants, very respectable people who would give me clarifications from 2020. Ayano would also issue this latest clarification and would ask why NACP has changed that position. How come? And I said, let's do the declarations according to the clarification that we have now. But what are we going to do with that? It's a big problem. You can't change clarifications without changes in legislation. The position of an ACP should stay unless legislation changes. If it changes the position, according to changes in legislation, it has to be fixed in the relevant clarifications, and a person who declares should understand what it used to be, what it is now, and why. A lot of people just copy-paste from the previous declaration into the next one. They may not even know that an ACP has changed its clarifications. So if it does change that, they have to explain why, and people need to be made aware of that. Like, we have changed our clarifications. You should look at that, because if we don't know it, the declarants are confused, they enter wrong data and can be prosecuted. This is just one example that I cited, but there can be several, really. What we need to do is that, be more careful about these clarifications. I do not know how this work is done by an ACP, but I think it is necessary that they involve more people in publicizing this information, in making people aware of that, and most importantly, these clarifications have to be fixed in the legislation, so the law should allow an ACP to issue clarifications.
In your documents that you submitted to us to the audit that was performed on an ACP, you said that you looked at the recommendations, you took notes and you analyzed them and you have solutions from your own perspective. I would like to ask you if you have an opinion on the practice that happened in the NACP of replacing the issuance of administrative normative acts with methodological guidance. This impacting, of course, on the publication of those documents. So what do you think about that, and whether you have any ideas of how to improve this practice?
Дивіться,
Look,
це продовження вашого питання.
that continues your question that you asked before, and I would like to say what happens
Що відбувається, ну, на землі, як кажуть, да?
on the ground, if I can say that.
Відбувається, коли у нас замість законодавчих
When we have
є методичні якісь
methodological recommendations rather than bylaws, that means that this methodological recommendations by NACP can be used by those who are reacting and by other bodies that do anti-corruption activities, like file a protocol on mistakes in declaration and so on. This can be done by the national police, not only by NACP. And then people from the national police will do those protocols on the subjects of declarations. And they will say clarifications from NACP are good, but not legal. We believe that the law has something else to say. So that means that we can have clarifications or methodological recommendations unless they're approved of by the Ministry of Justice, and they become secondary legislation. Clarifications for clarifications, they do not protect the declarants. They confuse the declarants, because then they can be punished for having used these clarifications, and we need to correct that.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Onashenko, please.
Пане Сергій, читаючи ваше есе, мені
Sergei, as I was reading your essay, I found that you write there that a reform of an ACP or introduction of changes into the legislation is impossible without a change in the institutions of the whole state. stage. So do you believe that at the time of full-scale invasion, this is possible? So would you prefer a wholesale change or some targeted change? I'm not only speaking about an ACP exclusively, I'm just talking about reforms, reforming policy in general.
Я хочу зазначити
I want to say, and I think that after these words, I will not be punished by all of the institutions that exist in the world, but a reform during war is a bad thing. A full-scale reform This is what I want to say. Our reforms that we do during the war, and if you were listening, I was talking about the warring sanctions, about sanction policy. Without the war and the Russian Federation so close to us, I would myself say that this function is not part of what an ACP has to do. There are many situations in which an ACP should not participate, and an ACP and the state should do it differently because it's the war. I do not support massive reforms that would bring instability into the state. Changes, reforms during the war should be done with respect to the war. But sometimes with some targeted change, you cannot change the situation. We are talking about procurement. We couldn't do anything. By targeted influence, we had to change it, do Prozoro and do some other things. That will depend on the situation. And that also goes about anti-corruption. You asked about reforms. We are at war. We need to remember that. National Agency on Corruption Prevention doesn't have to be reformed. The National Agency on Corruption Prevention have a document which is called National Strategy, should be implemented. The National Agency doesn't need reforms. It needs to improve the institution that already exists. Laura was asking me what needs to be done. The clarifications, this is something which we need to deal with. Then unsystemic changes into the anti-corruption legislation, and strategy talks about that. We don't need serious reform for an ACP that would turn it all over again, or go right instead of going left. You have to do what exists, do the recommendations that exist. Thank you.
У вашому есе мені дуже сподобався термін
In
бухгалтер.
your essay, I like this accountant integrity. I support the idea that when we are trying to look for some tiny little things, ruins the capacity of an ACP. What would you suggest to overcome this accountant integrity at the level of declaring, at the level of distributing resources of an ACP, between monitoring of lifestyle and inspect or checking declarations? Maybe there is something else. Thank you for the question. And that's so good that we have raised this question. I understand that. I say that an ACP is getting to understand that. But really having this accountant integrity, when we're trying to find the smallest thing, it basically ruins it all. You know that the situation is changing gradually. And when the checks or due diligence are done, the subjects of declaration could be asked, why would you have 100 hryvnias here and it doesn't meet what you say here, and there would be letters? But that was done by the subject of declaration, that effort would go, and the person who's doing the inspection would be using the time to check these tiny little things. I'm sure that this integrity of this accountant type does not really speak much about the integrity of a person who could have made a mistake of 200 hryvnias. It doesn't really influence anything. And ACP has changed their procedure. They're trying to go away from that. They only write their comments onto something which violates the law, where we have administrative offense. Otherwise, they don't do it. I think that's already a lot. What would I do? First, I would make sure that we do not waste resources of the inspectors or the declarants on filling the information which exists in registers. So something which is owned by the declarant or the members of the family has to be entered automatically. And this information is not the responsibility of the declarant. It has to be drawn in automatically. I know that the national agency is doing something about it now. When we have failure to inform about substantial change, a lot of people were punished for that when they forgot to enter information about substantial change about their salary. Not that they received a bribe or something, but they received salary. Well, maybe our international members of the Commission don't know that, but after you receive your income, you have to enter that into the declaration as the information on substantial change within 10 days. So people will be awarded, and this information would be entered on day 15th, and then they are prosecuted by an ACP. Well, this is their salary or state salary. Why should we use an ACP's resources on that? Or we will have to have changes into the legislation, take away this particular function of declaring salary, like some official income of civil servants. Or something else could be done if this is their official income. It could be entered from the register. An ACP can do it by themselves. The point here is to make sure that the society knows that this person has income, and this public will know that when this information is drawn and publicized. What I'm trying to say, an ACP should not use time and resources on things that are not really moving anything. We need to analyze it. We need to see how the mechanisms of inspections are done. You mentioned lifestyle monitoring. They have some resource, like 8 people or something. They can cover it all. We need to understand how many people we have that do lifestyle monitoring, how many people check declarations, and then make sure that they do things that will change something in the integrity status or anti-corruption policy, and not checking how the head of a village council has declared something or not declared something. So if this is automatically changed, it doesn't have to be done again. Your question comes from the question of how many declarants we have. 370 people work in an ACP, and we have 800,000 people who submit declarations. There is no way that 400 people can do quality assessment of this many declarations. It is just impossible. Who are we trying to fool? I can see that the declarations are submitted, do the register, check some people, that they cannot check everyone. It's impossible. So we will need to have a shorter number of declarants, but they don't have to be 800,000, like, I don't know, firefighters, rescuers. Why would they declare? We need to shorten the number of declarants. Who should we have? These are people who really have impact on the situation with corruption in the country, not just everyone out there. So this will be my answer, quite lengthy and complicated.
Should be limited by the level of positions, level of profit, combination of these factors, maybe level of influence of study that you need to find the right methodology for. It's not about the level of profit, income. Can I say something about the level of profit? When I came to the prosecutor's office, my income was 70 hryvnias, just to, translate it for our foreign representatives. That's $50 at the time. I was an intern, and after I was attested, they raised my salary, and I started getting $70. So let's be honest. The government didn't actually plan for me to survive only getting that salary. And I have nothing to hide. If I didn't have my grandma and my mother, I could just die of hunger if that was the only income. So that was actually the source of corruption. They actually implemented that thing, and that ensures that actually created the basis of corruption. That's a corruption factor. You can't pay minimum salary to people at the customs and expect them to be honest and fair. You need to pay them the decent salary so they could survive. If they can't survive, they will definitely be corrupt. That's absolutely what's going to happen. This is why, speaking about income, well, some categories of officials and bureaucrats that have very interesting incomes, and actually the cabinet of ministers, in case if you don't know, they have a reform, and they limited income for anti-corruption officials like 9,000 hryvnias, and that's like $200. So how do you think they're going to live? And I think these limitations should be implemented based on the position. And you can limit the income in countries like the USA when people are pretty fair, there's a system in place, and people can survive getting that kind of salary. Do I understand correctly, at some point you participated in cooperation with NACP in terms of qualifications of unjustified assets? That happened in my so-called previous life. That was long ago. What do you think? Should it be a priority? And if yes, what other priority areas do you think are relevant for NACP? Okay, answering your question. Unjustified assets. This area is prioritized by NACP right now. And if you take a look, before the war started, we have different cases. Like I had a case, 5, 6 cases. I can't tell you for sure. Now it's more developed, and we receive more and more cases, and NACP prioritizes them. And that's a very good thing to do. That's the right thing to do. And then there should be lifestyle monitoring. And that's another priority. So there's no doubt about this. And you have to prioritize this as well, lifestyle monitoring. You have to take a look at people's lifestyle and unjustified assets. These are top priorities. Thank you. The last question. For example, if you lose this competition, if you're not selected, are you still interested in working in the NACP in that case? Even considering your status as a military official, as part of Ministry of Defense. Well, at the same time, I'm a prosecutor in the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. And if I don't win that competition, that's Commission's decision, nothing, it's not a disaster. And actually, I appreciate you organizing this competition that was pretty straightforward and transparent. No offense, and of course, I understand that there should be only one. So this is why I'd like to say that if I'm not selected as a head of NACP, I will still be a military serviceman. And I will try to win this war and then get back to the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. If you win this competition, do you see? I mean, have you had enough time? Probably you don't have a lot of time, but have you seen any people in the list of your competitors? Have you seen anyone that you'll be happy to work with if you win? I've looked through some interviews. I know some of these people. I mean, I'm not in a vacuum. I know these people from work, and there are people that are currently part of NACP, like all of people who currently work in NACP, they're specialists. I'm not saying any names. That would be not proper thing to do, but I see actually tomorrow I will look through all of the professional qualities interviews, and I think that all of them are decent people, and they have the right and capacity to work in NACP, well, except some of them, and again, I'm not saying any names, but professionally they just don't fit. They just they fit for a different job. But those people who work in NACP, they're professionals. No question about that. You're part of the army from the first day, and I thank you for your service, and thank you for the possibility to, run this competition and live. Yeah, well, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kozlov. Commissioner Ivanovska.
Пане Сергію, у мене до вас два запитання. Перше питання, от ви
Sergey, I have two questions. Well, the first question is, throughout the whole interview, you talked about your experience, previous experience, current experience. What exactly from this professional experience makes you qualified enough to become chief of NACP? That's the first question. And the second question right away, just make it short. If you are selected as a chief of NACP, after some time, what will be your criteria to define your success in anti-corruption efforts? Thank you for your question. Actually, you asked me a question that I always ask during interviews. And thank you for that question. I actually am prepared for that. I'm the only participant of that competition that has the set of skills, and there are no other people. I'm just saying how good you are, how good I am. I worked in the police system, in law enforcement. I know how investigation works. I used to be investigated. I was part of a pre-trial investigation agency. I know how the anti-corruption institution works, like NABU. I know how specialized anti-corruption prosecutor's office works. Now I'm a chief of anti-corruption unit within the Ministry of Defense. And this unit has lots of functions. It is also performed by the National Anti-Corruption Agency. And I know what it's about. Besides, I know how our Ukrainian army looks like, because I'm part of it. I was directly involved in hostilities, and I know what's going on the front line. And I think that this vast experience will allow me to be a great chief of a national agency on the corruption prevention. And speaking about your second question, what will I consider my success? As my success. And the first thing I will pay attention to is whether this agency will still be there in 4 years down the road. That will be my best success, having a state institution and the state. Well, nowadays, the question is not about the chief of the NACP. The question is whether we will survive as a country, as a state, and our job is to win this fight. So the main success is the existence of a just, open institution, the existence of the state. I will just general answer, I know, but I will get into details. And this institution should help country to survive. And specifically, my personal success, I will consider my personal success is when the next commission arrives, they will assess my work and they will find my work successful, instead of saying that there was a bad chief and there are lots of red flags for this guy. I just want the next commission to give me a good mark. I wish they could say I was a success. Thank you for your service and thank you for letting us live. Thank you. We need each other, and I'm sure we'll survive that fight.
Mr. Spanyan, thank you again for your time this morning. I can speak for all the commissioners when I say this has been a wonderful interview. We've learned a lot. You're an inspiration for your country and for your family, I'm sure. So Godspeed, good luck with your work, and thank you again for being with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Дякую всій комісії.
So, dear commissioners, I want to submit for a vote the idea that we take a 15-minute technical break, stretch our legs. Could I have everybody vote in alphabetical order? Allah? We are back from our technical break, and we will resume our interviews with the candidate Victor Pavlushik. Over yet. Good afternoon. We are going to start this interview with the questioning from Commissioner Kozlov.
Доброго дня ще раз.
Good afternoon again.
У мене є
Good afternoon.
до вас ось яке перш за все питання.
Here's the first question to you.
Солідний досвід.
You have a pretty profound experience of operative and investigative work.
Хочете перейти в сектор.
Now you basically want to move to the prevention sector, so to say. Why?
У вас було менше роботи, коли ви повернетесь на оперативну слідчу.
Like to make sure you don't have more job, to make sure that your colleagues don't have more job. Yeah, actually, thank you for giving me the possibility to speak. The first reason is the wish to develop. And I think it's a normal thing to develop, to move on, not to be stuck at one place, and also some development in emotional and professional meaning. And at this stage, I regard NACP as one of the agencies of the general anti-corruption infrastructure in Ukraine. I joined that infrastructure back in 2015 when I was selected for the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine to create, before the creation of NACP, NABU employees have undergone a very complicated period, and we've engaged with NACP multiple times when we investigated criminal proceedings that are related to the failure to submit declarations of legal profit. You know, I think that these two agencies are the agencies that at least need to work in cooperation. And I agree with your hypothesis. NACP is an institution that designs the policy, and I think it has more mandate, more authority to communicate to Ukrainian society and every citizen, to communicate aspects that are meant to form zero tolerance towards corruption among the population. How many subordinates do you have right now? Right now, I have 15 detectives, and out of them, 3 people are temporary and not doing their job because of the immobilization, because they joined the army. If you lead NACP, number of people you manage will grow more than 20 times. How are you going to deal with that in the beginning? Because maybe you will get used to that, but what about the beginning? Well, I'll try to explain. I think that every manager is responsible for their area. And considering my domain, my authority as a head of a department, I'm responsible for all of my subordinates, each one of them. I need to know about their professional qualities and their work results. I need to learn about their emotional state and their family situation, their personal problems. I need to consider these things, and based on that, I will set tasks for them. And I think this approach gives me a possibility to calculate their productivity for each one of them and redistribute resources among them. And I think the important element here is specialization. And the better one person is specialized in their own area, the better they will do it. At the same time, there are no people who can do any job, like complete all of the tasks, like 70, 100 tasks that they're dealing with. And in terms of the way I'm going to work in the new organization as a top manager, I won't be responsible for each and single person. They will have their own supervisors, and they are responsible for their subordinates on their level. And I'm responsible for my supervisors and at my level, managers of specific units under the chief of the agency.
Але в якому ступені ви будете цікавитись?
But in what extent you're going to
Як почувають себе в організації і взагалі
be interested in how people feel in the organization? I mean people that are not your direct subordinates. I will definitely try to monitor that. There are different managing styles. And my attitude is I will always consider my subordinates' opinions, and that's okay. I'm not the smartest person. I'm not a genius. I don't have all of the information, not Wikipedia. So in this situation, I will definitely ensure communication not just with my direct subordinates that are supervisors in their specific units. With all, I'm meaning all participants. I'm not going to communicate with 300 people every day, but there are different types of communication, like communication through supervisors that manage these people directly. And in this situation, I need to consider their professional qualities and competencies, how they communicate information top to bottom and bottom to top. There are different methods, tools like interviews. And apart from general interview where people provide feedback, I will be able to talk to people face to face. My office doors are always open. I'm very flexible in terms of schedule. I'm always ready to listen to people over the telephone or face to face. There are no problems with that. And I'm ready to come for help and provide assistance if they have something or if they need advice, even including their family life. These are very important elements for their productivity in the future. And the key thing is anonymous interviews, and that's a very important component. That's a very big problem about our society. Not many people are ready to talk openly about problems, and anonymous feedback is a great tool. Of course, all of the feedback will be assessed, but we need that kind of feedback. Every feedback will be assessed and considered. I think during this competition, you probably had to do some self-analysis, just like other candidates. Can you say, what do you lack? What kind of knowledge do you lack to successfully meet expectations when you become a chief of an ACP? And what do you do to get this knowledge? What did you do? Yeah, just like I said, I'm not a Wikipedia. I can't know everything. And if I'm assigned as a chief of NACP, I won't have specific experience managing such a big organization. I can get such information locally, like audit analysis. I'm studying materials, I'm analyzing information, and I think my strongest side is that I always try to check and analyze any provided information through different sources. Because in Ukraine, just like all over the world, there are different perspectives, and I try to analyze all of them and then make a decision. But the first thing I'm going to do is I will try to get practical experience locally. Now, I'm talking about professional skills. And if I may, I'd like to talk about, that's probably a more professional quality, not emotional. I think public speaking is one of the things that I need to work on. I'm not a politician. I mostly did operative and investigation work. I'm not a public person, and I'm not a state prosecutor that always speaks in courts. This is not my typical job, but thanks to this commission, thanks to the previous commission that selected me as a director, I gained a lot of experience, and I can see myself develop, and I always try to move forward and get skills and knowledge that are necessary for further development. What are your priorities in NACP? What are the top three? Well, in your essay, we didn't see you mention corruption prevention. Well, speaking about my essay, this question in particular, that's true. The top three priorities in my vision are the elements that affect the result, which is corruption prevention. About of those that I mentioned, it's actually in my general vision. It's kind of an agency that has to prevent corruption, and I think the key tool here is communication with the public. And I focused on that in my strategic vision. I created it not just using my experience in public sector, but also as my personal experience. I'm using the services of NACP because I have to submit declarations, and as an official, I use these inspections, the information, the results of these inspections. And based on my experience, the percentage of people that actually read through these NACP reports, it's not that many. And people just fill out their declarations because they need to. They just do it for the sake of it. They don't understand what the questions are about. Including those that are related to usage, and sometimes people just don't focus on that. If they used certain assets for like 180 days, they just don't pay attention to that, most of the people. And I think one of the ways to prevent corruption is communication with the public. And as I already mentioned, educating people, the public, on these norms. And also we need to specify certain recommendations and guidelines, because me as a lawyer, I understand what each one of them are all about. I know what to do with them. But at the same time, I can see that non-lawyers out there, it's just rocket science for them, and they don't understand much. And I think that they're doing a good job in systematizing, structuring these elements, but you need to educate people. What elements of the declarations are excessive, like what should be dropped and what should be added? Well, that's a good question. Practically, I think it has enough information and it has enough authority for NACP to check available information. I won't drop anything because all information in declarations, well, maybe the structure should be changed, but it really depends. I think we need to communicate with civil society and consider their suggestions. But in terms of adding information, I think we need to optimize law enforcement agencies and NACP. Maybe information about bank accounts should be added. That would be a good thing. Well, I don't know about anything else, but I think that the available information is necessary and it's enough. And I think adding more information will lead to more overwhelming and overloading. Well, speaking about things to be dropped, well, I'll just give you an example. For example, there's a family and they live in a flat owned by the husband. So do you have to declare that, the wife has a right to use that flat? They're a family, they're living there. In the previous declarations, that was a problem. All persons in the section 2 as family members. Practically, well, there are pop-up windows that allow you to select these people, and I don't think it's a problem. It doesn't take more time at this stage, and not all family members of the declarant, family members that are in the list, not all of them, they live there and they use the property. So we need to diversify that, really. If we take 3 activity aspects for an ACP: declaration, register, checking conflict of interest, and lifestyle monitoring, how would you distribute available human and financial resources among these areas? Well, I think I will be able to provide a competent answer to that question as soon as I have practical experience when I arrive as a chief of the agency. If I am selected, I will need to study the structure, study the people, the workload, the resources available, resources that have to be spent, amount of man hours for each area, and I will be able to provide you with a detailed answer. But right now, NACP has certain functions for a reason, and I think they are all equally important to design the general policy of the agency, to distribute resources. So as soon as I have specific numbers, I will provide you with an answer.
My last 2 questions. How do you see automatization in NACP, maybe use of artificial intelligence for its activities? Number two, with those people who are entrusted with certain responsibilities within public law. Should an ACP take part in preparing this stuff? Do they need to specialize depending on the sphere that they work in? Schemes can be different in different industries. I think I will start with authorized representatives and the general statement. I think that an ACP should take part in training. I think that a large part of population do not really look into that. Anti-corruption authorized representatives will be the people who are able to explain this information to the people who use the services of agencies, of the agency, those who enter data into declaration. So if we talk about this anti-corruption authorized representatives, this is what an ACP has to take part. And that is related to anti-corruption law and the functions. If we talk about other spheres and specialization, this is kind of like what you find in law enforcement, depending on the type of work that it needs to be in. I'm the head of a department that fights corruption with the judiciary, with the prosecution. And I think that the situation is very much similar with anti-corruption authorized people. That knowledge that I have, that experience I will find in the field, I need to understand broad information that is needed now for proceedings. I study that, I develop myself. I'm looking for these schemes according to which people can obtain illegal incomes, any other kinds of fraud in declaration. So people can have certain skills already now and can be appointed, or they can receive these skills, but I think they have to be specialists in anti-corruption law, and the agency has to take part in that. You mentioned that you were dealing with corruption crimes among judges. Did you prepare materials, this synthetic reports on qualification evaluation of judges? I think I saw something on that in your motivation letter. And if yes, then, in your opinion, how effective was the use of your work by the Supreme Council of Justice? Yes, for a very long time we did not have a qualifying commission for the judges. I think qualification evaluation of judges was postponed for, I believe, 3 years, 2017, 2019. Of course, that was done. Data was accumulated by us, the detectives of the unit that was dealing with that. But this used to be analytical materials. Many institutions in Ukraine have a memorandum with the National Bureau, and based on that memorandum of cooperation, they provide information. I believe I'm not ready to speak in general, but I know instances when this information was used and analyzed. But of course, I was very busy with other things as well, and I could not analyze every interview, every judge. Such cooperation on passing information has been terminated because the unit, the analytical unit, is way too busy they cannot perform these additional functions, and that was confirmed by the independent audit when they said this is not part of their function. But we cannot say the work has been terminated in general, because over these 8 years we have accumulated a lot of information under criminal proceedings, under investigations and search, and maybe all of the information then can be officially provided to the High Qualification Commission for Judges and Council of Justice. So that can be provided, and we have specific examples. I personally looked at some of the interviews last week. They have been included and are used to make decisions. I think that the reasons are legal and just. If we talk about the Supreme Council of Justice, then the problem with it was no possibility for disciplinary action against justice. There was no quorum, and of course now we have a procedure that will be organized according to this function. Now it is done by the Council of Justice, but they do ask us for information. In many instances where we see unethical behavior, which can be used to prosecute a judge, we send complaints to the Council of Justice to make sure that they make appropriate decisions. Colleagues?
Commissioner Kozlov, thank you. Mr. Pawluszek, thank you very much for joining us today for this interview and for your service to your country. I'm going to start by asking you what position you play on the NABU football team.
Виключно позицію без будь-яких інших коментарів, я так
So
розумію.
you just need only my role without comments. I'm a goalkeeper.
Interesting. Okay.
Окрім цього, досить довгий період часу.
Apart from that, for quite a long time, I was the captain. I organized the team. I organized our participation in Kyiv championships. This is an important element for the team, for the people. This is good for their morals. This is good to discharge. They work like 24/7, 25/8, I don't know. It's difficult, and they need a place where they can discharge. Just coming home and lying on a sofa does not help. If you change activity, that's the best. So, sport in this situation plays a vital role. And, of course, first of all, well, we had the epidemic of COVID, now the martial law, lots of work that we need to do. So far, all we do is within the Bureau, we meet in our gym, and we organize some local tournaments to raise funds for our colleagues who have been mobilized into the armed forces.
Thank you. So I think you're very correct to focus on the challenge of strategic communications in the role of leader of the NACP. And so let me ask you to kind of fill in the blank here, okay? We don't fight corruption as an end in itself, right? It's good to stop corruption, zero tolerance corruption, good. Stopping it forever, great. But we're doing it to achieve other affirmative ends. We're doing it to achieve what? What is it we're trying to achieve by stopping, preventing corruption, by showing zero tolerance of corruption? In your words.
Як, в принципі, я писав в своєму есе,
I think I wrote in my essay quite a lot. these are my honest ideas, my vision, and my experience. In 2016, I had an opportunity to have a study visit to Singapore, a wonderful country. And in this situation, I could see a lot, some real examples. What I was saying about the possible developments in the national agency, if I am approved. Yeah, I saw that all in practice in 2016. A very different mentality of people when it comes to corruption and to civil service and to life. And I believe that the primary goal of the agency and of other anti-corruption institutions is this: it's the change of mentality. To make sure that Ukraine forgets forever the motto which some of the people have, the negative one. It's funny, of course, but, well, too funny, painfully funny. So to make sure that there is no corruption in Ukraine, you need to have a body who can solve all of the problems for you. I think we should forget about that. I think we, like people in Singapore, need to understand that if you give a bribe, which has been documented a lot, or take a bribe, is not possible. In Singapore, when you stand in line, you will just wait. Nobody will bypass you and just come and say, I just need to ask, I just need to sign, I just need a stamp. People are standing in line and politely wait.
So how do you link anti-corruption with economic growth, prosperity, and entrepreneurship?
Пряма залежність і
There is a very direct link. I think that there is a lot to be said. I gave you some of the examples in the previous question. Singapore, it's a country which developed its strategy for development covering 50 years. And in 2016, we saw that. And their strategy is going to expire very soon, and they say we will not be able to do it in the previous 50 years, but we will do it in the coming 50 years. And I heard it from a person who was 70-something at the time. And maybe that man will not live long enough to see the result, but he wants it for the society. I think this is a very direct link. I don't think we will be able to unroot corruption completely. It will continue to be at every level, but controlling.
Very good. So
Добре.
we had a technical glitch and we're back online. In your words, what is the difference between the professional skills and discipline of investigating, prosecuting corruption and preventing corruption?
Мікрофончик.
You need to switch your microphone on? I'm sorry. I believe,
По-перше, це запобігання корупції, це досить широке.
first of all, corruption prevention is a broad aspect.
Розслідування та
Investigation
притягнення до відповідальності за корупцію.
and prosecution for corruption crimes is a bit narrower. It's it's an element of the issue. So, in general, for that, I think that professional skills are wider, some in one aspect and narrower in the other, to investigate and prosecute. I see that right now we have a system that functions better than corruption prevention. I will try to explain. We have criminal code, we have legislation according to which professional investigators, prosecutors, judges do their thing. They prepare materials, they consider cases in courts. When we worked in the Anti-Corruption Bureau, there was a lot of tension, a lot of desire to change, to increase the volume of work, to limit our mandate, but it is out there. Prevention of corruption is wider. I think that at this stage, it is still developing, starting some years ago, and it has to develop better. Professional skills and qualities. To prevent corruption, we have to have professional people from various spheres. When we talk about prosecution and investigation, it's different, it's more complicated. But at the same time, it is dictated by the law.
Very good. So let's talk for a minute about what you will do in your first year if you are selected as the winner. The NACP has limited time and resources, limited bandwidth. There are many problems that need to be fixed within the NACP itself, including who does what on a day-to-day basis with what resources. There are functions and products that need to be rectified, including how does the declaration phenomenon work to actually create accountability across government. It's not just about checking declarations, it's about achieving an end, which is accountability. So under these circumstances, you're going to have to make choices on day one. And so what I would like you to express for the commissioners is what will be your single priority? What will be the first mover? What will be the thing you do which will enable you to do other things and grow this institution?
Напевно, трошки буду повторюватися зі своїми попередніми відповідями.
I will probably repeat myself a little bit. I think when I answered Andrei's question, I mentioned that a lot will depend on the results of my conversations with people. Learning about organization, I think a lot of experience I'm gaining at this point. At the same time, the information that allows me to make decisions, things that I focus on, it's basically audits and other public information. And I think the key things is working with a structure. And the focus on this is present in the European Commission results and audits. This current structure needs to be revised, considering proposals in the European Commission reports and audits. I'm not sure exactly what guidelines were implemented, were not. And there are certain functions, like mentions in the audits in terms of special inspections. I think that's not natural for the agency. I'm not sure if it's there, it's already implemented. But speaking about further steps, as I described in my strategic vision, is to focus our work to decrease bureaucracy and ensure digitalization. As a normal citizen, I was very pleased when I got, well, I haven't got it, but when my wife showed me an email from NACP where she electronically had her declaration checked, and she had this check passed. And that was quite an interesting and pleasant experience. I think there should be more cases like that, and resources need to be spent to structure it and digitalize all work to avoid spending human resources that can be allocated for risk assessment, policy making, and there are lots of functions that need to be intervened, like the AI results, and because it should be based on the current situation in Ukraine. And something that I want to mention, because the rest is mentioned in my essay, lawmaking. There's a lot of criticism here. I think NACP activity should affect all people who violate legislation. So in this case, there should be guidelines and laws in place that regulate anti-corruption commissioners in different agencies. It should be regulated by specific laws registered in the Ministry of Justice. And it sounds surprising because it says NACP checks deputies for anti-corruption risks, but they're not doing internal checks. They're not registered in the Ministry of Justice. That's a pretty strange thing. Thank you, Matthew. I have a question based on your motivation letter. Actually, one of them is based on your motivation letter, and the other is based on the strategic vision. Very short question. In your motivation letter, you mentioned that there's a challenge for NACP that is not related to the failure to restore declaration. So what kind of ideas do you have about this? Well, for example, on Monday, you will be assigned as a head of NACP. And the second question is about the human resource policy. You mentioned in your strategic vision, you said that the HR policy has certain flaws. So what do you mean by that, and how would you improve that? Thank you for the question. Well, first, speaking about complete declaration checks. First, I mentioned that multiple times. Digitalization should be one of the tools, one of the ways to tackle this problem. As much as possible, you need to contribute to ensuring more automated processes. And after they canceled these declarations, the resources were allocated. So I'm not sure how these resources were allocated. And I think I will need to study that the first day I'm assigned, and that's a key issue. And I will try to distribute resources to make sure every function of NACP is intact should be carried out, because we remember from back in 1918 and there were some isolated cases, isolated declarations, and then the system was improved. And I think only if you ensure automation and digitalization, you will be able to cover these issues. You can't physically do it manually. It's impossible for any organization with any resources. That's just a productivity issue. In terms of HR policy, based on my experience, I will give you an example. National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't study that issue in details, but it's been my 9th year in the Bureau. I haven't seen anyone assigned based on so-called the act on war, law on war. It's all about competitions. Well, it's not. It's optional. Should be a competition, and it doesn't cancel a possibility to run these competitions. So I would actually try to restore these processes. Of course, there's a war in the country, and I think people that are fighting, they deserve good structure of the public service. And these people should be selected using competitions. And if the front line is pretty far from Kiev, and we can run this competition, this selection in Kiev right now, so we can do the same for to hire people for the public sector. And it can be transparent, and it can be based on professional qualities. Every detective that works in my unit, they undergone open and transparent competition, and I work with them. And I'm ready to say that all of them are professionals.
Період часу після проходження ними конкурсами
And after they are selected, after they were selected, I didn't participate in the competition commissions, but they are the ones to make decisions, to make sure they do their job. And despite the fact that I didn't select them, they're professionals. They are part of team, and they can do the job. So I think NACP can use that selection process too. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for being with us today. I'll start with a question about your current position in NABU. I would like to ask you whether you ever felt political pressures or other type of pressures, or whether you felt any type of repercussions against you, linked to the way in which you are doing your job. I learned that you investigate judicial corruption, including prosecutors, including at top level. So is there anything you'd like to share with us in that respect?
Дякую за запитання. Дане питання.
Thank you for your question. Well, people keep asking that question a lot of times, and I even when people are talking, people, especially when people don't believe in the transparency of the selection process, there's some lack of understanding. And I can say this, in my office, I didn't have a single case where they would tell me, stop doing that. There is a criminal proceeding, and there will be a decision that will be made. So is it going to lead to court or not? But it's going to be done, and there is no pressure within the organization whatsoever. Speaking about political pressure, I think that's impossible thing, because I think that both in the national agency, every agency official has a certain level of independence to resist such pressure. Just give me a second. I just made some notes for myself because I wanted to give you an example. There are certain cases, and you can, take a look at them, and you will see that for the period of my mandate, we've sent cases to court against municipal judges. Even there was a head of state administration, state court administration, a case against municipal judges. It's a huge list of different judicial agencies. There were lots of proceedings against people failing to submit their declarations. And unfortunately, it's still ongoing. When speaking about prosecutor agencies, there was a head of the department within the prosecutor's office, deputy heads of units, deputy head of oblast level, and lots of such cases were sent to court. And there were decisions made, but there was no political pressure about that. We had different complications, like when the situation deteriorated for the detectives. We had a lot of work to do. We had additional tasks, and detectives, including me, we worked dusk till dawn and dawn till dusk. When I was in Kiev, I didn't have enough time to go home. And we fought, and I think we were pretty successful. And apart from political pressure, while we had to gain trust from the population, we were pressured morally and physically. Well, there were some facts, like I received threats. People threatened to damage my property, damage my health. And our internal monitoring department made a decision to ensure my security. It's a pretty hard situation when you can't go out with your child to play because there are security measures, and that's complicated, but it doesn't mean that we are slowing down or we're stopping our work, because we did our job.
I understand no political pressures, and thank you for sharing us the other type of pressures, but have you ever been the subject of repercussions from state bodies that you were maybe investigating? Did that happen?
Для мене, як посадової особи,
For me as an official, no, absolutely not. I already told that. We had some additional work to do. So that was kind of a fact that we had to deal with, but we did our job, and we did it successfully. There were some amendments to the legislation, and that led to the closure of criminal proceedings by the prosecutors, by judges, and this practice is out there, and people know about that, and they make articles about that in social media, but we didn't weren't affected in my unit, so we could successfully work on cases and send it to court.
Policy that an ACP is implementing right now? Do you think it should be an ACP? Do you think if it should be an ACP, do you think there's enough legal mandate to do that? What would you change or keep the same if you'd be the next head of an ACP?
Санкційної політики загалом
Well, sanction policy in terms of anti-corruption measures. We're not speaking about anti-Russian sanctions, right?
я вважаю, що на даному
Well,
етапі
I think that at this point, the legislation distributes functions for every agency that participates in anti-corruption measures like investigation
вважаю, що
in Ukraine. I think that
максимально
top priority should be structure our work with available mandate and to focus on this mandate, these authorities. At the same time, the way to optimize our work and take some load off our shoulders. If our personnel is expanded, there are certain elements. I'm not talking about the sanction policy right now, but it affects our resource availability. Now I'm talking about discrepancies in declarations and inconsistencies, because I think they are like introducing that mechanism, and I think it will succeed in practice. But before it happens, when I look at the products that were received by the National Bureau, I can say that's just wasting resources.
And last question from my side. You've been working, as you say, in NABU for many years, under for the largest part of this period under the leadership of Mr. Sidnick, who's now a deputy in an ACP. How do you see the potential cooperation between you with an exchange of hierarchy, you being the director and he being the deputy? Do you see any challenges in running that relationship or not?
тут хотів би відзначити від
Well, I would like to say that they should focus on the difference between the National Bureau and other agencies. We have a detective unit. That's a unit that does investigation. They're completely independent pre-trial investigation units. And practically speaking, a chief of the bureau doesn't affect specific criminal proceedings in terms of detectives doing their job, professional job. And the director of the bureau, it's about functional and procedural things. It's basically about supporting officials directly. In this particular situation, when I do my job as a person that was involved in operative and investigative work, I didn't cooperate much with the head of the bureau. So it's very hard for me to talk about that, to say something specific. He was my boss, I was his boss, no problem about that. So, I mean, I may be his boss. So there is no problem about that. And it will definitely be affected by professionalism, being on the same page, having same perspective. Well, sometimes we have different perspectives, and I already mentioned that I will always listen to every employee that I'm cooperate with. And honestly,
напевно, все ж таки
I think
підходи спілкування все інше буду приймати виключно
that
в разі обрання мною і виникнення даної проблематики.
I will do this I will think about it after I am selected.
Я уточню одну річ.
Want to ask about something. Unlike many other participants of the competition, you're not really a stranger for an ACP, but you're an outsider. You come from a different institution. The question is this: when and if you become the head of an ACP, you will need to be briefed. What's happening, who is responsible for what and why. Who will you invite for such a brief, or who will you go to for such a conversation? The people who you know, or those who you will select looking at their results?
З приводу результатів, напевно, ні.
Well, results. Probably not.
В Національному агентстві досить велика
The national agency has quite a lot of things that it is responsible for,
працівників
and
роботу і
evaluating how can I do that, what kind of criteria do I use to decide who is better and who is worse. It's impossible. Of course, I will talk hierarchically, I think. Yes, I'm a stranger. I know some of the people who work now with an ACP. I think Artem Sergeyevich is the only person who is there right now. I don't really know the majority of the people, but this is not the criteria I'm going to apply. Hierarchy. It's the person who is acting head right now, because I will take over that position. Then deputies, heads of departments, and then I would talk in various ways with all of the participants, and it's not on day one. I will collect this information for a certain period of time to do quality assessment, make decisions, including all of the viewpoints. Would you like to talk to Mr. Novikov, for example? It will depend on him whether he will such a desire. Of course, the person who organized that all had some vision for it. It would be nice for me. I would be honored to talk to the previous head.
Thank you, Commissioner Kozlov. Over to Commissioner Onyshenko.
Пане Віктор, ви знаєте, коли ми готувалися, власне,
You know, when we were getting ready to the interviews, we talked about principles. Any kind of activities has a certain quantity and quality of principles. Those include integrity, good faith. In the beginning of our conversation, you said you were not the cleverest. You said it several times. You said you were not a Wikipedia. I have a question to you. Are you a leader? Would you rather be a leader, or would you be a perfect executor of decisions which, as we say, come from the top?
Загалом в своєму житті я
Generally speaking, in my life, I would say I'd always tried to move forward. I always believed that I don't have limitations, or rather something that would limit me limit my mind when I would be looking for ways to do something. And thank you to the question that Matthew gave to me. I can say that it was also visible in sports. I always tried to lead people, develop people, myself and people as well move forward and have a team. I think I have enough leadership qualities. I think I'm more of a leader than a person who will go according to an instruction, because any kind of instruction has to be evaluated. I don't think that all of them have to be perfectly implemented. If I have people around me who will grow and will outgrow me, I will be honored. If I give instructions to people and they tell me that it doesn't meet some of the requirements or something else, I will once again say I'm not Wikipedia, and if I miss something and this is told to me openly, I will be only grateful. I see, thank you. Sir, I have a question to you. In your essay, you identified as your achievement the fact that you have rules of the game for the subject of declaration by implementing clarifications on the law on preventing corruption. Do you think that these clarifications come in conflict with the law? These are clarifications that were provided on the subject of declaration, conflict of interest, and so on. As of now, I'm ready to say that in my life I saw all of these things that you mentioned: conflict of interest, protecting whistleblowers, and declaration. The clarifications, I will highlight what I said in one of my previous answers. Yes, they have been systematized. What we had before with 2019 is very different from what we have now. What we have now has been structured, but still a lot needs to be done. Apart from structuring that and accumulating, we can also try to minimize and simplify. For people who are not from the legal profession, I'm a lawyer. I will agree that they were done well, formulated well, but for non-lawyers it's different. The conflict of interest and everything else that I saw in my practice, we see something different there. I think that recommendations that we have and the requirements of the law, they meet the need that we see in the civil society. At the same time, the practice of using these norms, interpreting and use for decision-making by the judiciary, it's different. I will not be prepared to highlight some of the decisions that were made by judges. At the same time, I can give you an example of failure to declare. This is an example that was investigated by the National Bureau when I was leading that. The Bureau received the conclusion from the National Agency on the failure to declare by a judge on religious background. And we don't have ultimate practice or the decision of the Constitutional Court in 2010 when that was not approved. But we have decisions on previous cases of similar kind, and they were only went to the Supreme Court. At this stage, we also have a similar case, but the decision of the first instance was accusative, appellation, acquitted, and the Supreme Court cancelled the appeal and returned the case for reconsideration. At the same time, the person applied to close the proceeding because of the time that expired, which means that we do not have the final decision again. And this is the grounds for manipulating these norms, using the norms not only on religious grounds or something else, but to avoid being public or demonstrating assets publicly. And I think that this is the key issue and not the legislation. In my opinion, the legislation is written well. You just have to keep to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear commissioners. Come back to you in a second. We have a couple more questions. We have a couple more minutes. Laura, go first, and then I'll have one more question.
Just a quick question of clarification, because we discussed it with other candidates. I want to ask you if you're also an authorized attorney at law.
Laura, could you repeat the question? Terribly sorry, this is from the interpreter.
Чи є у вас право на заняття адвокатською діяльністю?
No. Thank you. Дякую.
So let me summarize where I think we are with you and give you one final question. In your strategic vision, you correctly identified that the NACP sits in the middle of this new institutional architecture and in many ways should be the central organizing executive authority. It should be driving the machinery of the government of Ukraine, and it should be coordinating with all these other stakeholders. You've also correctly identified that there is basically a design flaw in the NACP because it's been given punishment functions and preventative functions. And they are different, actually, very different. And you've spoken to that as well. Prevention requires building trust, and punishment often entails actions which, undermine trust. So you've also said that, and humbly I would add, that you are unsure of yourself in certain ways, and that's a good sign to me because it means you're ready to learn and you appreciate the difficulty of the challenge. So the question I want to pose to you at this point is, pretend we're average Ukrainian citizens on the street, and tell us why we should trust you to make our lives better in this very, very, very important role that you seek to take on.
Я сподіваюся, що
I hope that, I don't even hope, I know that
за цей період
in this period of time,
комісія
including previous competitions, the Commission has a lot of information about me.
себе характеризує як
I
людину,
would describe myself as a person who is goal-oriented and persistent.
перед собою метою і
My goal
завжди
is set,
прикладаю зусиль для того, щоб
and then I will do everything to achieve the result where I am.
теж з мого резюме це
You can understand that from my resume. I don't change jobs every 6 months.
в даному відділі я
I've worked with this department. I develop myself in each of the spheres
скільки я можу,
as much as I can.
в даній ситуації
And in this situation,
це якраз характеризує
this is
мною
what
наразі зміни
describes me as a person who, if I change my activities, will not stop.
каденцію всі 4 роки я буду
And while I'm in the office, I will continue to develop myself
це мета як
and to grow. This is my goal for myself and for other citizens
для моїх дітей.
and for my children. First of all, I'm here, I'm in Ukraine. My children are in Ukraine. We get more of them,
Я буду намагатись зробити все,
and I will try to do everything I can to make sure that they live
Україні
in a good country, in a well-developed country with good mentality, and so that they already have this opportunity to not never to learn about this post-Soviet mentality.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavlushik. We appreciate your time today. And the interview is officially concluded. So thank you. So dear commissioners, we now turn to the next interview, which is of Vitaly Nikulin. Who's the lead on Nikulin?
Доброго дня. Можу розпочинати з
Good
вашого.
afternoon. May I begin?
Доброго дня.
Thank you. So,
Дозвольте мені
Vitaly,
почнемо.
welcome.
У мене до
We
вас
will
відразу декілька
start.
питань, верніше,
I will have several questions to you. Rather, it's one question that will be encompassing several directions. You have a lot of experience in science and practical activities. You have your results, achievements, success. What provoked or motivated you to run for a new position, which is the head of an ACP? This is the first part of my question. Next, your professional experience that helps you to think that this position will be useful for you, that you will be able to manage, that you will stand up to the challenge at such a difficult time. What is that? Thank you for your questions. Greetings to all of the commissioners. I will use this opportunity to say thank you to you for this opportunity to be here at the final interview. Now the questions. What motivated this change? The head of an ACP, this job is one of the most important ones in corruption prevention in Ukraine. For me, as a person who is quite ambitious, this is very, very important because I want to see things changed to the best in our country. I wrote that in my motivation letter. I want to make sure that every day for every citizen of our country, life is better. And in our joint efforts of all of us who work in an ACP, we do everything to show results. I'm mostly a doer, not a talker. And when I wanted to take this position, I meant that I want to do something rather than showing something. My professional experience, I have about 10 years of leading various teams of people. That was the system of permits. I know their problem, controlling functions. Now I'm in prevention of torture and other cruel treatment or degrading treatment in Ukraine. So my preventive function is similar to what is foreseen for an ACP. I think that my professional experience, my experience as that of a leader, my knowledge, taken together with my young age, a lot of energy that I have, and a large desire to change something, will yield a result.
Just to clarify, the international prevention mechanism and the relevant activities is a link between your current position and your potential position that you may occupy on Monday. Do I understand you correctly? Not really. What I mean is the national prevention mechanism that I'm working with, that's my main job. That's not just a link, that's not just a step forward. I'm always very responsible in doing my job. Based on the legislation, right now my job is the national prevention mechanism and human rights in closed agencies. If the Commission decides that I am eligible for that work in NACP, I will do my best to make sure that institution is strong and independent and professional and efficient. Thank you. Thank you. What about experience in crisis management? Like nowadays, unfortunately, we are living in crisis, in the times of crisis, and we understand that it's not going to end tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. What kind of experience in crisis management do you have? What are the relevant institutions or steps that were involved? Well, I can give you 2 examples. When I had to make quick decisions and organize my work and make sure it's efficient. The first example, when I used to work in the Kharkiv municipality and city council, we had to implement the deregulation measures, and I was responsible for handing out license for outdoor advertising. So all permits was a job of the permit and authorization agency. And we could prepare documents, make decisions at a city council session. And we had to get like more than 1,100 such documents, and we could basically process that in 10 days. And that basically 3 or 4 months work. That's what we did in the unit that I was a leader of. The second experience, the second case is related to my current position. When I was assigned as a human rights commissioner in penitentiary institutions, I faced a situation where 90% of staff didn't have experience working in such a unit. Out of 24 people that worked at the department, only 3 of them had more than 1 year of experience. So that you understand better, first we needed to launch this mechanism first, and using that chance, I would like to express my appreciation to my bosses and to my team that made it happen. And we were pretty successful. For the previous year, we did a really good job with our team in the National Prevention Mechanism. We did 537 field visits. And we made sure that the human rights were restored. We initiated lots of criminal proceedings, and I think we could restore the National Prevention Mechanism together with our team. So, for example, on Monday, you become the head of the NACP and more than 400 people working under your command. What would you start with? Like, would you create the right mental environment? Would you increase the efficiency of the organization, or the democratic foundations that will allow you to, talk to people, like to make sure you have face-to-face, open face-to-face conversations with people? Thanks for the question. If I'm assigned, it will be important for me to understand what the problems are in the team the first day I'm assigned. problems related to organizational issues and also the mental and psychological environment, of course. Yeah, are you talking to me? No, just asking to turn the AC off. Yeah, just thought you tried to tell me something. Yeah, so yeah, psychological environment is very important. And as a leader, it will be important for me to understand what are the critical problems the agency is dealing with to be more efficient. Number two, we need to understand what kind of environment we have in the team. Are there any conflicts? And what are the root causes for them? All the teams I've worked with, they all know my approach. I always tell people that I want you to be happy when you're on your way to work and when you're on your way from work. To be happy that somebody's waiting for you at the end of the day and to be happy for your results. So the mental, psychological environment is very important for me. Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the following. In your essay, you write that a structural unit leader should be limited in terms of your mandate, like shouldn't be there forever. How would you amend the current legislation at that point? Yeah, just to confirm what was mentioned in the NACP audit, there were people who carried their duties for many years, and I don't agree with that. We have a special deadline for active chiefs of the organizations, and I think in 3 months you can really understand what the person is good for about their professional competencies. If there's a conflict person, the way he deals with employees, so I think that period is more than enough. So this practice is wrong. It shouldn't be the case in a normal environment. I'm not sure why they introduced that norm. And this approach has negative repercussions, and I mentioned that in my motivational letter. The team doesn't understand if, this active chief is going to be a chief in a couple of months from now. People are not confident, the situation is not clear, so there are lots of different effects of that problem. Thank you. You definitely know that success of an institution depends on the way the chief builds relations, organizational relations with other agencies and organizations. You mentioned building relations with the parliament. What about the relations with the cabinet of ministers? Can you elaborate on that? Yeah, thank you for your question. That's true. Relations with the cabinet of ministers should be constructive and productive. Well, the cabinet of ministers assigns the head of the NACP. And number two, I'm not saying they should put pressure or they can't put pressure because it's based on the legislation. I mean, yeah, you don't know. And the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine we should make sure that there's enough institutional capacity to implement European Commission European Commission recommendations. And based on the relevant institutional assessment, we need to increase our capacity. If we need to create territorial units, if we need to expand our personnel, our staff, we need to discuss it with the Cabinet of Ministers. The same applies to the different events. And also another reason why cooperation with the Cabinet of Ministers is important is legislation, designing legislation. So different laws and norms, and including an anti-corruption strategy, is passed through the Cabinet of Ministers. Other documents affecting anti-corruption policy in the country. So constructive cooperation with the Cabinet of Ministers should be one of the priorities for the head of the agency. At the same time, he needs to make sure he stays independent and he protects the interests of the agency and the country, the state as a whole. So yes, cooperation is important. Also, it's important to design the national anti-corruption program because they approve it, and also other executive branches of executive power under the Ministry of the Cabinet of Ministers. So they need to be engaged together with NACP. They need to actively participate in the implementation of this national anti-corruption program. And also other aspects of cooperation with the Cabinet of Ministers. NACP is a central body of executive power with a special status, whose job is implementation of state anti-corruption policy, and they are under the Cabinet of Ministers. That's pretty important. Tell me, please, what about the functional workload? Do you think something is excessive? Or maybe there are certain jobs that should be added to your professional activity? Thank you for the question. Speaking about functional workload, it's important to say that right now, NACP performs certain functions that are not in the legislation. I'm talking about the population of this database of components, the register of... No. Not the declaration register. What's its name? Forming sanctions. These things are not regulated in the legislation. So right now, NACP perform series of functions that is not part of its job. And we need to deal with that. Certain functions should be performed by relevant state agencies. And I personally think that NACP needs to, well, I know that right now performing these special inspections is a problem. So NACP has lots of problems with failed deadlines and, not enough information is communicated, is submitted to the state agencies. No, I just can't help but ask you a question, like a technical question, because you have a scientific degree, I know about that, and you think that certain social studies and scientific studies need to be performed in the domain of anti-corruption. Did you receive that sort of information, and how do you use that information? The social study results. You're talking about my current position or in my potential position in NACP? I'm talking about scientific information that backs your activities after you are assigned as a head of NACP. Well, in terms of engaging scientific institutions to get support or information, well, the studies of the convicted person's labor is a problem nowadays, and we have initiated such studies. There is a certain study that was performed by the Council of Europe, and also we have contacted scientific institutions and educational institutions. We asked them for advice. What are the options, how to tackle that problem? So we have sent a request to the National Academy of Legal Issues, to the National Legal Academy, Odessa Legal Academy, to the State University of Shevchenko, and we asked them for their input. And as with the case with NSP, there are a number of issues that needs to have certain scientific and technical support. We need to engage scientific institutions and educational institutions for that. And of course, NGOs, I always remember them. That's very important to engage community. Yes, scientific community and expert community is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, fellow Commissioner. Mr. Nikulin, I want to start with a question about your current role, your current job. And I just want to get clarification for my own benefit. You work for the Secretariat of the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Rada, and your focus is on corruption prevention. Corruption prevention where? Where over, in which parts of Ukrainian government and society? Is it corruption prevention in the detention system, in the prison system, or is it broader?
Thank you for your question. Well, I'm not sure if it's a translation issue, but right now I'm working as a human rights commissioner in penitential institutions, and I'm basically addressing torture and inhuman behavior. I'm not dealing with corruption prevention. In the secretariat of the commissioner, human rights commissioner, I dealt with corruption prevention for some short period of time, but I wasn't assigned, that is not my job right now.
Understood. Thank you. So the next question is, this would be for you a move to a much higher profile job where you would be responsible for governing a body of 400 people that are charged with very specific, very taxing, very complicated responsibilities every day. And it would be your job to make sure that that machinery ran on time and that everything would be efficient and result-oriented. So are you intimidated by that challenge?
Дуже дякую вам
Thank
за
you.
ваше запитання.
for your question.
Я насправді вважаю, що я і сьогодні займаюся дуже важливою
I do consider that I'm doing a very important, high-profile job right now because people in penitentiary institutions, they are lost, abandoned, and they have no one to get help from. But speaking about the team of 400 people and new challenges, I'm not afraid of new challenges. I'll just tell you how I interact with my people to make sure we do our job. We have a department of the National Prevention Mechanism. We have 22 people. We have 60 people on the ground in the regions, and we have 154 representatives of NGOs that we work with actively. And if you count them, that's 250 people total. More than half of these people are representatives of NGOs. So organizing these people is not an easy task, but I do a good job doing that, and I appreciate their help, their volunteering, and making sure we reach our goals. Speaking about NACP, specifically, I know that there are 408 people, and I understand that it will be hard to understand how these processes work because I've never worked there. I don't have experience working in this institution, but the principles of management are the same. This is why I think that I won't have any problems, because as of today, I have a pretty good experience to organize complicated tasks set for the head of this organization.
Very good. Very good. Tell us why your experience as a human rights lawyer, as a human rights expert, as someone who I'm sure has studied the law of human rights, why do all those sort of skills, experiences make you uniquely qualified to help the NACP improve its performance and prevent corruption? What is it about the link between protecting human rights and fighting corruption that makes you unique?
Дякую.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Now, the link between protecting human rights and corruption prevention. First of all, it's a function. And this national preventive mechanism, that is my care, we need to prevent abuse of human rights. In case of an ACP, this is prevention of other types of crimes that are related to corruption. I cannot say that I have some exclusive knowledge in the sphere of corruption prevention, and I've already said that I have professional experience, knowledge, which is relevant, the skills of leading a team of people, and I know how to organize good work inside a team. A direct link between protecting human rights and preventing corruption, well, I don't think it exists, but it is the function anyway, and approaches are similar. Thank you.
Let me put the same question to you in a different way. Does every citizen of Ukraine have the human right to live a life free of corruption?
Тут я вам можу відповісти однозначно.
Here I can definitely say that it's not just they must do, they are obliged to do that, and we have started with ourselves here. As a leader, as a person, I always start with myself. I want to be a role model for my family, for my team, and for the society. So an ACP, the head of an ACP, should be a role model of integrity, dignity, observing rights of all people in Ukraine, especially when it comes to corruption prevention. This is forming and implementing state anti-corruption policy. And still we have a special commissioner on human rights who is responsible for human rights.
Пане Віталію, доброго дня. Ще раз.
Vitaly, good afternoon. In your essay, you're saying that there is a need to form or reform the structure of an ACP. You talk about territorial units of an ACP. Could you elaborate this idea? You just mentioned that 250 people are the people who work out there in the field. This is what you have now. I just thought maybe you know how you can do it in regions. Thank you for your question. Yes, according to the law of Ukraine on corruption prevention, an ACP can create up to 6 separate structural units. Those structural units that work now within the Secretariat on human rights. This is where I work. They don't only do the national preventive mechanism, they do other things. But an ACP and its structural units. I think that for a future head of an ACP, it is important to have such territorial units, and that is why. Basically, this is the implementation of state anti-corruption strategy in the field. That will help an ACP do the following. They will be close to authorized persons, direct contact with the society, work in the field, social reviews, some events that would be aimed at training or clarification. There will be an opportunity to react faster in case of offenses and filing protocols on administrative offenses faster. So some of the functions of the central apparatus could be shifted to territorial units. And that means that central apparatus will have less of a burden in that and would be mostly engaged in forming anti-corruption policy in more strategic spheres. Operational needs can be met by territorial units of an ACP. Another painful topic, which you find in the documents that I studied, the shadow report and recommendations from the European Union. This is the work with whistleblowers. So being close to regions and to whistleblowers will help establish good contact with whistleblowers, protect their rights, represent their interests, represent an ACP interests in courts. All of these moments can be All of these goals can be obtained if we have territorial units. And it is important that territorial units engage regional civil society in their work to work on secondary legislation issued by an ACP and to gather their opinion on certain draft laws. This is some joint events aimed at clarification. I think that this territorial unit is something that needs to be introduced very soon, but unfortunately you don't find a lot of information in the public access why they are not yet in place. Thank you.
Laura? Andre?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You have referred several times to the audit that was performed on the work of an ACP. I would like you to comment a little bit on the issue of methodological guidance versus the adoption of normative administrative acts within an ACP. What do you think the impact is, and how would you change it if you would change it?
Yes, thank you. That truly is something very important for an ACP. I share the discontent of international monitoring mechanisms and experts who did this independent review of NACP activities when they cancelled legislative normative acts and substituted them with recommendations or guidelines. So some of the provisions or situations that have to be regulated by the secondary legislation, normative administrative acts, they were substituted by these guidelines, which are not mandatory and issued by an ACP. Of course, this is not what we should have. That has to be reviewed. And these methodological guidelines, which are not mandatory as of today, they need to be reconsidered, engaging the civil society in order to understand their weak points and what can be done, and then approve of and register with the Ministry of Justice. This is a lot of an important work. Such practice should not be in place.
What is your position about the content of the declarations that are now submitted by public officials in Ukraine? Is the content of the declaration sufficient? Would you add things? Would you take things out? And what do you think about the number of people that are submitting those declarations? Is this the right number? Should it be increased? Should it be decreased?
Thank you for that question. Now, the content of the declarations and the process of declaration in general, in my opinion, in future it would be right to develop a function as a project of declaration or a draft declaration. So when you have access to registers, a person who is about to declare, who should submit a declaration, should have this function create a draft declaration. And that would draw the data from DIA, from state registers. And then the person can correct or change something. Yeah, I think this is what we can have in future. The content of the declaration as of today. Here, I have been doing that for 12 years. It's improving all the time. Something else is added, some relevant data. I think that the existing form of declaration is well balanced, and it provides enough information to come to a conclusion on assets that a person has.
Я дозволю собі уточнити.
I would allow myself for a clarification. What you suggest as this draft or draft declaration, it's useful for those who do it for the first time, but for people who have already done that, all of the relevant data will be drawn from the previous declarations and saved as a draft. So what you suggest, how is it fundamentally different from the draft that you can obtain now? Yeah, I actually meant the people who have no experience of filing a declaration, who do it for the first time. It will help a person the first time they do it. And at the same time, if you look at this problem, which we have, that the registers are not clean. If a person sees that some of the information was drawn from the registers incorrectly, that person could turn to this institution responsible for the register and ask that be corrected. For everyone, I think, or at least to many people, we don't really have a clear understanding of how information is entered into registers, whatever the registers are. So it could be useful for the people who submit their declarations for the first time, first of all.
The number of declarants. Is that adequate? Would you increase it? Would you decrease it?
Щодо кількості декларацій,
The number of declarations. I think that what we have today means that the list of people who are subject to declare, who should submit a declaration, is prescribed by the law on corruption prevention. So I don't think it's worth it to increase the number of declarants. We should rather work on corruption risks that we identify when we do monitoring and inspection of such declarations. Preventively, to identify which spheres or which positions would yield the majority of corruption risks. But increasing the number of declarants, I don't think it is needed.
What measures do you envisage in order to concentrate the resources of the agency on big discrepancies rather than looking at every little grivna or square meter that may not be matching the previous declaration? So what would you do so that the resources of the agency are dedicated to serious mismatches?
Дякую.
Thank you. This question, in my opinion, is related to the module of logic and arithmetic control. Thus, that module should be improved all the time, and the conditions there should be such that the largest problems or risks, corruption risks, are identified by this module. There is no such provision publicly accessible on this module. You can't really read about it. You can get information on it only when you are inside, when you work in an ACP. It is possible to provide you with a more substantiated answer.
Thank you very much.
Пане Віталію, в мене до вас таке
Vitaly, I have a general question for you. Can you please tell us what was the hardest decision you had to take in your professional activity or your everyday life recently? What was the most challenging decision? Well, let's talk about your managerial position in your professional activity. How do you do that? How do you approach that? Well, just thinking of a particular example. Like recently, have you ever had to make a hard decision, like maybe in everyday life? Well, it's related to the war, but I don't want to, get back to that. Professional activities. I have a good support from my team, and I've never had any hard decisions. We have hard decisions related to people's lives. Well, I'll explain the main principle that is behind our activities: do no harm. And sometimes you make decisions, especially if we're talking about human rights in jail. Our activities can lead to the situation where people lose their lives. This is why such decisions are the hardest. And you need to be very, very careful about this, not to harm these people. And yes, it's also related to managerial decisions, like who do you need to refer to? Who do you need to contact to help people? You mentioned that you've been working with a good team. What personal, professional features help you in this work? Well, first, I think the most important feature that should be here is this human approach. And whenever I work, I want to motivate my people to do their work even receiving not enough money. The true leader should lead by example, and you show people how to do your job. You don't show how not to do your job. And of course, the leader, supervisor should be a professional. So professionalism is something that I expect from myself and from my team. Thank you.
Конечно. Please.
Мені, будь ласка, можливо, це я тільки звернула увагу.
Tell me, please, maybe it was just me. I've noticed that you're protecting human rights. What about freedoms and legal interests? Because this is also what it's all about. That's like advocacy 101. And when you become a leader, if you become a leader of the NACP, isn't it important to focus that you're also protecting people's interests and freedoms? Thank you for that clarification. It's like a technical clarification. You're right to say that the human rights institution is also focusing on protecting people's interests, legal interests, and freedoms. I absolutely agree. When talking about anti-corruption efforts, rights should be respected and protected. Speaking about freedoms, well, that's a pretty specific category, but rights and legal interest, yes, these are the ones. So yeah, absolutely right. I focus on human rights just for clarity. Well, you can't be too short about human rights. Yeah, you can talk a lot about that. That's a big issue. That's a big topic.
Commissioner Kozlov, please.
Ви на початку згадали про те,
In
що
the beginning, you mentioned
прихильником створення
that
територіальних відділень.
you are a fan of creating territorial units as part of the agency. That's right.
Повинно бути таких територіальних.
To your opinion, how many territorial units
одну, дві, три області.
are optimal? Like should they cover 2 or 3 oblasts, or it doesn't matter what the administrative structure is? How many people should work as staff for such territorial units? Thank you very much for your question, Andrei. Well, number of units is regulated by the law, not more than 6.
Ви хочете всі 6, чи ви хочете 3, 2, там.
So are you talking about all 6, or you want 3 or 2, or what's the optimal number? Ideally, you need to form all 6 in order to communicate the state anti-corruption policy to the lowest level. So if we are talking about short term, well, you can create at least 2 or 3 territorial units to test them, to design their policies, hire staff, and understand what kind of challenges they face after they are formed. And then, according to the recommendations and guidelines from the European Commission and other experts, we can create other territorial units. And if there are maximum 6, that means every territorial unit should cover at least 3 or 4 oblasts in Ukraine. Considering the security situation, you can create the first territorial unit, a pilot unit in Lviv, and then see what kind of problems pop up, and then you can scale it up all over Ukraine, and also you can cover all of Ukrainian territory after the deoccupation. And yes, about the number of staff, I think that today you can hire 15 people so that every person is responsible for their specific area. And then, as the time goes, you can revise that. What areas would you prioritize? A, on the national level, B, on the territorial level. And yeah, well, I will ask you another question later. Thank you. Okay. Since we're talking about territorial units, well, territorial units can focus on, well, you can do some training, information campaigns, and you can educate them about freedoms and rights of whistleblowers, and educate them on certain cases. Interacting with commissioners and units and organizations and agencies. I'm talking about functions
безпосередньої діяльності органів державної влади і органів місцевого самоврядування на місцях.
related to local authorities and regional authorities. Speaking about the central office,
Відповідно цих функцій в межах там Києва.
it's also need to make sure that these functions are implemented as part of the central region, maybe Kyiv and Kyiv Oblast,
І більш стратегічними напрацювання
and
антикорупційних стратегій,
work on anti-corruption strategies,
законодавчих і підзаконних нормативно-правових актів,
forming
аналіз
legislation,
корупційних ризиків, розробка методології,
regulation, anti-corruption, risk assessment, designing methodologies. These are high-level documents that they could be responsible for, but operational function should be responsibility of these local units. Do we need a territorial unit in Kiev, or the central office can do that? Yeah, actually, I mentioned that. I think in Kiev, the central staff can do that. There is no need. What are the key performance indicators could be set for NACP staff for like midterm? I'm talking about 6 or 12 months. And what KPIs could be set for territorial units? And what KPIs could tell you that you're doing a good job? Well, it's a very good question.
показники ефективності діяльності НАЗК.
KPIs for NACP.
Незалежною моніторинговою групою.
Well, they dealt with an international, an independent monitoring group. And as a chief, I would focus on criteria set by NACP assessment methodology. And I would just distribute these criteria among all territorial units in the central office to make sure everybody implement these functions to make sure this criteria is met. For example, if we need to completely check 1,000 declarations, so we can, based on the number of declarants in each region, after we identify the problems for each regions based on the model, you can provide these regions with these indicators so that they can do a better job and they can be based on that. So proportionally, you can take that general indicator and then you can apply it to the regional situation. Am I right? Well, of course, we can't expect same numbers, same indicators from every region because they have different number of declarants and different situations. Yeah, I will probably ask you that question too. What about sanctional responsibilities for NACP? Do you eliminate that, or do you change that? Or maybe you just, if you get rid of that, how would you use the experience of people who did that, who used to do that? Maybe how would you use that in foreign jurisdictions? Thanks for that question. Well, sanctions, I already mentioned that. That's one of the tasks that are not required by the law for NACP. I don't have enough information about what these specific individuals deal with. I tried to find any policy document about the structural unit, but unfortunately, it's not publicly available. So there's not much information about these positions and tasks or their legislation basis. Of course, that's important, because if we ask our international partners to apply sanctions. We need to do a good job ourselves, and we need to be examples, good examples. We need to be leaders in that, but I don't think that the national agency should do that job. If that decisions will be made, well, you need to change the corruption prevention legislation too. And also you need to redistribute such responsibilities among other agencies. If it's necessary to engage the best specialists that worked in that area as a chief, I won't mind them doing that in other agencies if they want to. What are the other additional ways to ensure automation in NACP apart from this arithmetical or algorithmical mechanism that is in place? How robots can enforce, can improve NACP? Artificial intelligence? Yeah, it's a good question. That's a very relevant thing nowadays. Well, when these registers were formed, I mean, recently this Lobby Act was adopted, so one of the requirements was creation of a register, and you can use AI features to do it. Speaking about other ways to automate work, you need to understand how these processes are working today. Maybe the way to do it today is expanding commissioners' functions. I can give you an example. Based on the legislation, if the person fails to submit a declaration, the commissioner should inform NACP about that. Well, it is done in the written form, so the information is sent to NACP. But you can improve that. You can improve that profiles. They can be electronic documents signed digitally, and NACP staff, employees can automatically form specific requests sent to people that fail to submit this data. If the declaration was submitted, the commissioner can populate the register. And speaking about people that fail to submit declarations, we can just automatically send this relevant information to law enforcement. What do you think about smaller violations, like people are late to submit their declarations, maybe they were 1 day late or a couple of hours late, or they made a minor mistake? Well, a small amount, like what would be your threshold? So is it okay for NACP to work with that and send administrative protocols, wasting resources to that to make sure that people show up in that violators registry of anti-corruption legislation?
It's more symbolic value, or is it something substantial? Yes, thank you. I believe that small offenses, this module of logical and arithmetic control should filter out. As far as I can remember, administrative responsibility comes in case the information in the declaration differs by 100 living minimums. So all of the declarations that are not under any kind of responsibility, in this case, the person needs to be informed about the discrepancy and told to change that by submitting a correcting declaration, and really deal with the declarations which rate higher in terms of corruption risks. Sorry, you are totally right in terms of size and the deadlines. The law unfortunately says that it has to be until the 1st of April of a certain year. Yeah, here there is a requirement of legislation which we cannot break, or we will need to introduce such changes into the legislation and specify what will be significant reason for failing to declare on time. But right now, the fact of not submitting a declaration on time brings administrative offense. The register. When I made myself familiar with the register and the information that I could study showed me that the problem of entering into it, the people who should not be there because they did not meet the conditions of an ACP, or this offense is neither a corruption or something related to corruption prevention. So yeah, we have to correct the norms and the people that are introduced into this register. There were many questions to this register. How long a person should be on the register? What are the grounds for exclusion and other topics?
So, Mr. Nikulin, thank you very much for your answers to all of these very difficult and technical questions. I want to return to the big picture for a minute. So I think the hardest part of this job is going to be how to measure one's success. As the saying goes, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And so the NACP faces multiple challenges because it has multiple functions, and it has an investigative and monitoring function. It has a policy making and law writing function. And then it has a risk analysis and prevention function. And so, indeed, this is a large menu of things that need to be done, right? So I'm going to add one more to make it even more interesting, which is, in my experience, a lot of corruption in government begins with the campaign finance, the finance of political parties. Begins with, how political parties work. This is certainly true in the United States. Campaign finance has been something we have not been able to properly regulate for decades. And it's hurting our country in terms of our political system. And so I know this is part of the NACP's jurisdiction, and I want to ask you how you view that particular space. It's one of the NACP sort of tasks that I would say is not developed. It's in its very early stages. What would you do to address this part of the chain of corruption, where in some ways it begins?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for the question, sir.
Ваше питання складається з двох.
Your question is comprised of two. How we can measure success was the first. We have an index of perceived corruption. We have sociology and their tasks, their investigations. So that activities of an ACP, their success or lack of it, will be measured by that. Then we also have international monitoring mechanisms. Biannually, its efficiency, the efficiency of the agency is assessed, and then recommendations that are produced should be one of the priorities for the head of an ACP. Now, funding of political parties. When I studied that, I was very surprised why we have so little reports from political parties. And I looked at the criteria that were studied, that was the Commission on Independent Evaluation of an ACP. So we understand that people who waived the requirements of the law, leaders of political parties who don't submit reports, and they are not prosecuted in any way for that, how can we bring order here? Out of, I think, 70 political parties, we had protocols on administrative offenses for 30 of them, and that for a certain period of time. So funding political parties, this is a very difficult question. It's right that it is done now without using cash. We need to use best international practices when it comes to funding political parties. And what are the possible bypasses for funding mechanisms? Of course, this question of funding political parties needs a lot of attention on the part of an ACP. If we can fight corruption in politics, every other sphere of life will be directly affected and will get less of this shameful thing.
Thank you very much. By the way, when you go looking for best practices for preventing corruption in political parties and campaign finance, do not look at the United States. It's just a word of advice. The next question is, I think we would welcome it if you would take this opportunity to tell us, as citizens of Ukraine, as citizens of the world, what reforms are needed in Ukraine's detention system to reduce torture, to reduce other human rights abuses. What's on your list of reforms that need to be made in that very important area?
Дякую за запитання. Неочікувано.
Thank you for that question. That came unexpected. That's something which I do right now. I will go a little bit back to the previous question. You said that the United States is not the best example. The Danish are the best. Scandinavian countries. Just if we go there now, reforms. Reforms that Ukrainian penitentiary system needs, as far as I could understand. First of all, the system needs staff reform. We need to do re-attestation, proper funding of the whole system. I would like to tell you that the pay that people get in penitentiary institutions, 8,000-9,000 Ukrainian hryvnias per month. So good people, honest people will find it difficult to work and be reimbursed like that. We do find a lot of good people, though. The reform still has to start from the staff. As of now, Ukrainian penitentiary does not meet the requirements of the law. According to the law of Ukraine on the state penitentiary, it is a body of the central executive body, just like an ACP. Right now, the Department on Criminal Punishment is part of the Ministry of Justice, and it is managed by the line deputy minister, which already is a violation of law. We had a document that we were going to submit to the ombudsman in this sphere. Some other reforms. It's a painful topic for the penitentiary system, where we talk about medicine in the penitentiary. So penitentiary medical units have to be subjected to civilian medical institutions. We have a lot of questions now in terms of equipment, how the people who work there are paid, how much, their motivation, and all of that taken together leads to the fact that people in places of incarceration cannot get the medical assistance that they should get there. And I think it's been like 10 years that we cannot solve this problem. There were some attempts to subject penitentiary medical institutions to the civil Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health is not very happy with that because they cannot accept on their balance so many institutions and work with them, make sure they're properly equipped. So it's a big issue which needs to be resolved because people stay there without a lot of medical assistance. This is if I'm brief.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. And I'm sure that there's a longer and more detailed set of recommendations underneath what you just said. Thank you very much for your service in the sphere. You're working in a very difficult space every day, and it must be challenging. So we are concluding this interview at this stage. We've been delighted to talk to you. We've learned a great deal. Thank you again for your willingness to serve in this role and for going through this process.
Користуючись нагодою, хочу
I will
подякувати.
use this opportunity to thank you for the difficult work that you're doing. Regardless of the results, I hope that you will vote for the best of the candidates to the benefit of better development of an ACP. I want the situation when 4 years later you are proud that you've selected that person. That is going to be, stays with you. It's your decision, but I'm grateful to you for your work once again. I'm also grateful to the representatives of the Secretariat and to the interpreters for doing your work for good functioning of the whole system. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much. So, dear commissioners, we need to take a break for both technical purposes and to have some lunch before we return for the final session today. So we will be taking a break until approximately 4:15. All those in favor of taking this break, please say aye.
Так,
In alphabetical order.
Aye.
Так.
Так?
Yes. Yes.
So we've agreed that we will take this hour and 15-minute break. Thank you. We're resuming our interviews of the finalists for the competition for the new head of the National Agency for Corruption Prevention. Our next interview will be of Dmytro Kalmykov. Good afternoon, Mr. Kalmykov. We are delighted to have you here. We look forward to having a discussion with you. The interview is going to be initially led by Commissioner Stefan, and then the rest of us will join in. Laura, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Kalmykov. My first question refers to your professional experience in an ACP. You are coming from inside the institution for which we're looking for a new head. So if you could tell us 3 things that you think you performed very well, and maybe 2 where you think you didn't achieve what you wanted to achieve.
Дякую вам за запитання.
Thank you very much for your question.
3 ключові речі, які мені
3 key things that I managed to achieve. First of all, my biggest achievement is that I managed to find and unite 25 professionals of the highest level around the core values. They created a team which, as of today, is capable to implement the project of any level of complexity, starting from development of documents, draft legislations, till the development of the newest IT projects, complicated sociological surveys, etc. I'm convinced that it's my biggest input within this context, because this team, with me or without me, is capable to bring a great benefit to the state. It's a great asset, and I hope our state will be able to use it for its benefit. The other achievement is the development and approval of 2 strategic documents: anti-corruption strategy, which was approved in 2022, and state anti-corruption programs. These 2 documents, they determine the activity of the state for the nearest 3 years, which remains, and successful implementation of these documents' provisions will allow our state to save around 200 billion hryvnias. The implementation of these documents will allow to synchronize the activity of all the state institutions in Ukraine in the field of corruption prevention. These documents allow to continue the public administration reform, which is a foundation for corruption prevention. The integrity public service, the reform of the judiciary system in the broad meaning. I mean not only courts, but also law enforcement agencies, prosecutions offices, advocates, communities, etc. Also, these documents allow to identify and to remove the more spread corruptional practices in 15 fields that were most affected by the corruption. And those are not only some anti-corruption measures to reduce the corruption. These are the branch reforms that are in line with the key international standards, and they will allow Ukraine not only minimize the corruption in the relevant areas, but also it will make it practice in legislation approximate to the European legislation, and it will make it possible for Ukraine further to be the part of European Union, NATO, and other organizations. Another achievement that I think is very important, that during the first days of war, together with Ivan Prisnikov, we developed the concept, we developed the draft legislation, and with the help of the advocacy campaign, which was quite complicated, together with the partners would make it possible to adopt the legislation which allows to take the assets of the people under the sanctions, first of all, the assets of Russian Federation, to confiscate them for the benefit of the Ukrainian state. And I'm very grateful to everyone who supported this initiative. It allowed us, on one hand, to create the legal tool to confiscate these assets. On the other hand, it allows us to bring these assets to the property of the states and to use them for defense of the state. In figures, in 1.5 year, the Ministry of Justice, there were 40 applications regarding confiscating the assets for the fair benefit of the state. As of today, 40 legal entities were confiscated for the total amount of billions of hryvnias, if we will be able to use them. So it's 130 items of the property of real estate, and this money will go to the defense purposes. And 130 transport objects, 20 land plots with by 530 cultural items and other things, 50 million of funds, and all of these funds will go to the defense of the country. And I think it's my big contribution into our victory against our common enemy. And finally, what I would like to mention, that my team and I, we managed to build the system of coordination, monitoring and evaluation of states' anti-corruption policy, which was non-existent in Ukraine based on the new European canons, and develop and implement informational system of monitoring, which has no analogs in the world for now. If the dear committee members are interested, I can give you more details later. Thank you.
Can you also talk about the second part of the question, which referred to the shortcomings? What did you not manage to achieve?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. I think the biggest shortcoming, something that I didn't manage to achieve, is that back in the time I didn't manage to convince the managers that we need some other approaches, the more clear distribution of functions on forming and implementing the policies. Unfortunately, still we have the cases when certain functions, for example, on forming the policies, are being implemented by the departments which are implementing them, which gives us some conflict of motives as a minimum. Another thing that I didn't manage is I didn't manage to convince they had that the key anti-corruption potential is not only in inspection function, but mostly in identification of the areas that were most affected by corruption, by determining an analysis of the most widespread corruptional practices and building the system of prevention with the help of the tools. And there are lots of tools that national energy possesses, and with the help of these tools to build a system that will allow to minimize the corruption risks through branch reforms, which will help our European integration on one hand, and on the other hand, the public administration will have to adhere to the principles that Sigma adheres to, for example, and will minimize the corruption in these areas. I don't mean the minimization in the certain given period of time, but from the point of view of systematic logic. When the systems are built correctly, they will balance each other in when it is free from corruption.
Have you ever experienced political pressure in your professional activity? And if yes, how did you handle it? I may add, not just political pressure, but also pressure from other institutions.
Так, в моєму житті я піддавався
Yes, I experienced in my life different kinds of pressure from some pieces of advice and phone calls, from some very persistent pieces of advice. I will give you a couple of examples. First example, when I was working in the University of Internal Affairs, I was selected as a delegate to select two of the members of the highest council of justice. There were only 16 delegates, and back at the moment, the representatives, the people who said that they are from the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine, they were trying to exercise the pressure on me, and they were trying to tell me whom I should vote for during the secret voting. Despite their advices, I voted for the candidate whom I believed was the strongest, and it's easy to check. You can check the relevant minutes, protocols of the voting, and you will be able to check that my position is different from what I was asked to do and what the biggest number of these delegates did.
Can you describe a crisis situation within an ACP and tell us how you handled it? It can be in your team, between your team and other teams, between your team and or your institution and other institutions.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. I think that in my life, especially during the last time, I faced two crisis situations. The first crisis situation happened in the first half of 2020 in December. 2019, Mr. Novikov won as the head of NACP. He was appointed on the 15th of January. I was appointed as the director of Department of the Anti-Corruption Policy in the middle of February. In the middle of February, I received the task to prepare the draft project of anti-corruption strategy till the end of May. Those terms were unrealistic. I had only few people under me at that time, namely only few people in my team. And for this short period of time, with my deputy Ivan Prisnikov, we managed to get in touch and unite some key experts from state institution to make contacts with dozens of civil society organizations who worked in the relevant fields, to coordinate with our project of international technical help, aid that were helping with expertise and partially with funding, to pay for the work of the experts. So in such a way, in a couple of weeks, we managed to create a team with a couple of dozens of people from the side of international partners, NGOs, etc. And in the shortest term, till the end of May, we developed the project of anti-corruption strategy, and it was adopted. You can see it now later on with the same team. We held 7 public discussions during June-July 2020. We received over 600 comments. We processed all of them, and in August we submitted the document to the government. All these comments, proposals, and our reactions, they are public. You can find them on the website. This is a document of over 700 pages. So further on, this project during the pilot and official round was determined as the documents that we can be guided by. So I was even invited to give advice how to prepare these documents. In September, this document was approved by the government and sent to the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. In November 2020, this document was adopted in the first reading, and after that, this crisis situation continued because there were more than 500 comments to this document from the members of parliament. Unfortunately, most of them were aimed to ruin this document, to make it very vague. And after that, for 4 or 5 months, we were fighting to preserve the key provisions of anti-corruption strategy. It was at the platform of the working group that was created by Anastasia Radina, the head of the anti-corruption committee departments. Then there were meetings that were 4 or 5 hours, and we were discussing all the comments from the members of parliament. And only in March or April of 2021, the committee submitted this draft legislation to Verkhovna Rada with the conclusion that it should, the recommendation to approve it in the second reading. At the same time, preserving the key provisions of this document, the political perspective of its adoption was very difficult because it could be perceived by a part of the members of parliament as risky. So up till June of 2022, this document was not looked at by the parliament. And then the question about cooperation after the movement of Ukraine in the direction of European Union was raised again. This was the first big challenge. Second challenge, you've heard about it during tomorrow's meeting with Andrei Vishnevsky. It was with development of state anti-corruption program. Anti-corruption program was adopted on the 20th of June 2022. At this moment, we were all working remotely. All NACP members were working remotely. I was not in Kiev as well. Up till the 10th of December 2022, we were obliged to develop state anti-corruption program, the aim of which was to develop the system that would improve the prevention of corruption and that will provide the key reforms in 15 major fields. So we had very little time to develop the document for the public hearings and to adhere to all the procedures. This process was extremely difficult. First of all, at this moment, there were no methodology available in Ukraine, and there were no example of development of such type of documents. Second, we were able to develop the basics of this document in 3 months. After that, there were 11 public hearings. I've never heard any document had 11 public hearings in the history.
В подальшому цей документ був надісланий на погодження до
on every of its parts separately, and then it was sent to 144 state institutions for them to also approve on it, because it was also regarding the executive and other branches of power, and we received over 500 comments to it, and you have partially heard today already. By the time Andrei was appointed the deputy, and together we worked with those state institutions in regard to regulate the differences, and this law was adopted. I think that those are the two biggest challenges that I coped with very well. Thank you.
I think you're familiar with the findings of the audit on the work of the NACP. I would like you to comment on the practice of adopting methodological recommendations rather than administrative legal acts. And also, we would like to hear your views as to the mandate of the internal control unit. Did it function properly? Did it overstep its mandate? Should it work differently? Should you be appointed? What are your views?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. If we talk about the independent audit in general, here we need to pay attention to several aspects. The first aspect is that the independent audit was performed according to the identified methodology and criteria, the objects identified by it. So the Commission did this analysis according to the identified indicators. If I'm not mistaken, there were 256 of them. And in this way, the Commission thinking about identifying certain disadvantages, certain shortcomings in the work of the agency, they focused it around the indicators. And most of the comments and suggestions, I think that they need to be taken into account during the further work of the national agency in order to improve its operation. However, I think that in general, probably it wasn't quite clearly reflected, but in general, this audit has shown the situation that there are some higher level systematic problems that probably did not allow the national agency to show its full effectiveness during this period. And what I mean is that probably not till the end, the strategic vision has been formed on the general, let's say, mission, vision of this institution. And what's more important, the tasks and the goals of the institutions that were related to an ACP led to the fact that the approaches to strategic and current planning changed quite a lot. There were different approaches to planning, and there were very often changes in structure. And as a result, we received a situation where a number of departments were performing functions at the same time, or some of the departments were performing the functions that were not theirs, and some of the departments were doing the things that were not written in the legislation. So I think that one of the key challenges of the new head will be not in one by one taking into account these comments, but to build the institutional capacity by preparing and approving probably the strategic document for the midterm perspective to think how to build this instrument systematically. Specifically on your question about the Office of Internal Control and the financial control function that was put upon it, of course, we cannot but agree with the fact that current legislation does not give this office the right to do this. They are not characteristic to internal control. And in my motivational letter, I have also accordingly mentioned one of the first decisions, of course, will be to take away the functions from this office that are not characteristic to it. And it's also unnatural to combine in one office, basically internal control and the Department of Anti-Corruption Prevention, because even according to the legislation, those to be two separate structural units.
How about the use of methodological guidance instead of legal administrative acts?
Дякую за
Thank you for the question. I think that in a democratic rule of law state, any procedures that can relate to the human rights and freedoms may impact these rights. They need to be regulated and they need to be known to the person when something is done to that person and relates to this person. And in this relation, the legislator puts the procedures on the state bodies, the duty to put them in the form of legal acts. And in this form, they are communicated to the subjects that are related and that can be under these acts. This is why I don't share the regulation of such procedures through methodological recommendations. Taking this into account, I agreed to the previous head with having at the end of 2023 adopting the procedure of monitoring the style of life, and also the logic and arithmetic control rules needs to be regulated, but we need to understand that the logic and arithmetic rules is not quite a legislative document. It's a configurational property of the system that shows the algorithmic work of the system and the weighted coefficients. I think they need to be published, and we can do it, but we need to understand that it's not a regulation or a procedural document that identifies how we act. It basically describes the informational system and the way it works.
Can I also ask your views about the role of the NACP in the sanctioning policy?
Дякую за запитання. На жаль,
Thank you for this question.
повторити те саме, що зазначив в мотиваційному листі. Першим рішенням у разі обрання мене головою буде термінове припинення реалізації всіх непритаманних Національному агентству функцій, в першу чергу функцій, пов'язаних із веденням так званого
Проблеми з перекладом, технічна затримка.
Can we try it?
Що зараз відбувається з перекладом? Чи є переклад англійською, чи ні? Лаура, коли я говорю, ви чуєте переклад чи ні зараз? Ні, вона чує мене тільки. Зараз, секундочку, технічні проблеми, зараз перекладач збої. Продовжуйте, давайте продовжимо.
Дякую за запитання. Я з вашого дозволу почну.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your question. With your permission, I will start again because I don't know when the interpreting was no longer available. So I will just start. In the first day of my appointment, if I'm selected as a head, I will stop all the functions that are not natural for the agency, the portal of war and sanctions in the first instance. Of course, I think that this work is important. It needs further development, but not within an ACP. That's why I think we can make a working group that will include people from the different agencies, Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, etc. And we will decide what we can do with it. But NACP, I think, shouldn't implement this type of functions.
You are currently working at an ACP. And this is both an advantage and a challenge when it comes to your potential appointment as the head of an ACP. What I would like to ask you is, how do you see your potential transformation from someone who is maybe in the middle of the hierarchy and someone that would be at the top of the hierarchy? Do you feel comfortable in working with the current top managers in an ACP, and or do you see challenges?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. Personally, I don't see any problem that will provide me from being as effective manager of the whole institution as I was at the position of the head of the Department of Anti-Corruption Policy. I will explain you why. Unlike the classical head of the middle segment, I wasn't dealing with some exact field of implementation, conflict of interest, training, finances. The thing is that Department of Anti-Corruption Policies is dealing with all the functions, development and improvement, and it represents the position of NACP regarding improvement of all the legislation. And even broader than that, my work as the head of the department meant constant cooperation with hundreds of bodies, with thousands of people. For example, now when we do coordination monitoring of state adaptation programs, so the users of the system and generally the pool of coordination, there are thousands of people. These are people who are implementing the events of the state anti-corruption program, and partially through the system and existing management system in the department, I am coordinating the activity of many people who deal with the implementation of anti-corruption program. I think it's quite relevant analog of managerial work. Also, the work with the preparation of anti-corruption strategy, when I managed to unite big groups of different institutions, international organizations, state bodies. So over 50 experts were engaged to develop the anti-corruption programs, 144 state institutions, over 20 public civil society organizations. So I think my managerial work had different types of work, but my experience of coordination allows me to say that it will not be a big problem for me and a big challenge.
How do you see the relationship between the NACP and NABU? Would you keep the same type of cooperation as until now, or do you see any significant changes should you become the head of NACP?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for this question as well. The sphere of cooperation of NACP and NABU is rather narrow. In fact, there are just 2 points where they touch. First is related with the fact that the national agency is the body that forms anti-corruption policy, including improving the activities and promoting the activities of the so-called anti-corruption infrastructure bodies. So the first kind in which we cooperate is the corresponding dialogue and cooperation on identifying those things, those issues that prevent NABU from being more effective. In this context, we have rather constructive cooperation, including through development of the anti-corruption strategy and its implementation. For instance, the NABU was worried about the number of detectives, and thanks to the fact that these points on gradual increase of the number of detectives of NABU to 300 people have been adopted, this process is moving forward. And the issue that worries NABU is also the independent expert institution and its creation on judicial expertise and evaluation of anti-corruption cases. We're also cooperating on that now. We also have a big track now related to ensuring NABU with autonomous receiving information from the channels of communication. And we have not been able to implement that for quite a while until now, but they're now working on it. There is also other forms of cooperation and interaction that allows us first of all, the Department of Anti-Corruption Policy to promote the activities of NABU. In the other part of our cooperation is the implementation of inspection functions. And as you know, the national agency, during its direct operation, it inspects financial control, conflict of interest. It can identify the violations that are criminal violations, and that the NABU detectives are to be investigating. In this case, the national agency creates the expert conclusion that includes the evidence, the information that indicates that a certain person could have committed a criminal violation. Of course, this is primarily about non-providing declarations on purpose or providing false information in declarations related to big sums of money. But there also may be other corruption and corruption-related violations. So the key cooperation of NACP and NABU is in cooperation on exchanging information about potential criminal violations. And I think that there is an opportunity to improve this cooperation. And as the head of the department that analyzes this cooperation and its effectiveness, I see that many of those materials that have been formed by us and have been sent to the National Bureau have not been transformed into successful criminal proceedings. This evidences that we need to continue the dialogue, including the dialogue on the legal position, on qualification of crimes, on what it means to have enough evidence. I think that we need to develop cooperation because we cannot spend the resource to have these evaluations that are not transformed into successful criminal proceedings.
If you are to look at the structures within the NACP and at the mandate of the NACP, which structures do you feel are understaffed or under-resourced right now? And where would you take resources from to overcome this challenge?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. I would say that this issue needs to be viewed in two timeframes. On the one hand, we need to look at it in terms of lack of human resources right now and in the nearest month. And also, we need to take a general strategy view of the way NACP works and distributes its human resources. And if we discuss today's challenges, I would, of course, as of today, I would significantly redistribute human resources to solve those challenges that the NACP faces. What challenges those are? First, it turned out that currently there are 3 waves of declaring. For 2 years, the declarations have been submitted, and in the nearest time, the declaration for 2023 will be submitted. So this means that those who are submitting declarations, they need a lot of help and information when submitting the declarations. Now, there is a lot of demand for that. I think Andriy has already mentioned it in the morning. There are serious problems related to the way call center works. Many calls are lost, which in our opinion, when we take the client-oriented approach, is absolutely unacceptable. So I would primarily aim the resources at the fact that every person who needs to declare could quickly receive professional answer to the questions that they have, so they would feel comfortable in the state where the person is the most important and where the time and comfort of the person is valued by the state. And the second challenge that I have partially mentioned already, as you understand, in Ukraine, there are about 700, 800 people that need to submit declarations. This means that we have already received, and by the end of March, we will receive in total about 2.5 million of declarations that need to be appropriately processed with the help of various types of instruments. And it's quite evident that the existing resources will be lacking for this. So for the first half and maybe further on for 2024, we need to identify how to work with this challenge. And finally, the third thing, in Ukraine, since the beginning of COVID and then the full-scale invasion, the political parties have stopped submitting their reports. We have 350 political parties in Ukraine, and they're obliged to provide their reports every quarter. But for the last 4 years, they have not been reporting. And now the political parties are to be reporting to start it again. And in the nearest time, they will submit all of these reports. You can count 16 quarters, 350 parties. The number of these reports can be up to 4,000. It can be a little bit smaller because the parties have the right to provide not the quarter reports every time, but as an exception, they can provide yearly reports, but still we need to check the same amount of information. So for 2024, the strengthening of this direction is very important because we need to cope with this cumulative effect of the previous years. And of course, further on, After thinking and developing the strategy of more stable functioning, these resources must have been allocated in a way. Then if we talk about corruption prevention, for instance, I would rethink the structure in terms of identifying the most corrupted spheres, the most corrupted practices that lead to losses in the economy, and searching for ways, together with the state institutions that implement the line policy, to search for forms of these anti-corruption practices and removing them. This is the main perspective, because through line reforms, we can remove thousands of existing corrupt practices. And the structure and the key tasks and goals can help this a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stepan. Mr. Kalmykov, thank you for coming for this interview, and thank you for your service to Ukraine. I note that you, in 2021, won an award from the Cabinet of Ministers for development of anti-corruption policy and strategy. So congratulations on that. You have a long list of fixes and changes that you want to make, which is admirable. I've read your essays, I've listened to the answers to your questions, and you do indeed have a long list. And so on day one, let's just pretend for a moment that I'm a Ukrainian management consultant, and you need my help because you have a management consultancy or a change management challenge, right? I think you would agree that this is about changing behavior within NACP so you can impact behavior across the government, right? How would you determine, with the help of a management consultant, what you're going to do, how long you're going to give yourself to make what are the obvious fixes that you've already identified? For example, to the declaration system, right? The fixes, everybody pretty much agrees on what they need to be and what needs to happen. Maybe there's some nuances. My question is, how long are you going to give yourself to make those fixes so that you can move on to, let's say, other more fundamental problems? And you need a KPI to do this, right? You need KPIs to do this.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. I think that we need to talk first of all about those actions that we have to take in the first instance, like during the first months and in the long term. So the things we have discussed about already, like implementation of some kind of unnatural functions for NACP sanction policies, dubbing of functions, I think all this can be eliminated during the first week of my work as a head of NACP. Another part of challenges are the challenges connected with the special audit. We have 12,000 special checks that were not conducted. I think for 3, 4, or 5 months, we will have to focus on solving the problems that happened because of COVID and the invasion. So these are all the questions connected with the special audit, financial control, political financial control. If we're talking about the build of the institutional capacity, building up the institutional capacity in this extraordinary period, then I think in order to build up, starting from vision, strategy, goal for each direction of work, I think it will be work that will require 3-4 months, but it all depends on the institutes. If the financial control institutions, as of today, they've been developing progressively and they only need some minor efforts to optimize them. There are some challenges, for example, autofilling or other conceptual approaches, but still it's feasible, it can be done quite quickly, but there are some things that need to be reconsidered completely. First of all, it's the implementation of real prevention and elimination of corruption in the fields, optimization of the fields that are very dispersed, anti-corruption expertise, the work with anti-corruption program, etc. And the most challenging issue will probably be the issue of strategic goals, tasks, and perspective of development of the Institute of Authorized Persons. This institute is created in such a way that it's condemned not to be effective because the departments have to exercise the consultative functions inside the institution at the same time. They are under the head, they receive salaries from these heads, and it's kind of a friend of the head and of the institution. At the same time, this same very person has to determine, has to inform an ACP and other control functions. Unfortunately, the combination of these controversial functions results in this institute in this format being ineffective. It cannot help to build the compliance, and it's not enough effective as a controlling body. So this segment really needs in-depth study. As of today, I suspect that there are no exact data in ACP about the exact number of the person and departments. And we have to consider the further conception of the development of this institute, because it is the army of people who can be potentially the hands of an ACP. We are talking about 12,000 of people all over Ukraine.
I believe my question was a bit different. I appreciate what you just said, but my question really is very simple. It's kind of a yes or no question, which is, do you believe you should give yourself a time limit to achieve the goals that you want to achieve? And would you be willing to put your schedule for achieving them out in front of civil society? That's my question.
Так, звичайно.
Yes, of course. In the first weeks of the work, I will make public the plan that was developed together with all the management team. It will be the action plan for 1 year, and after the development of the general strategy and its implementation plan, and it will need about 3-4 months, we will make published the plan, indicators, KPIs, and in such a way international partners, civil society will be able to see what are the targets and will be able to control their implementation.
Civil society a bit, because it's clear that you have functioned well, succeeded, and even thrived in a government setting. You have a great list of accomplishments. It's also clear that you are an academic and have an impressive list of publications. So let's talk a little bit about your new partner in this role, which is civil society, right? The NACP cannot come close to succeeding without civil society as a full partner. That is where you get the information you need from whistleblowers. It's where you learn whether you have an impact on people's lives. It's all of those things. And so you have your network within government. You're very close and comfortable with key officials, and there's nothing wrong with that. But on day one, you have a new partner, which is civil society, and you're going to have to spend as much, if not more, time with them to begin to achieve these goals. So how do you envision yourself as a good sort of listener? Are you a good listener? Will you be able to sit patiently during extensive meetings with civil society, even when you don't agree with them, and take on board all of their concerns?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for this question. First of all, I would like to mention that starting from 2014 till the beginning of 2020, like for 5 years and a half, I've been working in professional public. I was working in the Center of Political and Law Reforms, and we were cooperating with dozens of NGOs. I know this field very well. I know all the key experts. They know me. As I told you before, the project of anti-corruption strategy, the state anti-corruption program, was developed together with all of them. All the key civil society organizations were involved, both professional and national. Anti-monopoly committee, police, prosecutors, they were all invited not only to public hearings, they were also authors of anti-corruption strategy, straight anti-corruption program. That's why for a long time I have a good cooperation with all key civil society organizations, and this cooperation transforms into development, into documents and products. Regarding the broader involvement of the civil society, as I mentioned, anti-corruption strategy underwent 7 public hearings. The anti-corruption program, 11 public hearings. In 2023 only, I held, together with my team, about 50 hearings, public hearings, because the implementation of anti-corruption strategy, to implement the strategy, an ACP has to develop 72 draft legislations, and each draft legislation requires public hearing. So on one hand, I would like to say that I think that civil society is one of the key partners, both from the side of the expertise and preparation of high-quality documents, policies, and draft legislation, and as an important subject who can draw our attention and a good time in some imperfections of procedures, documents, and it will be an indicator we have to be guided by within the context of fulfillment the tasks. So the plan and strategy I managed, it will be a good tool for the civil society, and they will be able to remind me about the promises and the indicators that we have agreed upon.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to turn the questions over. We have only about 20 minutes left, so I would ask you to keep your questions a little bit briefer so that we can have the 4 remaining commissioners ask questions. I'm going to start with Commissioner Ivanovska.
Пане Калмаку, в мене до вас таке питання. Як ви
I have a following question. How do you evaluate the work of NACP management, top management, and if you are appointed for this position of the head of NACP, will you continue the policies, will you continue the direction that was chosen by your predecessor? Could you explain your reply? Thank you very much for your question. Of course, the decisions connected with strategic vision and structure. So, and this this is important. It will depend on the efficiency. For example, I believe that everything concerning financial control is being implemented quite well, quite professional. Key procedures of business process are well established. That's why I think the managers and key professionals, we're gonna keep them, and during the period of time when Artem Sitnik is working in an ACP, I think these tools have significantly developed. So in this part, I don't see there will be any significant changes. First of all, we will try to improve the business processes. We will try to divide the forming and implementation functions, and we will try to increase the monitoring component. As to the other departments, the situation is different. One of the teams are more successful, other teams are less successful. But before we study the results of work in deeply, I don't think I can say what needs to be changed exactly. I think all other directions of work needs to be considered thoroughly from the point of view of strategy, and it can influence also the human resource potential, because sometimes we need other tasks and we need other human resource. Which directions, which fields do you feel are better developed in an ACP work and which are less developed? I mentioned already that the most successful is financial control, especially in the last period of monitoring style of life tool. I think it's a key achievement in inspection. And the less developed, well, better developed the Department of Anti-Corruption Policy, less developed. Those are divisions that were fulfilling some unnatural functions. For example, department that was working with the portal War and Sanctions, and also the departments that were separated from other structural units. For example, we have the Department of Anti-Corruption Policy, and quite logically there were a Department of International Cooperation in it. And the key task of International Cooperation Department is the work with key international institutions and implementation of international standards. I think based on this, further, it would be good if this department is under the Department of the Anti-Corruption Policy again, because the implementation of the standards is one of the key tools of the successful European integration. Also, the Department of Anti-Corruption Policy has the subdivision of policy forming. It's evident that the task of this division is doing the advocacy of their developments, and they are developing draft legislation. At the same time, in an ACP, there is a separate department which is called stakeholder department. They don't do draft legislations. They don't have the deep expertise in order to become an effective tool of promoting their developments. So in connection with this, I think some of the departments, it's not that they have demonstrated low quality of work. I think they just were not necessary. Either they were not necessary or it was just a structural mistake and they were not able to be highly functional. And another department, of course, internal control department, it needs to be divided, and it shouldn't exercise the financial control function. Also, there is no head as of today. Maybe for the future head, it's a benefit because it will be easier to provide the structural changes and to find the proper head. One more question. Whether the practices, HR practices that are in contradiction with the public services were tolerated in an ACP. If you were aware of such practices, have you ever told the top management about this? What kind of practices are you talking about? Well, one of the candidates told us about some things in an ACP functioning, that some appointments were done in some not very proper way. I am not aware of any fact of appointment that was not in line with the legislation about the public service. The only thing I can say, in my opinion, This department, HR department, recruitment department, is one of the best in an ACP because back in 2020, there was overloading and we had a need to recruit over 100 people, and there was a titanic work held on making competitions, and civil society representatives were engaged in the competition committees. You can check it. You can check the interviews. I know that Igor Feshenko, for example, was member of one of the committees. So in 2020, the committees were working during all the year, and I don't think there were any complaints. I am not aware, at least, of any. The other thing is that because of the pandemic, the procedure was simplified, and then the competition procedure was in place again. It means that the people who were appointed during the pandemic, and those were provisionary positions, and it meant we had another wave of competitions, had to do another wave of competitions. And I think this wave was highly professional. I know that this team made a lot of efforts in order to find people for the vacancies and to find the professionals of the highest level. So I don't know any facts that would contradict the legislation of Ukraine about the public service. I can only thank to the HR and recruitment department for the great work they did.
Thank you. Commissioner Savina, please.
Пане Дмитре, чи правильно я зрозуміла,
Dmitro, do I understand correct that you participated in the development of the legislation concerning the confiscation of the assets of the Russian citizens who are under sanctions? So now it's another agency who is dealing with it. Tell us, please, as a person who worked with this, do you think this agency can do it? Let me explain in more detail.
функцію по санкціях, тепер ви хочете від неї відмовитись.
So you took the function on sanctions upon yourself, and now you want to say no. You say that you developed the legislation in confiscations, and then you gave it to the other institution, to the high anti-corruption course. Do you think it's okay that that organization is looking into these cases and dealing with these cases? Maybe they also should say no and transfer it to somebody else. Thank you for the question. I will divide this question into a primarily legal and political component. The legal part is that the draft legislation developed by me and Ivan Presnikov provided for the primary collection of information about the persons who are under sanctions, and their assets can be transferred to the state, should be due by the NACP, because we did not have financial control functions at the time, and there were 60-70 people who were checking declarations before, and they would have been very capable of identifying those persons, searching for those assets, and forming the documents and filing the lawsuit. So before the draft was introduced, NACP was the subject because we had the resources and we wanted to do it. Basically, the subject that was supposed to view these cases in the draft law that we presented to the MPs, we suggested taking into account at the time, so that the first instant was the Court of Appeals, and then the appeal would happen in the Supreme Court of Ukraine. The idea was that the General Jurisdiction Court would deal with those issues, and in order to ensure, as we thought at the time, a high level of, let's say, quality and independence, and to take into account there was an active phase, and very quickly the front line was changing, and there were also mechanisms of flexible hearings, so that the case could be viewed in the court, heard in the court that is in the safe territory at the time. At the same time, just before the draft was introduced, there were some changes made by the subject who was introducing this draft law, and NACP was changed to the Ministry of Justice, and the appeals Court and the Supreme Court were changed to the High Anti-Corruption Court of Ukraine. And I'm moving on to the political part. I think that the subject that introduced the draft law, the level of trust to the High Anti-Corruption Court was higher by the subject that was introduced in the draft law, and this is why they've identified the High Anti-Corruption Court this way, and the law was adopted in the form that you know it now. Thank you for this answer. And then on the issue of this procedure, so you do not let know the person who is being investigated, that they're being investigated, that they are part of this case. In your draft law, what do you think? Do they have the right to be informed? And in the law that is now? Yes, I think that in any case, the defendant, the participant, especially whose rights and freedoms may be infringed, even in these cases, even in relation to the military aggression, I think that the defendants should be informed. At the same time, we need to understand two key moments here. The first one, at the moment that this law was adopted on confiscation of these assets through the courts, there was already a law in place enacted by Dmytro Nataluk, written by Dmytro Nataluk, that mentioned simple confiscation of assets, of property by the executive authorities without the court decision. So they were physically taken, these assets, according to that law. And according to the Constitution of Ukraine, confiscation can be just a sanction for a violation of the law on the one hand, and on the other hand, a sanctional procedure was much more suitable for this kind of procedure. And the instrument that we offered, I would like to remind you, 2022, March of the occupation has just started. It's the most active phase. And the political idea was to create, in fact, the competitive procedure to existing illegal procedure to take the assets so that we would not have to return the assets through the European Courts of Human Rights together with compensating for the moral and material damages, you know? So this is what we're trying to do. And the second component, let's be honest, in the countries between, where there are military actions between the countries, to inform in a classic way so that we definitely know that the defendant received the corresponding materials is basically impossible. This is why we suggested the mechanism of publicizing and a certain presence of the information that this case will be published on the official website of the High Anti-Corruption Court. And it was an ACP, and of course it's now a High Anti-Corruption Court. In my opinion, this allows to adhere to minimal standards on letting know the sides of the case. So you think that this is corresponding to the Article 6 of the Euro Convention, this procedure, and that there may be no cases against Ukraine on that, on violating Article 1 about the right to property and violating the right to just court hearings. I think that there may be cases against Ukraine, and I think that there will be, but I think that taking into account the situation and taking into account the in a great way compensational nature of certain cases, I do hope that the European Court on Human Rights will acknowledge this mechanism of informing the defendant as allowable and under the circumstances, and as the one that doesn't that is not against the articles that you have mentioned. But I definitely know that the confiscated assets that could be taken from the judicial persons and physical persons would be definitely be returned through the court, and we would also be paying damages. I do agree with you on that. And my final question is, did you have any, in your professional life, cases or actions that you are sorry about, and after some period of time would like to change that? Just briefly, are there any kind of stories like that? Those could be stories from private life or from my professional life. We would like to hear something from your professional life, but if you can't quickly think about anything professional, it could be a private life story. Well, all about the cases that I would be ashamed of for my professional life, I don't have any. Quite honestly, I can tell you that I tried to take as much responsibility as possible, and I tried to be as effective as possible to the extent that is possible in public service. Before that, in the civil society, and before that in the academic sphere. I don't regret this way because I started it as an academic. I understood the basic principles, the systems. I received the necessary theoretical knowledge about law and about management. On the other hand, the work in the civil sector allowed me to look into the key disadvantages and shortcomings of public administration and the way that many institutions function in Ukraine. And I think that transferring to the executive branch of power allows me to implement many decisions. And on the cases that I felt ashamed of, there was a case many years ago when I was 7 years old, and my brother was 10. We were walking home, and at that point, we were attacked by 3 boys. And because at that point, I was very small, they started beating up my brother. And at that point, I did not find strength inside me to start a fight with them. And I'm quite ashamed about that until now. I think that this is probably the weakest and the worst thing that I did, because despite the fact that I was just 7 years old, I understood very well that I have the duty to protect him. Basically, in this relation, I promised myself that I will never again do anything like that. And until today, it has never happened once.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, please.
Дякую. Пане Дмитре, дозвольте питання.
Thank you. Let me ask you a question, taking into account that you are both a practitioner and an academic. I'm interested in the following thing. Almost everybody who wrote their essays, they, in any kind of way, with different approaches, they have mentioned the inadequacies to the legislative acts, legislative basis. I will not be asking you about this right now. I'm interested in something else. As an academic, do you think that effectiveness of legislation and quality of legislation is the same at a certain stage of development of the state and the law? I'll help you right now. You have just mentioned that in March you're expecting 2.5 million declarations. And of course, this is effective because we need to declare. It's quite clear. But is this quality work? Because you have already said, just sitting in front of us, that you can hardly expect the corresponding quality, because this number clearly cannot be processed, cannot be there cannot be good work with that amount of declaration. Why do you prefer, what do you prefer, effectiveness or quality at a certain stage? Thank you. Thank you for your question. You know, I do think that it's quite realistic and normal that the most effectiveness is demonstrated by the legislation of the best quality. The other thing is that in real life, taking into account parliamentary procedures, because I don't think the legislation has been ever taken in the way that the author have developed them, or even the initiator of them. So by the end, we very often receive the legal material that wasn't expected, and it can have certain shortcomings, certain gaps, incompliances inside it. So I am for the best quality legislation, because for me, the best quality legislation is the legislation that allows you to adhere to human rights and freedoms as much as possible and allows to achieve the best result. So for me, those are things that can be combined. But talking about 2.5 million declarations, I did not mean that they will be checked in a worse way. I meant that it's possible that the part that will be checked can be much lower. So all the declaration, without exception, they are to be checked. All the declaration that the national agency received are checked by the special information system. It's called the system of logical and arithmetic control, right? It has a number of functions. For instance, comparing declarations to other registers. So every declaration, regardless of the number of them, goes through logic and arithmetic control. That's one thing. Secondly, we have the instrument of the so-called automatic checks. We can discuss in different ways about its goals and purposes, but this instrument also allows to analyze all declarations without exceptions. Also in terms of how fully and information was provided and how good was the quality, comparing it to other registers and databases that the state possesses. The other part is which part of them will be transferred to full check, because this is a special procedure that provides for total checking of the declarations, all fields of declarations. And the existing resource says that we could take about 1,000, about 1,100, 1,200 full checks. It's considerably lower share that could have been. Another instrument is monitoring the style of life, because if we exercise this correctly, if we organize the processes correctly, it can be done so that the monitoring of the style of life would not analyze the information that cannot identify or cannot allow to identify for violations, but would focus on those fields and those components, both of the declaration and other components of life, that will allow with higher reliability identify some assets that have not been explained or some illegal things, assets that were gained. Thank you, Dmitra. I would like to compliment you. You could be a very good academic and university professor, but I'm quite interested in the other thing, effectiveness, understanding that this is not good quality legislation that will be prolonged for dozens of years. This is something that's always mentioned about our legal system. Many acts that unfortunately with time stop working. So are you on the side of the effectiveness or of good quality legislation, even taking into account that currently something will not be working out? Thank you. Well, in general, I'm for good quality and systematic legislation, and for systematic development of all institutions and institutes, because this is the only thing that in the long-term perspective will allow us to hope to receive a result. Early palliative decisions, they can have a short-term result, but they will not provide us the stable result. And I support the good quality legislation that is developed systematically and is also corresponding to the European standards of legislation, which will ease our, and it's changed every day, right? Thank you.
Okay, so we haven't been able to get through all the questions that we want to, so we're going to extend this session by 10 minutes, at least 15 minutes. We need to vote on extending the session. So all those that agree to extend the session for 15 minutes.
Якщо продовжимо 15 хвилин, скажіть так чи ні?
Так. Так.
Yes, 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 yes.
Kozlov, your turn.
Пане кандидате, я думаю, що у вас є чітке бачення. Нам
Dear candidate, I think you have a clear vision, and we would also like to have it. Which people does an ACP currently lack as professionals? Which professionals does it lack? And where are you going to headhunt for them if you become the head of the agency? First of all, I think NACP lacks people who have very good skills to strategic thinking and planning, and who will become great leaders of those directions, of those legal institutes that NACP takes care of right now. Where we could take them. There is the existing team of managers, and a big part of them, in my opinion, are professionals in what they do. The other thing is that in some cases, in my opinion, they deal with the tasks and goals that are expected from them by the legislator, describing the things that happen in the leading European countries. And others are quite lost in this aspect. But I still think that the existing managers who will correspondingly strategically think about their institution, who will better understand the strategic planning and the flexible instruments of delegating on my side, I think, in my opinion, they may become more effective managers. And the other source, of course, are the people who work in the department that I'm currently heading. I say that in the beginning that I do think, and I will always think, that my biggest accomplishment in this position is the search. It's an extremely difficult process to search and uniting around the same values and priorities of 24 of professionals at the highest level. And I think that at least half of them, taking into account the knowledge that they have and the skills that they have, they're ready to be the managers and to implement the projects of any level of difficulty. That's the second source. And finally, the third source are the people who currently work in academia, who work in NGOs, and also in the other institutions. There are quite many of these people. Of course, we can't say that we have too many, but these people do exist. And I expect that in case that I win, they will agree to work together in an ACP and together create, as we sometimes say, the team of teams. So these are the three sources of professionals. Of course, I can name the names, but I'm not sure it's appropriate, especially taking into account that I do not have the corresponding mandate. So I cannot have the final yes from them, but I do have a clear understanding who these people are. If we take different aspects of the activity of the agencies, do you need fresh blood? Or the team that exists can cope with your vision of further development and the activities of an ACP?
I think an ACP really needs fresh blood, totally. This means that part of the people will have to be replaced, right? How are you going to organize this replacement process in order to stay effective despite the moods of the people who are currently working, but probably will stop working at some point in the nearest future? First of all, this is not necessarily getting people fired. We can change the structure and it will allow us to distribute the human resources more effectively. I'm not talking about some total dismissals. I'm rather talking about distribution, redistribution that will help us to become more effective. And for this purpose, we need to change the structure. And structure will start changing within the first day. I hope the candidate who wins the competition will remove the department, War and Sanctions Department, or will solve the issue with the Department of Internal Control. So in any case, there will be structural changes within the first days. So within the first weeks, we will be able to optimize the structure. And further on, the structure will become more determined. Together with the managerial team, will come up with the general strategy of development for the agency for further 4-8 years, and there will be targets and goals and tasks for each department, and we can come up with a structure that will be effective and stable. And I think in 3-4 months after a new head of an ACP comes in power, this change just can happen. And this is how I see this inflow of new blood. And also because of the new structure, we will be able to attract new people and use the people we have more effectively. Okay, let's talk about this War and Sanctions Department. Let's call it shortly like this. So you really want to eliminate it at all, or with some legislative changes and with some proper risk management and coordination with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, let's say, you could preserve it, taking into account that there are probably some high quality professionals. Thank you for your question. First of all, when I say this, I'm based on the following. Any efficiency means using the available resources in the best way. This means any additional function, especially if it's not very natural, it reduces the general potential and the priority of areas of work and in an ACP on one hand. On the other hand, in Ukraine, we have specialized institutions we should be performing this type of functions. In the very beginning, I mentioned that. For example, the Council of State Security Service, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, partially Ministry of Justice, the Secretariat of Cabinet of Ministers. That's why I would do everything possible to preserve the existing developments, to hand them over to the body which is ready to continue this work or similar work. But I'm strongly against holding these functions in NACP because they are completely unnatural for this type of institution. So the Council of Anti-Corruptional Policy, in your visual of anti-corruptional structure in this state, in our state, do we actually need it? Do we actually need this council, or NACP can perform the same functions as the developer of state anti-corruption policy and as the body which is partially implementing it? May I specify you're talking about the Council of Anti-Corruption Policies at the President's office? Yeah. Well, yes, there is such a council at the President's office. This is a collegial body. I think that primarily it was created in order to enable the president to have a platform where they can obtain the information about the key problems on corruption prevention issues, and the platform where the solution of these problems could be discussed, including alternative solution. I think this initiative is not bad if the head of the state has such a tool and wants to be the leader of such type of a process. But during the latest 2 years, this council never had a meeting. And 2 years before, I'm talking the years 2020, 2022, there were only 2 meetings. In September 2022, they were considering the project of anti-corruption strategy and improved it. And second time, we had a constitutional crisis in 2020 when the agency was deprived of its key functions. I think there were a closed meeting of this council. Whether we need it, I think the president could need such a body. At this moment, this body is not being used actively, and the previous president didn't use it either because such council was created under the time of the previous president as well.
Є традиція в очільників різних органів.
There is a tradition of the head of different bodies say that we lack authority and we lack relevant legislation provisions. Taking into account those KPI that you have mentioned partially, for example, about 12,000 special audits or 2 million of declarations you will have to deal with in the beginning of April, as soon as beginning of April. And then some more categories might be added to this. Yes, the people who had right to delay for the moment. So what, taking into account all this, what kind of changes in the legislation you need, and how are you going to work with stakeholders in order to make sure the relevant things become the part of the legislation in the proper way? Okay, let me first reply to the first part of your question. I think the authorities that NACP has at the moment allows it to be rather effective in performing the most of the functions. I would even say highly effective. And also, we can further optimize the processes and human resources and be even more effective. For example, if we're talking about the perspectives of financial control and increase of the efficiency of detecting the unlawful assets or enrichments. So if we have more human resources and we have better system, we can improve the KPIs by 10 times. As to the legislation, whether it is perfect, whether it allows NACP to be as effective as possible, well, can it be more effective? Yes. There are some things in the legislation that make it the work of NACP complicated and doesn't allow to be effective in some cases. There are a lot of such things potential, but let me draw your attention to one thing. I think it's not a secret for you that the majority of the protocols of NACP in the general jurisdiction courts, unfortunately, are not being transformed into any administrative responsibility for the people these applications were submitted against. And it has this problem has some organizational character, because we have to consider the quality of the materials, because the Prevention Institute is working only when the punishment is inevitable, and we can see this is not the case. Also, there is a number of law imperfections that limit the possibility of this inevitability of punishment. For example, Article 38 of the Code about Administrative Violations is the term of punishment. If a certain term has passed, there can no longer be confiscation. And what courts do? They believe they can close the case when this time passes, and courts very often, like in 1/3 of the cases, they just delay, postpone the hearings, and then they just take the decision about closing the case. Another problem, the protocols prepared by the national agency are represented in the courts by the employees of the prosecutor's bodies, and we understand that prosecutor's office will treat these cases as key cases for them. Prosecution is overloaded by its direct functions, so the representation of these materials in courts are not always effective, and it influences the quality. Another problem, as you know, as of today, the court of the first instance, the resolution, very often it becomes the last instance. The appeal can be filed only by the person against whom this decision was taken. If the court of the first instance says there was no crime, no violation, then further the state is deprived of tools of submitting an appeal. I'm not talking even about any other tools. And the last thing, unfortunately, in many cases, and I've studied a lot of them, even in the cases when there is an obvious violation, the courts take decisions. I'm sorry for this wording. They are take the obviously unlawful decisions. Why? Because there are other members of parliaments and high-ranking public officials, and that's why they take such decisions. They don't want to take the proper decisions against them. And when we are talking about the article about conflict of interests and making the improper the false information in your declaration. We had a lot of problems with this. That's why we think we need more amendments to the legislation. And with the proper amendments in the legislation, I think the efficiency of these cases will increase by 20 times. Okay, I have a brief question. Where, in your opinion, the requirements to people who submit the declarations can be decreased, and to financial control, so the agency will be able to catch big fish and not to spend time on some minor things? Thank you for your question. Generally, I believe that if we're talking about financial control, the first aim and first priority is the subject of declaring. So declaring should be comfortable, and it should require the minimal time from the person drafting a declaration. So I wrote it in my motivation letter. The first thing I would do, I would exclude all the fields that are not stipulated by the law. For example, there is a field like a foreign passport. It's not stipulated by the law. Or so I would initiate the amendments about including the provisions that has no sense, not for the purpose of transparency or financial control. For example, information about accounts. National agency don't need this information. National agency has access to banking secret, but it consumes a lot of time and puts a lot of burden on the people filing the declaration. So we initiate the changes on including this unnecessary field from declaration. Also, the question about improvement and so like creation the declaration based on the previous declaration. Another story, legislative changes. Now the national agency did a lot of work on an automated check, and the register of the declaration is interoperable with other registers. So further on there can be automatic filling, so the person will not have to check look for the information all the information filled previously will be automatically filled in, and the person should only check whether this information correct or not. So I would do it in the nearest time in order to ease the life of the person declaring. As to the effectiveness, I think we have to understand that the full checkup of declaration, this is the tool described by the legislation, and national agency is obliged to check all the piece of information described in Article 46, and it consumes a lot of human resources, and the end product is of low quality. So the key resources should be given to the monitoring process of life. So we have to focus on the people who work in the spheres who are which are the most affected by corruption. Looking for the property which is not declared, some real estate which was not commissioned, which is not being in use, cryptocurrency, the estate or property which is outside of Ukraine. And all these things can be implemented within the monitoring of lifestyle, and we can reach the maximum of productivity.
Mr. Kalmykov, thank you very much for your very thorough, detailed, well-organized, and well-presented answers to our questions. You clearly have a great breadth and depth of knowledge, and I hope you understand that we've learned a great deal from you today, and we appreciate your time. And so we're going to conclude this interview and begin with the next interview. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Дякую.
So the next interview is with Alexander Starodubtsev. No, sorry. I'm sorry. Let me, the next interview is with Sergei Kupia. Thank you. So I'm looking at that. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay there. All for the right cause, right? So when you're ready, you want to put on the mic, turn on the mic. Who is the lead questioner? Okay, so yes, please, yeah. Yeah.
От наскільки у нас у всіх свіжа пам'ять, давайте почнемо з того питання, яке ми щойно поставили.
Since we all have fresh memory, let's ask the same question that was asked to the previous candidate before he left. We would be interested in the approach that both of you take to this. The question was as follows: what methods of financial control you would like to get rid of if you become the head of an ACP? And what objects of investigation, of study you would like to get rid of so that both corruption did not increase and NACP was empowered in its institutional capacity, would have more resources to look into really serious deviations from a good-spirited, good-willed way of life. Good afternoon. Thank you for the possibility to present my position here during the competition today. I would also like to thank those who protect us for the fact that we're able to have this competition under these safe conditions. I think that they and our society are worth the best choice and the best result of this competition. Regarding the question of financial control, the question that indeed relevant and is the beginning of the start of the identification of certain corruption moments persons in different spheres. It is not just identification, it is also certain indicators of these are the other spheres where the most facts of violations can happen. And the issue of decreasing the volume of financial control, to be honest, this is not the issue that I'm posing in front of myself. The way I think about it is the approval of financial control and to simplifying the procedures, to providing the opportunity to quickly and objectively for employers of an ACP who have these duties to check a very big number of declarations. It is currently known that about 900,000, this is for a certain period, if you take the declaration, but if you take the period of declaring, for instance, that we had for the previous years, it is over 2 million. It's quite understandable that nobody can take it that has such a few number of employees working in this direction. So, yeah, but I can also say that an ACP did take a step to decrease an ACP, and also the legislature took steps to decrease a certain level of financial control. But in my opinion, it has both advantages and disadvantages. What we're talking about, the changes, the amendments that were enacted since October, public and legal entities, the financial control, as far as I understand, are just the top management. And we got rid of financial control of the lower ranking officials, such as the head of departments, certain departments. And an ACP reported that in this way, they decreased the load for financial control on about 50,000 declarations. But at the same time, there is this thing that's related to the fact that these people not only get rid of financial control, they also evaded the responsibility for conflict of interest, for other limitations, and similar things. So maybe, indeed, maybe, or not maybe, but with these conditions, with this number of employees we currently have, this body is not able to process this number of declarations. However, if we do decrease the number of subjects who must declare and must be subject to financial control, they also, at the same time, we need to maintain the other limits, and those are the limitations related to conflict of interest, to working in different places at the same time, related to receiving presents, and so on and so forth. The sphere of monitoring the style of life and special evaluations, well, the style of life is, in my opinion, mutually related with financial control, and basically the decrease of work also decreases the work in this sphere as well, but I don't see a possibility to decrease the circle of subjects who are being monitored. Well, monitoring is done selectively compared to financial control, for instance. I would like to clarify, I'm not even talking about the circle of subjects, I'm talking more about objects, right, in this case. What, in your opinion, should not be on the list of objects that need to be declared and that need to be continued to be part of financial control? In my opinion, if we take the structure of the declaration itself, is that what you mean? The objects that need to be declared, in my opinion, it is rather harmonic, balanced. I have comments on combining declaring and accesses to databases and registries. There is a problems with how well filled they are. But in my opinion, the objects, the lines that need to be declared, they are quite balanced. It's quite a normal balance. I'm not even talking about the need to considerably increase the threshold of the number of properties or the cost of properties. We're not talking about excluding certain object because there is a certain threshold in place and there is the certain level that they're declaring. But what are the objects that are illegal? For instance, what do you mean? Well, your colleague named the number of the foreign passport. I do agree. Well, if we talk about the fact that these documents are compared to the documents of that identified person, and if we're talking about what's happening right now in the country, we talk about certain citizens leaving the country, and we do know that about the facts that, let's be honest, these facts are quite public. We know the facts that people who work in military recruitment, they buy property abroad. He will not document their property, their real estate to their Ukrainian passports. They will be using their foreign passport. So it is again the connection to the databases. We're also being integrated into the global system of data searching, database searching, where one of the functions is also the access according to the request to the international registry databases. And this is why this element, the presence of this in the declaration itself, it helps even when we monitor this style of life to submit certain requests. I don't think that there's anything wrong here. So the way you feel about it, if you become the head of an ACP, the people who submit declarations, do you view them as someone you control, or do you view them as clients? Do you view them as partners of an ACP? What's your approach to this? For me, they are primarily the generally accepted civilized order of existence of public service and the bodies of government authorities, state authorities. It is a civilized approach to declare your property and your assets. So for me, they are primarily, they're showing that they are compliant, the fact that they submit the declarations, they show that they're transparent, and also they are disciplined. And even if somebody does have some thoughts about someone, the system of declarations allows to identify certain things. The recent changes related to declaring cryptocurrency, this is the fear that is broadening, you know. I would not think about them as someone who we must punish. I would not think about that because this is not the goal in itself. There is no goal in itself in my activities to have a bigger indicator on identifying false declarations, right? For me, the goal is to have law-abiding citizens complete their declarations, and they would have fully submitted, timely submitted, honest data there. So you have previously mentioned that we need to do certain actions. Certain actions need to be done so that the selection procedures to an ACP became more transparent. Do you have any ideas how to implement, let's say, the elements of competition into the procedure that is not a competitive procedure of selection? That, is provided for in the martial law legislation. Do you mean that if today I was appointing if I was making up a competition, what kind of competition would we have? Even if there was no competition as it is, how would you try to be the most objective as possible when selecting the candidates? Maybe some kind of testing. Maybe some special practical tasks to solve. Well, basically, we are turning every position then into a position that we have a competition for if you do this, First of all, I adhere to giving the opportunity to open the vacancies and to announce the competition if it's possible for the vacancy. Maybe in this time it will be a simplified procedure that will provide for at least, those elements that are present in our competition as well, but in a more simplified way. It's your motivation letter. It is a brief CV of a person that they can, what they can tell about themselves. It is also, I would possibly add certain recommendation letters from certain people or certain organizations where this person has previously worked. Of course, an ACP does not have people that have certain education profile inside it. They could have had an economic major or a law major. They could have an experience in human rights. And this way, to narrow the tasks allocated to these persons is to allocate a certain practical task is difficult, but we could have a task for general capacities, skills that we also had during this competition. I think that I like it, and I would also implement it to a certain extent. It does not take too much of the time, and it gives the possibility for the person to in certain time frame, while being quite stressed in this time frame, to know how this person makes decisions. And the three-stage evaluation that happens during this stage for general skills, it is rather interesting. This verbal test, so how the person combines the words together, how big is their vocabulary, and this abstract and logical stage shows us to which extent the person can identify the most important things out of the other things, how to find the gaps that are not on the surface, that are not visible with the plain eye. The mathematical test gives the possibility to see how the person is consistent and how they can see certain mathematical processes in compliances between figures, connections between figures, which is also important. So the general skills, I would make it obligatory. What about the psychological test? Psychological test. Well, it's rather interesting. I don't know the results. If I knew the result of my test, I could answer whether I am the person that I think I am, right? And I would then say that, yeah, this looks like me, it's me, it corresponds to reality. So yeah, this test is necessary, it's valid. I would rather say that if the person can think logically, if the person can combine and think about, you know, consequences and how things are logically connected, this is already a great advantage. The person can be taught. We all have different skills, you know, and the experience of my activity also shows that activity in teams, that there are people with very different character types in teams and different visions and the way they see the work and all the other things. So to cancel a person just by saying that because according to the tests, they're very slow, for instance, or they think too much, or they choose more long-term work, and before making the decision, they think about all the things, and to prefer that person compared to the person who can make the decisions very quickly, I don't think that, you know, that psychological test for me, it can have more of the recommendational nature to identify whether this person can be best placed. And before I give the word to my colleagues, maybe I will add you more questions at the end, but I would like to ask about the main KPIs that you've identified for yourself. Let's say for 3, 6, and 12 months after you're appointed the head of an ACP, let's say. And something that we could measure quantitatively. Let's say that we were successful in this iteration of an ACP when we've completed this task, right? For me, the identifying thing in an ACP, and I think that the main function and the main mandate of an ACP is the identifying and forming the anti-corruption policy and its implementation. And currently we have the anti-corruption strategy and we have the anti-corruption program, right? That has criteria of evaluation, the indicators, the terms, and the implementers. This direction, in my opinion, is the key one because it shows the most comprehensive and integrated function of an ACP, and this direction covers also, in general, the entire anti-corruption infrastructure. This is why, of course, the criteria of how the anti-corruption program, the evaluation to the extent the anti-corruption program that is implemented will be one of the main tasks for me.
Well, there are some key KPIs which will show you that the agency is working successfully. What are those KPIs? Well, for example, decrease of corruption risks in the 6 key areas determined by anti-corruption strategy. Those are implementation of results and defense area because it's very important. My position is that this anti-corruption strategy and anti-corruption program in defense is not well designed and it needs some substantial amendments because when it was developed and when the actions were developed, this was done not under the martial law. There were nothing about the rebuild and restoration of destroyed facilities. There was nothing about the provision of weapons from the international partners and about control of these procurements. So it will be important. I'm sorry. I understand what you are thinking about. I like it, but I would like to, however, specify like how the corruption risks, how exactly they should be decreased, and which results exactly, which measurable results you will consider as an indicator that it is successful, and we would be happy together with you. So what exactly like you will do and how it will reflect in the KPIs. So we want some type of promises from the candidates, to tell the truth. Well, the index of corruption, the decrease of corruption perception index will be the key marker. When during the drafting of the strategy, there was a study in different areas, and the index of corruption perception was determined in healthcare, in defense, and all the other areas, and this index was determined. And indicators that we will obtain as the result of the monitoring will be the key significance. Of course, it cannot be perfect in today's reality. We are behind. We're quite behind in implementation and in implementing the actions provided by anti-corruption program, but there are good reasons for that. Despite that this program was adopted quite late, we have more than 1 year and a half to implement it. And according to some criteria, we have 16% of performance, 10% of performance, and this needs to be changed. As to the defense, the procurement, I think what is the marker as of today, and there are a lot of investigations, etc. What is important for me here is the implementation of the legislative amendments that will shift the center of responsibility. What I mean, right now in the procurement, everything goes down to state forming a certain bid, certain price proposal, and there are certain entities that are ready to fulfill this condition to offer the price, and then there should be law enforcement and public control in place, and law enforcement bodies, they say like, this proposal could have been lower, and it starts like, whose fault is that, etc., why this happened. And so the entity, the enterprise say, I am just an entrepreneur. I proposed, I made my bid within the budget outlined by the state. And in such case, we cannot accuse this entrepreneur of anything. Our legislative system built in a way that even having ProZorro system, the bid in ProZorro system can be far from being ideal from the start. And when we start to understand whose fault is that, we find that there has been a lot of committees, a lot of people who signed the documents. Sometimes it was even a collegial decision, and these people could also be responsible. So I think in defense and procurement, the first task is to develop a method, an algorithm of action for the forming of price. There should be a person responsible for this, and they will say, like, based on the result of the first several steps, the bid for this object should be this. the price should be this, and I am ready to sign it. I monitored all the proposals in the market. I found the most optimal variant. The last question from me. What an ACP can do within this context? Well, what an ACP can do in this context? So we understand about the result we expect. What an ACP can do. For me, it's the transition of one very important but very weak function, anti-corruption expertise. Anti-corruption expertise, for the moment, is a selective check of acts and drafts of acts. If we're talking about the people who are responsible for anti-corruption expertise, is the Ministry of Justice and the Committee of Verkhovna Rada on the corruption prevention. Also, although NACP is the most independent body out of all these bodies and has a possibility to be independent. At the same time, it is very limited a number of people who can execute this type of activity, so I would suggest to change the vector in the direction of NACP. I would suggest to enlarge the number of anti-corruption experts in NACP, significantly enlarge. Also, I would suggest the anti-corruption expertise of the legislative acts obligatory to make it possible for an ACP to initiate such expertises. And what is also important, where we have the gap at the moment, is that an ACP basically submits its anti-corruption conclusion, that it can be taken into account, or as well it may be not taken into account by the body issuing this or that legislative act. So the vector should be changed. It should be obligatory. There should be terms determined, like 10 days, like providing a reply in 10 days, but the strengthening of NACP position in anti-corruption expertise will be of significant importance. My idea is to create the intersectional working group that will include people from law enforcement bodies, investigators. Why I think it is important? First of all, it comes from my practical activity. Once I wrote in my essay that I think that one change of the legislation is better than dozen of investigations. What do I mean? We engage the best experts who have the information. They are practitioners, even if those are some closed hearings about state procurement or some corruption activities. They see the gaps in the legislation and practice. They are able to say why they were not able to bring this person to responsibility. At the same time, they understand how come this person managed to commit this corruption crime, which gaps they used. So this group will accumulate, well, for example, state procurement, let's go back to it again. They will accumulate the practice, the precedents in this area, and they will say, like, why, what preconditions there were that allowed this person to commit the crime. And then they will send this information to expert department of anti-corruption expertise, and they will use it while doing their expertises, anti-corruption expertise work.
Very good. So thank you very much, Mr. Hupiak. I want to introduce a metric, if I may, to this discussion, and it's something I've been thinking about a lot in the context of this work of the Selection Commission. And so the word is independence, right? The word is independence, and that's a hard word to define. And yet we can assume, I think, that everyone thinks the NACP should be quite independent, right? And that further, the institution today is at, let's say, X level of independence. When you take this position and you become the head of NACP, you will want to achieve a higher level of independence. So let's say it starts at X, and then you want it to be at a level, let's call it A of independence. How would you define that for us? What are the qualities of independence of this institution that you would want to establish? Independence from what? Independence for what?
Цікаве питання, тому
It's a
що
very interesting question because, in my opinion, it is based on the understanding of the place of NACP in whole the anti-corruption structure. When I was preparing for this competition, I was studying the facts. I mentioned that NACP. How do I imagine anti-corruption structure? It's a circle. I mentioned this in my task, and NACP is in the center of the circle. And there are mutual connections with all the subjects of anti-corruption infrastructure. And this not because I want to diminish other agencies. That's because National Agency on Corruption Prevention has a very comprehensive package of authority, very well integrated in the system. It's present in all the areas of anti-corruption activity with no exclusion. And it's not just words. If we say, for example, let's take bribes. How what NACP can do here? Well, NACP is here to protect the whistleblowers, to keep the record of what is happening. So a person finds themselves in a portal, they receive guarantees, they receive protection from NACP and representation of their interests. So NABU is doing the investigation, but NACP is an important actor here. This is one of the examples of how NACP authorities are well integrated and connected with all the bodies connected with the corruption prevention. So if it is a center, the center should be independent. It should be protected from different kinds of influence. And I think NACP was less independent when there was a collegial system of decision-making. At the moment, NACP, now there is a leadership institute, and the head can be appointed, and the head can take decision. And there was a competition established, and the competition is one of the elements of independence. This is what we should preserve. This is a direct markers of the body independence. So open competitions, the guarantee of work, the guarantee of payment. I would also increase the transparency of hiring the new personnel, of transparency of why we hire certain people, that would increase, or why we fire certain people. So the employees should be also protected by some guarantees from the side of the competition. Also, the proper conditions of payment, proper salaries are the element of independence. Also, the proper material and technical instruments and assets that are needed for work. Also, there was a norm in which the calculation of the salaries was not according to the norms. Now, NACP, like they need to have the salaries provided by the law guaranteed. This is also an element of independence, and the new head of NACP should preserve this element or make sure we don't lose this element, because if it's adjusted by the decisions of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, that will make the head of an ACP and employees dependent from the Cabinet of Ministers. So when the norm about the salaries, that the salaries should be paid according to the legislation, and it increases the independency and it guarantees that in such a way other body cannot manipulate using the salary, for example. Also, NACP should be able to use international technical aid. This is also an element that ensures that in case of some problems with state funding, NACP also always can find a way out how to continue the activities. And this is the guarantee of independence that should be preserved and should be developing. Of course, we shouldn't abuse, but if we're able to do it using the state budget of Ukraine, I think we shouldn't trying to attract international funding. But the audits, for example, showed that this independence element, the proper payments, the proper salaries, influenced the possibility of excellence, of improvement of professional level of the staff. And with the help of international technical aid, NACP was trying to provide this for their staff. So to make it short, I think the guarantees of NACP independence are quite high at the moment, and it makes its central place in the anti-corruption structure. Our task is to preserve them, not to let any unlawful changes, not to let any governmental bodies to interfere with our work. Of course, someone may think that if we're in the state of war, then why do we need this open, transparent, long-term competition to find the head of an ACP? But I think this is a guarantee that is one of the first provided by the legislation, and it was preserved, and we are doing it right now in the times of war.
Thank you. That's a very helpful answer. So let's turn now to your definition of independence for you, for yourself. How do you define your independence, and how are you satisfied in your own professional life? What do you say to yourself when you said, I've been independent? What does that mean when you say that to yourself?
Для мене незалежність
For me, independence means something that it means that I don't provide opportunities to anyone from the outside to influence me illegally. For me, independence is the ability to independently make decisions based on the law. Independence for me is at the same time the possibility to choose a certain workplace according to my own personal wish and to change my life the way I see fit. So independence for me is primarily, basically, the internal discretion when I'm making decisions. I think that indeed I am an independent actor, person, in the right understanding of this word. Of course, I act according to the legislation requirements, to the requirements for my position. I work according to the labor legislation. I'm disciplined at work. And this is not to the degree that the decision that I make is radical and ultimative. I'm talking about something else here. My independence is ensured by certain indicators and markers, and I think that when you were evaluating my integrity and you had the sort of monitoring of my lifestyle, for me, the indicators are the indicators of my dependence on somebody and what those indicators are. For instance, when we talk about the working sphere, that's the indicator of untypical promotion. It's the marker of being in a certain team of certain people. It's a marker that the person, without having certain qualification or education, is being appointed to a certain position. This is the person that cannot go through a competitive procedure, but is a person who is looking for ways to be appointed without a competition. I do not have these indicators. I do not have a dependence neither of a property nature or any kind of family or friendly nature from anybody. For instance, I'm not obliged to anyone. I have not received any land plots or real estate or any kind of preferences in the entire time of my professional activities. That's been over 16 years. I haven't used the possibilities, neither me nor the members of my family, that I am according to the legislation.
I get the picture. You've answered the question very well, and I just want to create more space and time for my other commissioners. So again, thank you for a very good answer to both questions. I appreciate it.
Дякую, Меттю. Пане Сергію.
Thank you, Matthew. Serhiy, please tell us who you are. We talked about psychological testing. We've touched upon it, at least, the issue of psychological testing. And I want to ask you the following question. I basically have two questions. And the first of them is about your qualities. Please name 3 of your qualities that you think are strong, your character features or qualities that can help you be effective in this position. And 1 quality that, in your opinion, you need to improve to be more effective head of an ACP. It's a very interesting question. I think that my key characteristics that I possess
As I have already mentioned,
незалежність через доброчесність.
our independence because of my integrity, and it is in the approach to anything, in organizing my work, in relationships with people. And my next good quality is the ability to be curious with what I'm doing, to be interested in it. It is my belief that motivation and being interested is an additional source for energy. So I do only something, not only something that I'm interested in, but I prefer for the most part of my work activities to do something that I'm really interested in, what fascinates me and what makes me. Also, the next quality that, in my opinion, I have is my being systematic. This is the quality that allows me for a long time to work on certain processes and solutions, to take a systematic approach to making the decisions, to evaluate the situation from different sides. It's a very interesting question of the quality that I need to develop. It is more related to the fact that I'm now in law enforcement. And for over 16 years of my activities, I've been working in the law enforcement system. This is, on the one hand, an advantage, and on the other hand, it has a certain impact on the way you think, on the way you write your texts, on the way you make your decisions, and so on. And even if I set an example, right? I have a friend who works in the international organization, and he read my documents, my essays, my answers to the practical tasks, and he said that it can be felt very well that I have this bureaucratic and dogmatic style, and this style, in his opinion, does not fit well to the head of an ACP. In his opinion, there's a need for change, and I do agree with him here. There needs to be a certain simplification to approach to work, and let's say in talking to people, communication. It's very interesting, thank you. And another question of professional nature, based on the documents that you've submitted, in particular your essay, you're saying that the important achievement is the unified portal of whistleblowers, and then you write something else in your essay. So how do you evaluate the way it works, this sphere of an ACP, how well it works, and can there be improvements, and what could you do in order for this to happen? Well, I'll tell you this. The whistleblowers is an important sphere. It's one of the things that an ACP can do and has a mandate to do, and it provides for defending the key figure, the key whistleblower, when we're talking about criminal violations, administrative violations, and other things related to corruption. So the providing guarantees, ensuring the safety, following the whistleblower is quite important. And the launch of the portal, I think, is also important. But at this time, by simple using the portal and simple analysis, I've identified several markers that, in my opinion, that I did not like. For instance, what I meant, the United Portal was launched in September 2012, and I think it's it has 1,533 statements there, but persons as whistleblowers there are only 20. And what it means that we don't know the legal status the other persons, or it means that we don't know what to do with their statements, what guarantees we should provide to them. I think that at this very stage, we need to make changes. There is a need to have all the 1,533 people who provided their statements and applications. They had the possibility to use the guarantees for whistleblowers. Do you remember? Do you remember that 1,533 people by heart? I just entered it recently and monitored this sphere. So yeah, I wrote it out, this figure. On some spheres, I tried to have at least my small internal evaluation. So the whistleblowers became one of the spheres, yes. It's one of the interesting observations. There are problems with the interface. The fact that the person does not quite understand where they need to go, the administrative violations or criminal violations. There's a problem, another thing that I read, with the number of files uploaded. For instance, currently there is the limitation, it's 5 megabytes and 5 files. So if it's a good quality PDF document, one document can increase this limitation. So there are these kind of technical problems. There is a problem that if you go up to step 5, if you want to correct something in step 4, you must go back to step 1. So these are the inconveniences that they're facing. All of these needs to be removed, but taking into account that the system is new, it's been launched in the fact that it's been launched is already good. So I would identify several things that needs to be improved. First, to make it more simple to understand for a person who wants to submit something, this understanding of the unified form. We also need to change the profile of the whistleblower, because the law says that only a person from a certain sphere can become a whistleblower. It is labor relations, working in certain bodies. But if the person is not from a certain sphere, they may not receive the whistleblower status. So I think we need to broaden that. And also, in my opinion, we need to increase the issue of protecting the whistleblowers. And what we're talking about, there is no clear separate algorithm that I found how we can, in big detail, and what kind of protection the whistleblower receives. So this needs to be provided for. Some regular examples that we have is providing the guns, providing security, providing the change in their data, and so on and so forth. We need to also remove certain inconsistencies between how it's defined in the criminal procedural code, in the law on preventing corruption. So we need to unify this notion of a whistleblower.
Sir, I just want to bring in another commissioner, okay? So thank you for your answer. Commissioner Stefan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Your professional activities so far are concentrated mostly in Vinica. Am I correct? Now you're applying for this high-level position in an ACP, which is a central body. Do you believe your local experience is an advantage or a disadvantage when it comes to occupying this high-level position?
Well, in any case, I'm an external candidate, right? And in this, I see the advantage of being that
there is the advantage that I'm an external candidate, and there is also the advantage that my place of location is not central, is not in Kyiv. So my position will be in that I'm a person who will come from a tabula rasa. I will not have certain interests connected or friendship that connects me with certain employees of an ACP. I will not be engaged by certain processes that took place before that. For instance, some conflicts, some differences that took place between the team members. So I will be a rather objective head. I will not have, let's say, the identified team in this body. And I will not have dependence from the internal team of the body. So basically, this unties my hands because I am transparent and open to communication. I am the one who thinks and who wants to hear the opinion from different sides. And I'm rather moderate when I'm making the decisions. I think that this gives me the opportunity to be not engaged after I come, when I come on the first day as an ACP head.
We talked a lot about independence. I would ask you to reflect upon the level of reform and independence of the institution where you're working now, the SBI, compared to anti-corruption institutions. So an ACP, NABU, maybe the SAPO as well. So where do you see your current institution in terms of reform, from a scale from 0 to 10? And independence, of course.
Це фактично дуже
It's
провокативне.
basically a very provocative question for me. And it will contradict my professional ethics. I still am employed there at the SBI, but the markers that the State Bureau of Investigations has that allow us to say that that my position there is independent and that the body has the characteristics of independence. First, in 2021, I came to the position not through the appointment, but I came in my position through the open competition. And this way, the open competition where there was an opportunity to take part for all the external candidates. So one of the elements of independence on the first stage of establishing the relationship with the Bureau, I think we complied with that. I won the competition. The competition was won by me, but at the same time, I took part in the competition to the deputy head of the main investigative department of the central apparatus of the SBI, and I could not win that competition. So again, it indicates that there are competitions in place and there are attempts to get a certain position. I did not make it to the main investigative department, but to the region. In the region, I won the competition and became the head of the regional office. And then you must understand that the State Bureau of Investigations is a law enforcement agency, and it provides the moments related to relations with people, let's say, who are on top. There is a certain military hierarchy, and it provides for elements of being governed by a single person. You know, it's not SAPO, it's not a prosecutor's office, where the element of being governed by a single person was removed there by adopting the new law. But let's say, I can't say that if it's good or bad, but the law enforcement body that directly people who have military ranks, it must have. There is an understanding of being governed by a single person. I would not compare and I would not grade one and the other bureau because, first of all, I'm not a head of the entire territory of Ukraine in order to evaluate the situation. From where I am currently, in these years, I did not receive, you already did ask this question to me, I did not receive signals about attempts of some illegal influence on me, signals of pressure being inserted on me or trying to make me make a certain decision. Me and my subordinates have our hands untied, and we are considered to be one of the best units. And I have in subordination people who have been acknowledged as the best investigators of Ukraine officially. And this evidences that we have the possibility to work against anybody, and we can take anybody to responsibility, and we achieve the results, and we have acknowledgement for that. However, I do understand what you mean. And honestly, on the other hand, it's a little bit unpleasant. Why it is unpleasant? Because it turns out that the signal that it was on me and being perceived as somebody who works in the SBI. I heard this from certain organizations, NGOs, that there are no markers of or certain facts of corruption activities, but he shouldn't have been selected as one of the 3 winners because he works in the SBI, and SBI, in their opinion, the NGOs think that it's a vertical thing and it makes you dependent. I would ask the commissioners to step away from this understanding and perceiving me as the part of this institution, because you need to have the evidence. If there is evidence, please provide it. And if you don't have them, please do not perceive me just as a part of this institution, because if we make the logical conclusion, basically these competitions, certain NGOs and activists, they say that if you are from the SBI, regardless of your personality, if you're from the SBI, it's not a place for you to be in this competition, and it's a real limitation. It's unjust, and so on. We must step away, and we must base on personalities. And I think you did have the time, quite a long time, over 3 months, to study the person and to receive certain signals.
Thank you very much. The last question from my side. If you're looking back in your professional experience, can you give us a percentage how much was dedicated to anti-corruption work? Overall, a rough percentage.
Думаю, 30%.
I think about 30%, 35 maybe percent.
Пане Сергій, я, власне, Лаура, ви
Well,
практично відповіли на те питання, що
you
я хотіла задати.
almost answered the questions I was about to ask, because this independence question is very present during your whole interview. And my question was about the interesting aspect why some representatives of civil society all the time they have some precautions regarding your possible connections with the active authorities, with the active people in power. How can you explain this? I ask you a very direct question. Okay, I think some people, some public activists have their subjective ideas. They come to conclusions not based on your personality, but like if you work in this or that institution, it means you are dependent and you are under certain influence. Once again, I would like to underline 12 months before the previous competition have passed. Nothing changed regarding my position. If we talking about protectionism, if there is a protectionism, it means that a certain person who is close to certain circles is being promoted in certain vertical or line. If there are no such markers that someone has been promoting me or something, I keep working where I used to work. I work properly, I work independently. I'm open to communication with those civil society activists who are expressing such concerns. Please provide me with some evidences. Thank you. One more question. What professional qualities from your previous activity, your present activity, will be of use if you are selected as an ACP head? I think that the head of an ACP, and it's obvious even from the evaluation criteria, it's quite a multitasking person, should be capable of a lot of things, should be compliant. I think all my experience in my career, which was not only in law enforcement, but in other areas like the excellence, participation in work with international organizations, experience of public talks, drafting publications, etc. It covers a lot of requirements that are there to the head of an ACP. What I mean, first of all, this should be a person who is competent and experienced, well educated, and I have good education, I have practical experience. Also, 35% of my previous working experience was connected with corruption prevention and tackling. So there were a number of people who were held accountable in budget and land use area in different areas like forestry. So I have an experience. I know the gaps in the legislations. I know some preconditions that make this corruption crimes possible, and I think this is quite a significant experience. And it is important. The future head of NACP should have an experience not of just being at a certain position, but experience of creating certain institutions and development of them. And I had an opportunity to do that when I came from the prosecutor's office in 2022, and I became a head of newly created department of the State Bureau of Investigation in the region. And I had to organize the work from the scratch, from everything, like organizing a working place, organizing the room for keeping the evidences, like to all the paperwork, etc. I have this experience. I think me and my team are being successful in the region where we work, and my investigators, they also take part in competitions and they take the first prizes, and they have great conditions to fulfill their potential and achieve good results at work. Also, an ACP head should be someone who wants to learn, who is able to teach, who wants to develop. I have an experience of participation in different trainings. Those trainings were held in different countries, and those trainings increased my capacities and enriched my qualification. For example, human trafficking training allowed me to become an OSCE national expert on human trafficking tackling. But not only this, but also it allowed me to, together with my team, we received experience and knowledge, and we were first in the region who managed to detect a group, a criminal group, which were trafficking people, and they were using them as labor slaves. Also, in our region, we found a group that were sending people to work abroad. They would take money from the people, and they were promised that the job abroad will be guaranteed to them. They were provided with false documents, and then people would cross the border without any guarantees and any job, of course. Also, this experience allows me to teach. I can further transmit my experience, and I already participated as a trainer in different OSCE trainings. I actively took part in these events in 2018, 2019. I was sharing my practical experience, and I think it's important for NACP head to be able to further transfer, to hand over the experience. Also, NACP head is a public person, and this person have to be open and have to behave properly, irrespective of any provocative situations or pressure. I have an experience of public talks, of communicating with the media, sometimes in some very difficult situations, connected with the necessity, with some high-ranking officials who had to be responsible. These people were influential, they had possibility to compromise, they have their journalists, and I have experience of public speaking on such topics, and this experience is important for the head of an ACP. Thank you. I have the following question. You were talking about methodology and evaluation criteria, and among integrity, there is also a criteria of possibility to initiate the positive changes. I see that you are someone capable of to initiate the positive changes. And when you were, well, what are the two indicators that you provided in your for your benefits, that you are not a bureaucrat? Tell us that you're not a bureaucrat, one qualitative, one quantitative, or you are a bureaucrat but capable of positive changes. If I understood your question correct, it's about certain cases in my life when I had to change my approach to work. No, for example, there are about 400 people in NACP, and for example, you would say, I need more people or less people. It's a quantitative indicator and qualitative indicator. What would you change in your future work if you will become the head of an ACP? Partially, I already answered this question. I think that quantitative, the number of people that we have in an ACP is not relevant to the needs and amount of work. My task is to initiate the increase of the staff, the expansion of anti-corruption expertise department, financial control department. Any financial department is capable to process 900,000 declarations. Of course, there are automated checks and everything, but As far as I know, in an ACP, there is a principle of certain workload. So like not more than 30 declarations per person for a certain period of time. I understand that it's hard to demand this person to process more. That's why the increase of the number of people could be an advantage, and also some territorial managerial branches could be a good element. According to the law, there should be 6 of them. Of course, it's impossible to create all 6 of them. Well, if we create 6, it means in one of the regional centers there should be some branch that will unite several regions. So, as audit proposes, I would try to do a pilot project, for example, in the western part of Ukraine, in the Lviv region, to create first territorial managerial branch to employ people to work there and to make an experiment. What it gives us? What it can give us first, it will decrease the load. It will give us the possibility to detect some corruptional violations in the regions, to monitor the lifestyle, to draft the protocols on corruption in the regions, to raise awareness on a better level, because actually in the regions, NACP, except for some methodological guidelines, some links to the websites, is not very present. And we need this communication because we need a lot of awareness raising, to have whistleblowers, to have people who would be ready to reveal the corruption, to protect the whistleblowers in certain regions. Thank you. You have almost proved that you're not a bureaucrat, so even quantitative indicator is not always bureaucracy. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hupiak, thank you very much. This has been a very great conversation, dialogue. Thank you for asking these questions, sometimes very difficult, we know. And we welcome your answer, and we learned a lot. So greatly appreciated. This interview is now concluded, and we are going to vote on taking a 10-minute technical break before our final interview of the day. All those in favor of taking a technical break for 10 minutes in alphabetical order, please.
Так.
Yes, 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 yes.
The ayes have it. We're going to take a technical break.
Я теж дякую вам.
I'm also very grateful to you, and I would like to stress that no matter who will be the head of an ACP, even if it's an internal candidate, I think the competition itself for internal or external candidate has become a good training, a good simulation, learning by doing. And this is the possibility to look at the problem from inside and outside. It's the new stage of development for any of the candidates. So thank you for this opportunity.
Hello, we are about to resume our interviews of the candidates for the position of head of the National Agency for Corruption Prevention. This is our final interview of the day, and it's Alexander Stardabutsev, excuse me. Okay. Starodubtsev. I'll get it. Hello again. Thank you for your patience. You are the last interview of the day. Nevertheless, we very much look forward to a great dialogue and conversation. Your lead questioner among the commissioners will be Commissioner Stefan, but we will all jump in with our questions eventually. And I would encourage you to keep your answers brief so that we can all have a chance to get to know you better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Starodubtsev, for waiting and for understanding that sometimes we do run late with these procedures. I'll start with a general question. If you can tell us three concrete results that you obtained while working at the NACP, and two things where you think improvement could be made, or that, two failures, let's say, or two incomplete results.
Дякую дуже, шановні комісії, теж.
Thank you very much, dear Commission, for being so patient as well, and for selecting me to make it to this final process. My three biggest wins in NACP for my 3.5 years there, I think that the biggest win is that cultural transformation that the team of NACP has undergone during these times. I think that we have a phenomenal HR function. If it's not the best, it's one of the best, definitely. In the state sector, last year, we got the award Employee of the Year in the public sector. Many of our practices of adaptation and recruiting, many organizations are looking into them. Our managers are learning in the best management schools of Ukraine. We've created some very important professional communities to move together, and I think that it will be the biggest win. Basically, if you just enter an ACP or come to the Friday meeting and see what's happening there, what people have in their eyes, I think that you'll just feel this absolutely new spirit that an ACP has in it. The second win, I think, was our system of managing cases. Alexander Novikov hired me based on my experience of being in Prozoro, so that in a limited term, we were able to build a system. We did build it. It was not easy at all, but we were able to do that. And I think that gives us an incredible basis for the future. And then regarding the third advantage, I think that I've done quite a lot for good institutional strategy of an ASP, so that we as an organization would work together and the directions were coinciding with each other, were in balance. It's much better than it was in an ACP 1.0, but there is still huge space for improvement in that area. On the incredible fails, I don't see any. However, it is possible that I wasn't able to convince Alexander Novikov or the team to move not as absolutely separate directions, of building Alexander thought that there should be very different people, and the team that worked, there were very different people. We've discussed it a little bit during the previous interview, but in my opinion, it did not give us the opportunity, this working separately with prevention and prosecution. It did not allow us to obtain this understanding how the organization moves. It's also a progress for me because we started developing as a united organization as from a strategic point of view, but it's also a big thing that is left incomplete, undone, that needs to be completed. You asked for two things, right? Two things that we could have done better. I think that the second, not failure, but just something that wasn't enough, where I wasn't convincing enough, isn't that I really built I really believe in building good practices in Ukraine. I think that anti-corruption discourse needs to be very quickly turned to this discourse of good practices. We had 16 people, and then we had 20 people, but that was not enough at all. I should have maybe convinced the tops more about that. I should have maybe involved more everybody else who need to help in this big movement, the universities, the management schools, activists, top managers of other bodies. Maybe we could have worked better here.
Can you give us an example of the crisis you went through and how you handled it? Because you talk a lot about the NACP being under constant pressure. So we want to understand if you faced that personally and how you handled it.
Ви знаєте, в НАЗК я не пам'ятаю.
I don't remember in an ACP a lot of pressure exerted on myself. It could be the pressure of the head when we were implementing the IT system and we were doing it in an entirely different format that we did when we were building Prozoro. We had different relation to the subcontractor, and I think it was a single discomfort there. And I was, I managed to stand up for myself there, and we completed the IT system. But in other projects, I think there was enough pressure when we were building Prozoro. I almost regularly was being told by everybody, starting from the railroads, that because of me personally, the trains will go askew because something wrong will be bought. If you remember this corruption story with rails for Ukrainian railroads, and the patient organizations also told me that there are good patient organizations, right? And there are the bad ones, how will stop all the purchase of all meds and how awful it's going to be. And it will be my personal responsibility, the death of many people. So I know what it is to be pressured.
How did you react in these cases? What did you do?
My standard strategy is to always work as a team. So if I'm being pressured, it means that the team is being pressured. And when it was as part of Prozoro, evidently we gathered together as a team and solved how we react to this kind of pressure. And our interaction with the public and advocacy when we were building Prozoro was so strong, and we were so transparent that it didn't make much sense to pressure us, basically. And for me, it's a big lesson and a lot of experience. I have experience of good reform, where we moved entirely with the support of the public. We were built on Transparency International pilot, and it became the model for Prozoro and the health system dream. It belongs to the contracting partnership now, and it's now only been transferred to the Ministry of Healthcare. We had a lot of support from the public, and we moved forward very strongly. And I think an ACP is the entirely different case. It broke before I even came there, at some point. And unfortunately, we moved alone, and the results and the effectiveness of this movement I can compare very well with what I was able to achieve previously.
Can you tell us a little bit about the program vision for the future? And can you tell us whether now looking at it from this point, would you do something different? Would you improve anything?
Я бачу
The way I see it, I see many things needs to be improved. Let me say about the system of coordinates that I used to think about anti-corruption reform. I think that as a society, we're in a terrible problem, just awful, because a lot of attention to corruption, to fighting corruption, the anti-corruption discourse is constant, and I think it causes a certain adverse reaction from the society. So we keep talking and talking and talking how we're fighting corruption, and the society generalizes it, and it thinks that we have total corruption everywhere. And if we look at it, for me, a big benchmark is a gap between the feeling of corruption and the actual corruption, right? So every time we have these studies, and here we should credit Dmytro Kalmykov and his great team, because in addition to everything else that he has said about the good things that they've done, they also did a great system of gathering statistics and analytics. Every year, an ACP does a huge report with the support of the partners. All of the reports are posted at an ACP website. You can take a look at them, and the perception of corruption is 80%. And if you look, when the Ukrainian society is asked how corrupted the authorities are, 43% think that they totally corrupted, and 37% think that it's mostly corrupted. So 80% of Ukrainians think that all Ukrainian authorities is corrupt. It's a feeling. And when the same people are asked, when did you or the members of your family give a bribe, 17% of the population and 15% of business. It's a crazy gap. It's an awful gap. And I think it's very clearly shows what's going wrong. If you look at all the best practices, OECD, Natobia, everything, it says that you will not build a normal system of fighting corruption and building integrity if you focus on prosecution. You're just making the situation worse. You're just bringing the society back to this discourse of making them do things of, I don't know how to translate it, that's like Czechist style Soviet law enforcement, but it's definitely not leading us to Europe, where we have a place, a rightful place. And an ACP here, first of all, must balance all of these three directions, that there is prosecution that can be avoided, and then we are building prevention, and then we are building integrity, and we must return the trust of all those partners on whom we are dependent in our fight with corruption, the partners in the government. We created the instrument, yes, but this is the instrument that makes people to do things. Sometimes we were pushing too much, and now it's difficult for us to proactively work because we are making them do something, and we're checking their declarations, and after they've passed these two processes, you know, they're not very cooperative. And we also need to have the public support back, because without the public in these processes, without the association, without having all the adequate communities in Ukraine supporting us, with whom we establish our bridges, we just won't make it. And I think that the previous head of an ACP, he realized very clearly at some point, and he started turning around the entire machine, but it's a big machine, from this prosecution discourse to the discourse of building integrity. And I would really like this course to continue, because if we go back to prosecution again, we will come to a wrong place with that.
But would you say that this conflict is almost like embedded in the nature and the legislation that underpins the national anti-corruption prevention?
Я би сказав, що цей конфлікт точно вбудований в діяльність.
I would say that this conflict is definitely embedded in the activities of our partners. So, of course, NABU can't be a cool institution and gentle. Of course, SAPO can be very friendly and very open, but we are a policy-making body. We must involve everybody in order to solve the problem, how to prevent corruption and how to build integrity. Again, the main story is to build integrity. It's the best practices, it's in all textbooks, it's just common sense. Prevention must exist in order to promote, to have, to be easier to promote integrity, so that there were clear, points and people would not make a mistake. And prosecution, there are separate actions where it's a surgery, where you can't do anything else, where you must react. And you need to act surgically. You can't always react surgically. You must also have therapy. And again, also there must be this certain, if we have this medical metaphor, right? If we go from healthcare to education, an ACP must be not just a doctor, it also must be a sort of a trainer, I think.
True, but an ACP has also to look for illicit enrichment, conflicts of interest, control, financing of political parties. These are not very friendly type of activities. And maybe in connection with this, I would like to ask you, what is your view in terms of functions that are currently under-resourced in an ACP, whether we're talking human resources or resources in general?
Дивіться, я хочу, щоб мене сприйняли.
Look, I want to be understood correctly. I'm not saying that financial control should be cancelled or the analysis of finances of political parties should be cancelled. Don't get me wrong, but I think that everything good that was done needs to be strengthened and developed further. But I say that this cannot be the main priority. And in this way, I think that there are very clear things that we must do with the financial control. If we are talking about checking declarations, I see there two very clear priorities. One of them is about simplifying the submission and filling in the declarations, and another one is about the quality of checks and making it impossible to use the assets that had been acquired illegally. And if we talk about simplification, I think that there are quite evident things to what Dmytro Kolmykov has mentioned about, we don't know why we gather passport data and so on, IBANs and everything into the system. I would also add that for convenience, we need to actively work with the tax office, because there are big problems on the differences between the tax office and our registry. And we also need to continue to actively work with DIA and work with interoperability and receiving data from the registries. It's quite evident work that needs to be done, and there is a lot there that could be done. And if we talk about the difficulty of using the assets that we acquired in a wrong way, I would mention two things here. We need to reach the assets that are registered for family members. Without that, we won't make it. It's a difficult task. And as of now, to be honest, I don't see an evident legal way how to go there, but we definitely need to go there. We need to gather a strong coalition of experts, stakeholders, and we need to understand what the tax legislation allows us to do, how we can check the family members, how much money they've earned, how they declare, whether they have enough money to maintain those assets. There is a possibility there to move there, to go into that. But the second fact that I would mention here is the political responsibility also, because there's people who have all of these assets, who acquire them. We, as a rule, focus in our prosecution on the fact that these assets should be either blocked or should be taken by the state. But I think it can be made rather unpleasant to these people at the level of using these assets. It would make sense to us to build a very clear and understandable business process between the local activists who, let's say, monitor what's going on locally, and nothing prevents them from giving all the materials that they have dug in a very convenient way to our department. And then our department, I think it can be optimized for the people to be able to give all the requests to the registry But we understand that after an ACP, there are also other bodies, and we must provide this in a convenient way for the other bodies. If it goes to SAPO, it should be. I think it's been balanced in ways. It's been, but I see a rather good progress on what's been done. But I think that we're still, as an organization, we are a thing in ourselves. We are not interacting with the anti-corruption activists, with the local guys. We have not built a clear logic with them how they can provide information to us so that every professional could have not 20 checks at the same time, but 200 checks at the same time. And, you know, this could streamline. As a customer relationship management system, it could account for all that, and we would see who, where, in what status. And the system could just digest many more checks. And here I think there is a possibility to improve.
You talk a lot about the local level, and I want to ask you whether you think setting up local offices of an ACP would help in reaching out to the grassroots organizations and activists. And if you think that it would be useful, how many would you set up?
Ви знаєте,
You know, we have approached several times within the active NACP to this question, and still we didn't have enough argument to create these local offices. We understand that NACP is quite limited in terms of resources. I understand that each office needs not only the specialists working and places, needs accountant, needs human resource, back office. So we were calculating in figures how much we should take from existing staff and how many people will be doing supportive jobs. It didn't make much sense. NABU has some searches. They are able to make visits and check something at places. Our workers are analysts, and they collect information from open sources or from the sources provided by activists or law enforcement bodies. I think that we can collect this data in Kyiv, analyze them in Kyiv. Despite being a part of this pipeline, when something was found till the very end, when the case is being investigated and is sent to the court, we have to understand all the system. We have to be the architects of the system, but our role in it is quite limited. And we have to be aware of this. And within this limited role, I don't see a lot of sense in local offices. But if I will be selected, it's a question that needs to be considered, and it was in the recommendations of the audit, and we need to check all the arguments. What are we going to gain? What are we going to lose? And based on this, take this decision.
It's actually also in the methodology for evaluation, which was adopted by a different body, not only the auditors. But I understand your point of view. I wanted to hear what you have to say about it, whether you personally think that that is a good idea, because there's no good and bad answer to this question.
Моя персональна відповідь, що поки ми підходили до цього питання.
Well, my personal reply is that while we were approaching to this question, we didn't find the necessity to have such local offices. Maybe after reconsidering the strategy, we would find. And first thing I want to do is to reconsider the strategy to balance, to harmonize all the areas of work. Maybe there will be something that will show us that there is a need in this local office. I don't see it so far.
What is called an internal candidate. You occupied various positions under various heads and in various places in the hierarchy. How do you feel about moving potentially to the top? Would you have difficulties in working together with your previous hierarchical superiors, or do you think that that relationship would work smoothly?
Я не бачу
I don't see any problems with my readiness. I already was the head of the central executive body, the head of central executive body. I understand what type of challenges the head of such institution may have. So I don't see problems with the team. Like, we'll see how it happens, taking into account certain redistribution of functions that I see. Maybe I will have to say goodbye to someone.
Thank you. If you are to give us 3 qualities that actually recommend you for this position, and I'm sure you looked at the other candidates, you heard their interviews. Try in your head to compare yourself to them and tell us what's special about you. Why should we vote for you and not the others?
По-перше, я не слухав всіх кандидатів.
First of all, I didn't see all the interviews so far, but what are my strong points? First of all, I have a big managerial experience, and it's a big benefit. It's the experience of creating the team. I do believe that the team of NACP board is not be the team of stars, it should be a star team. So they should not be only the specialists in their field, they should be able to play as a team, but not as separate stars who take care of their vertical only. And I think we have some challenges in this regard right now. I have a helicopter view, and I build it based on the ecosystems. My school is the Kyiv-Mohyla Business School, and they make a lot of emphasis on ecosystem. It means you are thinking not only in terms of the limits of NACP or all the system of corruption prevention. Your limits are the public service or even the whole of society. You have to understand all the risks, and you have to understand that if at some moment our actions make the work of the public service mechanism complicated, you have to take this into account. And such a helicopter view, it's a big advantage. A lot of managers went through Kyiv-Mohyla Business School as one of the best school of management, and I contributed a lot. I recommended people to go there, but I spent a lot of time at this school. My strong point is that I have this humanity and subjectivity in my DNA. I believe that we have to take decisions independently and taking into account a lot of different views. We are in the coalition of stakeholders, which is quite complicated. We have to be able to listen to everyone, to hear everyone, to make a debate, and then take our own decision. As to the being human being, I think it would not be possible to build this NACP team and have this HR team if I didn't have this humanity in my DNA. I am person capable of creating community. This is my strong point. Like, we collected the best team of the authorized people. Like, the institute is quite difficult, and not all of them understand what they should do, but we were able to hear to everyone and turn it to the benefit. If you are a good boss, you should not only be able to show how you shouldn't act, but also you have to be able to show how you should act. So we need to create several great showcases with a good integrity that would demonstrate good integrity. We acted in the same way when we were doing ProZorro reform. Those were not only some tools that were obligatory. We found entrepreneurs who were our advocates. They were the first to implement ProZorro. They showed that ProZorro works. You can use it. It's convenient. And after that, we did ProZorro as obligatory tool. Same logic should be here. Right now, we have with several communities, we have approached the need to build very good and organic systems of corruption tackling and building of integrity in sign. And these are non-standard systems based on the templates. They're custom-made. They help them to achieve their goals. And this is the method as NACP should use. We have to change our approach. We have not to force, but to use win-win approach. Because now it's like we are pushing people and they have to be obliged to fulfill. But it should be a common story.
Vis-a-vis the involvement of NACP in the sanctioning policy.
Хороше питання.
A good question, actively discussed many times. I will try to tell quickly whether we need sanctional track in Ukraine and the conditions of war, for sure. Whether sanction track has corruption risks, for sure it does. Whether NACP should deal with this corruption risks, for sure it should, because it's very important. Whether there are any alternative solutions. Obviously, the relevant body should be created and all our authorities and our portals should be handed over to it, and we should only exercise control over corruption risks. We don't have this body yet. Do we have to try to create it together with the international partners? We should. Are there any creative solutions? I would think, because I don't quite understand why this portal couldn't be within some NGO. We built all our reforms in Transparency International, so Dream System still belongs to NGO. Why this system couldn't belong to an NGO? Do I have the question on what is happening in sanction field? I do. I don't quite understand how the candidates are being selected. I don't quite understand the scandals with some European banks. I don't know whether and how effective it is, what the processes that are happening in sanction policies. And taking into consideration that it attracts the attention of everyone, civil society, international partners. I will start with a great audit of this sanctional field of work. What we achieved, what we didn't achieve, what are the variants, where we can hand it, who we can hand it over to. But as a citizen of Ukraine, I believe that just close this. If we're not able to hand it over to someone and just close it, it will be. We cannot do it. It will be not good. I think it's the second important area after the military. When we're talking about international community, we're talking about weapons, money, and sanctions, always. This, I don't know what else I should give here as an example. We cannot refuse from working with sanctions. This work should be preserved. How? This is another question we have to think, but I promise it will be my top priority. Once I deal with the team and strategy, I will deal with the sanctions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sir, first of all, my congratulations to you and your team on winning the Human Resources Brand Award for 2023. That's really a great accomplishment. Congratulations also on the work you did with others to create Prozora, which has become a global gold standard for conducting digital electronic procurement. So I want to turn to I have a couple of basic questions, then I want to go to a bigger question. So try, if you can, to answer these quickly. The first question is, what did you do? What have you done in the last 4 years of your service at NACP to solve this issue of significant turnover at the organization and unfilled vacancies?
Знаєте, що ми... Я спробую швидко.
Well, I will try. What we failed to do, for sure, in our approach to recruiting. When we saw all the comments from independent audit, we failed with the communication. A lot of things that audit determined, they detected, they were a bit different from what was communicated. When we were building up the recruiting system, the main argument was that it should be within the legislation and to find the staff as soon as possible. It was in the pandemic time, COVID, and it was very nice to hear good feedback from Dmytro Kalmykov because we saw what was happening. Yes, the turnover is about 10-12%. I can't say it's a huge figure compared to other organizations. On the other hand, we understand that when you need to find people quickly, because you have no people to work, sometimes you employ people whom under other circumstances you wouldn't employ, but you need hands. You take them on probation, sometimes they fail, you continue your search, but under these conditions, it was quite a smart compromise to make organization able to move.
Briefly, if you can. In your motivational essay, you highlighted the fact that you don't think the NACP has done well consistently engaging stakeholders and civil society in particular. So was that something that you had personal responsibility to do? And how do you rate your own, let's say, stakeholder engagement performance over this 4-year period?
Я точно
For sure, I am not satisfied with the situation as it is. I was not responsible for this work. I'm not sure that my involvement would change the situation. There was a certain leadership structure in the organization, and Alexander Novikov was the one who determined the communication. Within my limits of responsibility, stakeholders were always involved in all the recruiting processes. We always had someone from the public council in the committee, and as far as I know, there were never any commands from their side regarding the competitions. What I did some reconnaissance. What I did. If I saw that there is a tension between the managers and anti-corruption NGOs, and this tension in my bubble was quite big, and you can check it by reading the comments and the anti-corruption center. So I made a separate meeting, and there were all the activists working in the anti-corruption field, Shabunin, Nikolov, Borovik, etc., and a lot of managers from the public service area. And we were trying to discuss it. Lisa Matvichuk was moderator, and at least we had this conversation. Okay, we were not able to, due to the current NACP policy, we cannot go back to these good relationships, but at least we can meet and we can look into the eyes of each other, and we have to understand that we have one common enemy and we have to cooperate.
Thank you. So now to the big question. And let me summarize it this way, and I'm drawing from your essay, from your strategic vision, and from what you've already said today. And the way I would describe the problem is that you can't actually write a law to create an institution. Institutions don't come from the top. They form organically in societies based on people, values, and processes. And so you can't write a law and say, this institution hereby is born today and must do X, Y, and Z. And so you're in the middle of that. I can see you're struggling with that issue on the behalf of your country, which is, I can only applaud you doing that, because that's a real dilemma. And there may come a day soon when you can all take a breath and look at the institutional architecture again, sort of rearrange it a little bit, so that there aren't, maybe eradicate some of these design flaws, right? But now you're kind of in the NACP, and the NACP has, as you've described it in your documents, 3 directions. And they are in some conflict with each other because 2 of them are about controlling, investigating, monitoring, and by definition,
and
create
punishing,
tension. And punishing, yeah, create tension, right? And also create this false metric that somehow when you punish somebody, you've solved corruption. And also, unfortunately, create the impression that when Ukraine punishes somebody, that means corruption is worse, when in fact, it's a good sign, right? It's a healthy sign, right? So you've articulated a vision, and I'm summarizing this for you because I'm coming to the hard part in a minute. Your vision is that the NACP should help build an integrity culture, a national standard of integrity, right? And that the whole of society can somehow support, right? Now, the question is, and I think the question that folks will have for you is, how do you turn around the machine? I mean, how do you personally turn around this machine? Because without arguing with your vision, which I happen to agree with, maybe others will not, but I agree with it. So the real difficult part of this is defining your own success in this direction. How are you going to do that, practically speaking? Do you have a plan? And how would you bring everybody else into it?
Попередній план, який я маю, який очевидно.
Well, the preliminary plan that I have, and that is evidently needs to be agreed with the deputy heads, with the colleagues, it has 3 consecutive stages, and you're absolutely right in saying that every stage is more difficult than the previous one. And the first one is also very difficult. First of all, we need to create best practices. We need to create the organizations that are indeed have integrity, and they show in their example that everything that NACP says, it works in practice, it's not scary. And those who do like this, they will receive various kinds of support, methodological and political and advocacy support in order to have these practices developing. In management, this is the strategy of island transformations. When you can't change many things top down, you start to change bottom up, and then you create these islands, and then they start communicating with each other. They start getting bigger. I had this experience. This was the way we were building Prozoro. The second component, that is much more difficult because it requires the involvement of all the universities, all the schools, a lot of NGOs, a lot of intellectuals. This is the solving of a huge problem with teaching ethics in Ukraine, because we did a short study and we realized that ethics in Ukraine is being taught in an uninteresting and impractical way. We have asked the universities, the schools of management, we have gathered around our table as we thought it was the best educational facilities in management, because we're mostly interested in the heads of organizations, and our heads of organizations, they cannot make the decisions within the ethical dilemma, understanding all the criteria of ethical decisions. They're not being taught this. So we gathered the management school, the intellectuals, and we asked them what to do, and we gradually developed a plan, and we are moving in this direction with this plan. The NACP has created a sector on ethics. It has 2 people, just for you to understand, about human resources that we're operating with. And what we can do with these resources, we can gather the stakeholders, have this stakeholder discussion, and then work out who takes which duties on themselves and how we're going to move in this way. But we understand that managers and heads of HR departments, anti-corruption those who have anti-corruption duties, is our first audience. But in total, the Ukrainian society must reinvent and implement the normal instruments of ethical education. In Western schools, there are debate clubs. It's taught. There are student parliaments. There are great formats how children can interact with each other. We just started to look for all those things in Ukraine to bring them to us, to ask them to cooperate, to share best practices. Let's try to spread this entire story. And finally, God let us will move from this dead point. As you would understand, this first program we're creating by ourselves, the money we're looking for by ourselves with our partners, and then we will approach the third most difficult task. This is on turning the societal discourse from anti-corruption discourse to integrity discourse. And this requires a huge communications campaign. We must show best practices. We must show the legal alternatives. Within the state anti-corruption program, there are points where we must develop this communication strategy and implement this. And our great communication team, headed with Olena Konoplia, have already developed this strategy, and it's been approved by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. And now we need to involve also, there's a good idea. They're involving all the communication professionals from the central executive bodies for joint cooperation of all the anti-corruption topics. And then we need to promote integrity, promote the best cases, promote integral practices, correct models of behavior to shift this focus from prosecuting the bad guys to supporting the good guys. And
what it seems to me you're describing is the creation of a Ukrainian set of norms around ethics. And there's no doubt that, first of all, Ukraine has its own ethics and integrity and very high standards, and that they should be articulated in a very clear and consistent way around Ukrainian traditions. And there's also no doubt that the norms themselves are just as important as the laws, because the laws just tell you what you can and cannot do. The norms inspire people to behave in a certain way. So I think it's a challenge, and I just put out the question because it's one of those questions that requires behavior change, and people will resist. And so the real question is, are you capable of conducting change management and being a leader that can do behavior change? And I'll stop there because I know that's a big question. I want to turn to my colleagues. I'm going to go first to the Deputy Chair of the Commission. Thank you, sir.
Дякую, Меттю. Доброго дня, пане Олександре.
Thank you, Matthew. Good afternoon, good evening, Alexander. Matthew has asked one of the questions that I've been very interested in, because I see in your biography that you have studied. You had a scholarship, and as far as I know, it was a Stanford internship with Francis Fukuyama. And the fact that you wrote the materials that we had from you, authored by you, and what you're talking about, we can feel the imprint of that on what you're doing. So basically, I wanted to ask you about teaching practical ethics and how it needs to be built, but you basically answered this question already. But I also have several other aspects that I'm interested in your essay. The first thing, this first on the registry of persons who have committed corruption violations. And today, this topic, we have not paid enough attention to this, but I think it's very important. And you, in particular, draw attention to the fact that it is unjust to place people there, both for administrative violations and criminal cases, and for any other minor violations. So how would you see the reform of this? So how should it reflect reality adequately, and people would not have been this label of a corrupt person for this minor violations? Thank you for raising this question. This is an important question for me. I've raised it since day 10, when I started working in ACP and organized the first strategic session second strategic session for the NACP employees, for the top managers, because for me, the registry of violators, that's called the registry of corrupt persons, that we call it. It is a pantheon of shame, right? When the person ends up on that register, it should be the acknowledgement of all anti-corruption systems, so all the bodies. Many activists worked on the fact that the person that committed a corruption violation, criminal violation, ends up in that registry, and it should be communicated every time how the system worked, how good we've done, and how all together we fought another vampire. And you know that the state of the registry by now, it has tens of thousands of people, some identified, mostly identified, many of them, most of them are people who did not know that they should have submitted the declaration or submitted it like 3 days later. And I always tell everybody that, I apologize, it's like creating a registry of road killers and include people who park wrong. The analogy is almost like this. So there is no proportionality there, there is no justice, there is nothing there. We have fucked up the idea as an ACP, and this needs to be corrected. And how we correct it very briefly, we need to changes in the Article 59, and we need to divide everything that's related to criminal violations and then everything else, administrative violations, minor violations. And so we need to start correct communications. We can create a beautiful register, we can do that, and communicate it beautifully, we can do that as well. That's the strategy. Thank you. And I have...
Do you think you also need a statute of limitation for people to be in that register? I mean, should we have someone in the register for forgetting to submit the statement or submitting it 3 days later for the rest of his life or her life? Or should there be a time when we erase?
Я взагалі вважаю якимось диспропорційним.
I in general think that it's disproportionate to be on the registry if you submitted the declaration 3 days later. So those people who know that there are many good people who ended up on the registry, including the anti-corruption activists, the big names, and it's a weird situation here. So there should be just the administrative fine, people pay, people submit the information about it, and they're free. And on being placed on the register for the entire life, I also think it's not a very proportionate story, because there's a term of punishment, there's the entire theory of proportionality of punishment, and I think that somebody for some special corrupt crimes should be there forever, but it's a small number of people. Thank you for your answer. And there's another question based on your essay. In your essay, you say that because of the fact that an ACP must form the policy for the entire anti-corruption system and partially implement it, an ACP is always under the pressure of the current authorities. Do you know any examples? Maybe you could share any examples of this kind of pressure, and does this influence the way an ACP works, in your opinion, or an ACP successfully counters these challenges and can remain the independent institution? And if you do become, on Monday, the head of an ACP, whether it will be possible for you to keep this balance of independence? I think that great work in this has been done by the previous head, because indeed he made our institution independent. We can be blamed about many things and criticized about many things, but we cannot be criticized about being dependent somewhere. So I think that the constitutional crisis is a great example when we were under pressure, and we have managed this pressure in a very good way. And at that moment, we have involved all the active NGOs, all the ones who liked us. You remember all those fires under the Constitutional Court, and we've turned this story back. So under pressure, of course, we were always under it, but my capability to manage this pressure, well, I don't think that I will not be able to do that. Again, I always share pressure, so there's a team, and if I'm pressured, the entire team is being pressured. It's easier to live like that, it's easier to make decisions like that, and it's easier to counter pressure like that. At least that's the logic after Prozoro that I've implemented and I have experience with. Thank you very much for your answer.
Цікаві питання, дуже цікаві для мене. От я
Very interesting questions. I was listening to you. You're a rather modern and civilized man. It's a compliment. Please tell me, what percentage of women work in an ACP? We tried to find this data and we could not do that. Is there gender asymmetry in an ACP currently? Yes. And if you become the head of an ACP, will you implement any gender policy at the level of modern European requirements? To the extent that I can implement this policy, I will, of course, be implementing this policy. So currently, if I'm not mistaken, we have about 63 per 37 in terms of men and women. On age, I won't be able to tell you that now. And evidently, I think that we have it less than in the other bodies, but we have this. If you look at the top management, of course, you can understand even without me mentioning it, right? Evidently that, so there's nothing you can do. Well, if we look at the top management of an ACP, then the only person, the only woman that we have in the top management is Zahrebelska, that is currently the deputy head of the apparatus, the same as me. And in terms of men to women, at the level of heads of offices, structural units, we have Olena Konoplia, who is responsible for communication. There is my subordinate, who is the head of integrity office, and we have quite many women who are heads of units lower down. I think that it's quite, we quite have a good situation there, but at the level of -2, I also think the situation is disproportionate towards, well, evidently we need to work with that. The issue is that sometimes it's difficult to work with it because you announce a competition and who comes to the competition, that's the way you deal with it, you know? So indeed, you cannot take a person who is not, who does not understand the subject matter and with, you know, highly likely you need to fire this person after they don't pass, after they don't pass the certain test period. We understand the gender principles, but there are also the realities. But thank you for raising this issue. It's important. I have good experience when I saw, for instance, when Prozoro was created, Mavicius had mostly women as deputy heads, deputy ministers, and it was very effective. If you look at the balance in the team, I think that it's a very good European practice supported by numerous studies that women are less aggressive and they work more towards balancing of teams, towards putting teams together. And I'm for this. I'm all for this, taking into account the fact that you said that rather different subjects need to be working and so on and so forth. It's an interesting question. And issues of professionalism is of course the most important thing, but the gender policy also needs to be developed. Thank you. I would also like to add from myself a very self-evident thing. Nobody changed the dilemma with you have the decision that you need to make based on principles and consequences, and this is the basis of ethics that we need to the entire society. When I did a study on teaching ethics, I talked to the universities. I asked whether everybody knows about Harvard Central course. Has anybody been teaching ethical dilemmas within your programs? And nobody does. And those are the best management schools that there were in Ukraine. Why? Because there was no demand, no request. So an ACP is in the right position to create demand on this.
Пане Олександре, я хочу прояснити таке питання.
Alexander, I want to clarify one thing. Natalia and I were talking about different people. Natalia and you were talking about different people, but during the integrity interview, you evaluated the actions of the head of an ACP who could, without competition, select the head of the apparatus of NAZK, and the former member of Party of Regions who went with this party to Verkhovna Rada. And you then said the logic of the head of an ACP right, because you need to have different people on the team, and then this team is complete. So today, at the beginning of the interview, you said that the head of an ACP at some time insisted that the team needs to have different people in it, and practice showed it was a mistake. So was it a mistake, or is it correct? So where is the line that we need to draw? How different should the people on the team be to have a complete team? And the related question in general, do you support the politics of the top management of an ACP, the current politics, and will you continue to implement it in the future?
Well, let me first reply the first part of your question, and then I will specify the second part. So as to the border where it lies, when on one hand we have to celebrate diversity, and on the other hand, there should be some kind of possibility to manage the organization. I think this is this line. People should have different background, but their values have to coincide. They have to have the common markers of integrity, and obligatory, they have to cooperate. They have to be able to cooperate. So I'm talking about the star team, not the team of stars. I have burned myself a lot when I was trying to find the stars. So I'm very cautious with super experts who know what to do, who do not allow you to tell the word when you're trying to question their position, and who are not able to listen to the critics and who don't want to learn. For me, what is very important for me for the creation of the team is the ability of a person to admit mistakes, self-reflection, and ability to learn. If the person is capable to hear, you can convince a person. If the person is not listening, is not hearing, nothing will help. I think the head of an ACP, he didn't manage to withstand this logic, like hearing, not hearing. That's why it didn't work. I would like to organize it in a different way. I see more or less how this should be done, and I hope we would be able to make a star team of an ACP board. Regarding second part of your question, which policy of the previous head you were mentioning exactly? Well, for example, HR, for example, methods of activity, forms of activity generally. Partially you were already replied. Well, I think in some cases the head was working great. In some cases, he was not working very great. In terms of communicating with the civil society, not very great. He was clearing the NACP from the previous convocation. In some moment, he said goodbye to more than 60 people. And those were the people everyone had certain questions to, and he was checking personally that people who are employed by NACP, that they should be in line with the basic NACP values. Well, sometimes our recruitment process was too complicated, but all the specialists, like all the leading specialists, were interviewed by the head, and he was the final check. Like, he has a great experience. He's been a prosecutor for 17 years. Let's call his interrogations an interview, and he has a great experience of interviewing. And he's great at reading people, and it accelerated recruiting process. And where the public sector is behind the private sector is the speed. Like, not all the people have the possibility to wait 45 days, then special check, etc., etc. And we had the possibility to accelerate the process a bit, and our head was the final checkpoint, so to say. And I think here he worked really well. Coming back to your question, I would summarize. People should be similar in their values, and the head was really very attentive to this. But what was not okay, it's the team interaction, ability to learn and be a team player. As to integrity, there are no questions. As to the ability to be the team player, well, there was a place for improvement.
Commissioner Kozak,
Thank you.
bring us home.
Я повернусь до початку. Ви згадували про
Let me go back to the very beginning. You mentioned that it would be very important for an ACP to reach the assets that the relatives and family members have. I support this approach. I like to search something that is not in the declaration, not what is Please, have you ever thought that in this case you will have to use certain presumptions, and are you aware of the risks connected with this? Of course, I understand the risks. I'm aware of the risks, and I understand what human rights concept is, and all the requirements and necessity to prove the guilt. I understand that if we are together with the civil society, we can build the right type of process. Let me go back to my logic. When the society is able to understand who uses what, sometimes they can understand this quicker and better. They can find all the things that were hidden and to craft the profile that would allow us to work with this profile in the legally right way without compromising the person beforehand. Do you think the experience of implementation of the law about special status of the judges, where the compliance of the assets, including the family circle, is one of the ethical criteria? Do you think it is relevant? Well, obviously we
Так само, мені здається, що у нас і в ДАПі достатньо багато всього
I
передбачено на цю тему, і робота
the work
є непростою.
this work is with the Supreme Court is traditionally not very simple, but we are moving towards this direction. With the Supreme Court Council is quite difficult, but I'm not an expert in judiciary system and rights of the judges in their protection. Of course, here we have to engage experts and society, and we have to build the field of stakeholders in order to collect all the data to understand what is the balance of the judge status, who on one hand should be protected, because every day the person is under the risk. On the other hand, what we all see, what is happening with the judges is not very inspiring. I think this problem cannot be solved by one person or one organization. We need a broad coalition to collect proper data package and to take a proper decision. I am a favorite of well-stipulated decisions and of having alternatives. And if these alternatives are considered and there are a lot of enough arguments, then there is no question to the decision. So regarding alternatives, I don't say there should be some competitorship that is not very integral, but you worked on with a person from law enforcement of you were working, he was your boss. Here we also have prosecutors, representatives of State Bureau of Investigation, NABU. Do you think the representative of law enforcement bodies can be heads of the civil institutions which has a controlling function, and these people will organically lean towards control? Why I'm asking? I remember very well, speaking of judiciary system, when ex-prosecutors came to the courts in the end of 90s to become judges, and what happened? Well, I think it's a good provocation from your side, and I will take it. I'll say that my opinion of this is negative. In defense of Mr. Novikov, I can say that him as a person made a huge transformation from 2020 when he started and 2024 when he's finishing. I believe that it happened not without my participation and all the communities I was trying to join him to Aspen, Ukrainian Catholic University, Kiev Mahela School of Business, all the good communities that are about humanity, and I think it made its influence. But I understand that people who grew up in certain law enforcement tradition, and I think I may be mistaken, but I think we still have it, and it's quite strong, and it's oriented more on punishment than on justice and prevention. The people who were formed in this tradition, they are suspicious of everyone. They tend not to believe the arguments, and they're trying to encompass their field of work and not let everyone to go there. They say, like, I am here, and within this perimeter, I'm working with this perimeter, stay off. And I think that an ACP had problems because of that and still suffering from this. With all my due respect to the people with law enforcement background, and we need diversity, but at the level of the head of the organization, there will be someone who has subjectivity and humanity in order to be able to give the proper culture to the organization, to send it down. Like, everything is in the organization is determined by the head, the way the head is behaving, the way the head is believing in certain things. It's forming the culture in organization. And I think in the beginning of Alexander's work, all our openness was a little bit like pretending, but now it has become quite open. If we are looking at Akarian, not everyone liked this book. It was me who gave him this book. It's a fantastic tool. It's the tool of openness in organization. There is no better tool that allows to engage all the employees to common setting of goals. I think everybody knows, so cutting KPIs. Yeah, we are cutting KPIs. This is a very non-subjective instrument. Well, I don't think we managed to cut the KPIs. We were trying to ask everyone about KPIs, and we didn't receive some substantial answers. OKR is the tool that allows this human being in each person to step forward when people become engaged, not because their boss told them to do something, but because they feel they do something important for themselves, first of all. This is the corporate culture that we need, not only in ACP, but in all public center. And I tried to speak about it in a lot of but 4 months is not enough to change the corporate culture and public service. Okay, based on the many things you were talking about, you would like to see normal differentiation in different processes in evaluating different phenomena. Except what you said, can you give us a couple of examples of differentiation that is necessary for NACP and that is not in place at the moment? I think in order not to think too long, we can take the audit conclusions, like internal control. I would like to say it in front of the camera. I wouldn't like to say it in front of the camera, but who is supposed to have the better corruption prevention system in the organization? Someone who is telling how the compliance should look like. I think in this question, yes, this is classics. Who is the guardian? We have huge space for improvement. Maybe not all the people in the video knows English, you understand? We have to deal with the department. We just need new head who will determine how the department will work. Of course, the people are trained to do different things. They are not very effective in corruption prevention. What else should be differentiated? I think previous candidates were talking about dubbing functions. They did great. Let me give you an example from my own practice. In the integrity office, it's a small office, 20 people, and very different directions of work. And sometimes they are incomparable. For example, we have department which is working with schools and universities, only 5 people for all schools and universities. So they are creating content for schools, universities, golden standards, how they should behave. There is a lot of work actually, and they will continue it. And there is a department working with public services, ombudsman, etc. And ethic is also there. It should be the separate direction of work. We have to differentiate within the integrity office where we explain the roles, and there should be normal mass communication. When you communicate for more than 1 million people, of course you have to be, you need certain products, mass communication, you evaluate who came, what they were looking, cross sales, who is checking what, who is watching what. So you create a big system, you give content, and then you check the statistics of engagement with the content. And in such a way you're able to solve a lot of problems. For example, we had a problem with authorized people, with ombudsmen who are calling us all the time. I could say, like, your people calling us, they didn't check any course, etc. So by comparing the data, we could achieve a lot. And it's normal work, mass work. And there is a work when we don't know how to move further, we have to experiment. When you don't know how to solve this or that policy problem and there are no world analogs, you have no other way but to move forward in problem-based iterational adaptation. There is a great book about building state capability, and it describes such difficult tasks of society problems, and it's been solved through the iteration. Like, this is the way Prozoro worked. We checked, it works, okay, we implement this. This doesn't work, okay, we change it. And in such a way, we need to build the whole map of integrity building in Ukraine, because we drafted the general logic. Except those 3 directions I mentioned, we understand that at the level of a person, integrity is about just one thing. At the level of organization, it's about one thing. At the level of ecosystem or community, it's something else. At the level of the state, something else. At the level of society, again, something else.
Історія, філософія, культурологія і все те, що
So
впливає на
history, philosophy, cultural studies, everything that impacts the identity, and at the end of the day, it impacts the ethic. It's, you know, this not quite our story, but a very correct story where we as an ACP might be making people do this, might be inciting this. Ukrainian ethnos must be talked about. The ethos of the public sphere must be talked about. We need to understand that deeply traumatized, not free people are working in the public sphere in Ukraine, and they must create the possibilities for free society to develop. It won't be like that. We first need to change the ethos of the public sphere, and then after that we need to move forward. Well, not today, but after your appointment. I don't know if it happens on Monday or after 4 or 5 years, maybe after 8 years, I don't know. But let's imagine that the conditions that exist now, they are maintained. So how to change the emphasis to build in, as you say, the Office of Integrity, but I think what you mean, something more than simply the Office of Integrity. Yeah, I'm talking about building the integrity in general. So how to maintain those achievements in the sphere of control that you can't remove anywhere under these conditions? How to maintain those achievements when you redistribute the resources? That evidently happens. That's the first question I have. And then the second and already final question is, don't you think then the ombuds persons that would be, or persons with duties should be probably external, those who have knowledge in the corresponding sphere, and an ACP could do training. So, you know, we have you for right now, something like that. You asked several deep questions at the same time. Let me then start from the responsible persons, the ombudspersons. We looked at the profile of the current ombudsperson. We understand how many people there are, but we looked at many organizations, especially if not the central level. These functions are put somewhere, and the person is responsible for this and also for something else. But the portal is being built, and sooner or later we will gather all the data on them. The question is who this person needs to be for the head of the organization, because what we see on interacting with our communities, the key person is the head, not the responsible for anti-corruption. And it continues to be the task of the head to understand whether they want to do something in the sphere or not. Are they indifferent to the sphere, or are they, you know, a co-conspirator in something? And this story cannot be cured through somebody who is responsible for anti-corruption in the organization. I don't believe that any person responsible who is trained by all the best ACPs and experts can effectively counter the head of the organization. The head of the organization, in this or the other way, will lay them off, and we won't be able to protect them. And I think the famous case that of Polishuk, he definitely evidences that. What about external protected responsible person? Do you mean that he is not the employee of the organization? Well, formally maybe he is, but he is protected very seriously from being fired and so on and so forth. Somebody, they've been sent, you know. About half a year ago, we gathered a good concilium of responsible people. We have, you know, our mailing lists. We talk to them. We wanted to have a representative selection of them. We look at the problems they're facing. Almost all of them say that they are subordinate to the head. They cannot be the employees of an ACP, and they cannot be external. Why? Because there's, let's say, the auditor, and the auditor is more of an independent person, and they're leading this. And they say we should not be controlling, we should be preventing. And for that, we should have good contact with all the line heads. We need to interact with them, you know. and not control and somehow beat them up for some bad actions. And if you take the best cases that we have for today of people responsible in Ukraine, that very Dima Bihonet, who built a great system in medical procurement, and he moved together with the other colleagues to a different organization now. This is the case when they are in very close cooperation with the head, and they could build the processes that at the same time are not very difficult, but very, very effective. It's one of the few cases of implementing 37001 in state organizations that I know of, and it's also a very, very, very effective story. So responsible persons, there's now some simple evident decision. There's a huge community. They work in very different organizations. So Ukrenergo person and let's say, I don't know, a small 50 people organization, those are entirely different tasks. Ukrenergo, we were looking into their experience when you have huge number of people in the regions and you don't see them, and you must build a system in a certain way. When you have a small organization and you can see everybody, then the functions, they are smaller. It's a story where you need to differentiate, the differentiation that you're mentioning, and also we somehow take this very approach, single approach to this.
Well, Mr. Starodubtsev, thank you very much for your time. I must say that your vision is extremely clear. This has been a very, very thoughtful discussion. I appreciate your willingness to accept the difficult questions and think them through with us in a conversation. I think this has been an absolutely great interview and a great way to end the day. So thank you very much. We are done for the day. And
Можна я буквально останню ремарку?
Just a final remark. I do apologize. Just a final remark. I do apologize for that. I wrote a separate letter to the Commission because I realized indeed that I was in the wrong. I somehow I overestimated my reputation. I think that was close to ideal, and I indeed did not take all measures to find out about the biography of my brother. To be honestly, I didn't want to go into that. It's a painful question for me, but I indeed tried to remember everything I know. I sent it to the Commission. I would be very grateful if you added it to the file. I understood. Thank you for the feedback. I understood how we voted.
And it has been added to the file, and we've all read it. So,
Thank you so much.
Of course. Okay. So the 7 interviews with the finalists of the selection process were conducted today as planned. Congratulations to my commissioners and to the Secretariat for your great work. I do suggest that we suspend our current session until 9 a.m. on February 25. Dear commissioners, please vote. All 6 members of the, please, dear commissioners, please vote in alphabetical order.
Так.
Yes, 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 yes.
So 6 members of the commission are in favor. The session is suspended, and we will continue tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, February 25.